Hi everyone, welcome to Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons and Dragons. Good job, Sam. Thank you for your patience. Sorry we were off last week. I'm doing much better for those who are worried about it. I know, exactly. But happy to be back. Missed you guys, and happy to be back at this table.
Yay.
So yeah, it's been a couple weeks. Let's go ahead and get into some announcements real fast. First off, tonight we have our fantastic sponsor, Shadow of War.
Shadow of War! Shit.
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Exactly.
Do we get to say? Are we allowed to say?
Yeah.
What we did in it?
Yeah. I was gonna say like a number of us have actually worked in the game.
Yeah, it's out now, right?
No, it
Yeah.
comes out October 10th, actually.
And the full name of the game is Middle Earth Shadow of War. Yeah. For all of those who are looking it up alphabetically.
Yeah.
Sequel to Middle Earth Shadow of Mordor.
Yes.
Yes.
And many of us were in the game,
Yes, we
yelling
were.
our asses off. I played a little character known as Orc 4.
That's a lot of dialogue.
It was so much!
Yeah.
I did like 20 recording sessions!
I
Yep.
remember talking to you. I was commanding Orc 1.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I was professional Orc 1, as well as the Witch King. I got to play. The Witch King of Angmar, the head of the Nod School. I'm pretty excited about that.
Oh, nice.
I was Troy Baker's fluffer.
Oh, very nice.
It's
prestigious. It's prestigious.
A lot of mocap on that one.
You were in it, right? No?
I'm in the first one.
Yeah, the first one.
What did you
Yeah.
do in the first one?
I was
Lady
that
Gaga?
Nothic
He was
that I
Lady
killed
Gaga.
2 weeks ago. That was me.
Yeah.
And Laura, were you in it?
I am in it. I play the Blade of Galadriel. Thank you very much.
Wait, you play a sword?
I know. Get this. So I'm an assassin elf, right? She's really cool. The DLC is going to be about my character.
Do you have a
Which is pretty
number after your
freaking cool.
character? Like 4 or 1?
just like the only one. The Blade.
How do you keep track of them?
The coolest thing, and I don't think I ever told you this, that the character, when I saw the character design, she's like a combo of Vex and Vax.
Barf. That's pretty great.
No, seriously though, she's an elf chick,
just
so she's like an assassin. She's got dual wielding, and she's kind of but she wears like a feathery like armor. It's so freaking cool. So basically, it's like if Vax was a girl, which is Vex.
It's pretty close.
But with
There
the
you go.
sex appeal of Grog.
Of course, baby.
I will never forget being at the Shadow of War panel at Comic-Con and you mentioning the DLC, and then going like, has it even
that
been
been
announced
announced?
yet? And there was like 5 seconds where I watched Laura just wither away into the shell of a human before they went, oh yeah, it's announced.
Yeah.
And you reverted.
Even at this very moment, as I said it, I was like aftershocks of was I supposed to say that?
So
I don't know.
They scare you so bad that even when it's official, you're like, I'm in the.
And the guy,
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
such a dope game. The Nemesis system has been improved on from last time. We
Damn
can
right.
testify.
And
testify.
we're
add
supposed
more
to
to it.
mention that on the 18th of this month, Shadow of War will be debuting a brand new live-action trailer that will take you near the game? No, right into the game. Soon you'll need to choose whether to save or slay. And during the break tonight, they're going to be showing off some awesome videos from the game.
Yes.
It drops 10/10, October 10th. Go buy it and try to pick out our voices in the game as you slay
Yeah,
us.
pick your favorite. And make us rise to the higher
yeah, and
echelons
then
of the
kill
orc
them. And then
order.
kill them.
Which, by the way, if you haven't played the previous game, the Nemesis system is one of the coolest things I've played in video games in a long time.
Yes.
And I'm going to challenge you guys to try and pick out not only who we voice orcs-wise, but then to try and make sure that our orcs rise, like you said, at the very top, so you have nothing but generals from Critical Role. I challenge you for this,
That'd be pretty freaking cool.
because that'd be pretty
What would
cool.
you like hearing the word ranger?
Ranger!
It's going to be fun. All right, so thank you, Shadow War, for being our sponsor tonight. I'm excited for the game and hope you are too. Also, as a heads up too, guys, there's been a lot of insane weather tragedy stuff happening in the news recently, and I want to make sure that everyone knows that if you want to help support relief for both of the hurricanes that have come and tore through the U.S., we have a link to the Red Cross to donate and be part of that. It'll be available in the chat and throughout the rest of the game tonight. So if you have the opportunity to help out that, I highly recommend it. Come help and help these people that have lost a lot in the past couple weeks or so. Give what you can. I've given, and we really appreciate that support.
We have as well. They'll let you delineate between Harvey and Irma too, just in case you want to pick one over the other. Harvey had a lot of support from J.J. Watt's like $30+ million thing. Irma's like the damage is just still accruing. So if you want to pick,
like I grew up in Florida, like I know the area well, and I have family out there that endured it. So it's very close to home for me as well. Yeah. So if you can, greatly appreciate it. Let's see here. Merch. Laura.
This feels so weird to say after you just. After
Sorry.
That.
No, but we make happy stuff.
Happy stuff. Which, by the way, you're wearing your Daylen's Closet shirt, Matt, and it matches your eyeballs so beautifully. Yeah.
Thanks for getting
Show it to you and my back brace to make it really.
We're selling those in the store.
The back brace.
DM back brace.
DM girdle. Yeah.
Critical
Really
condition.
missed my
That's a lie. We're not.
You DM 20 hours a week. We've got something for you.
Yeah.
We missed the opportunity to put back blaze on that back brace.
Oh. Next time.
Next time. It's okay.
So
I'm sure you have plenty of weights.
No, next time.
There are Daylen's Closet shirts in the store. Go check them out. There's tank tops. They're really cool. They're cheaper because they are sleeveless. That's less material.
Bullshit.
Sleeves are bullshit.
There's Dagger has been re-released. We have the Scanlan tee. We have all the tees. And it's getting cooler now, so the hoodie is still in the store, the softest hoodie ever. That's there. Go check it out. We have hats, and we have keychains and necklaces and pencils and aprons and tarot cards and other stuff.
Cool.
And more stuff.
And more stuff coming. So keep your eyes peeled.
Thank you, Laura. Also, remind you guys, we have up to episode 40 of Critical Role now released on iTunes, Google, and geekandsundry.com has all the information for it. So if you want to listen to the podcast, or your friends have been like, I want to watch it, but I just want to hear it. Now you can
watch it, but I don't want to watch it.
Yeah, it's good for commutes. Episode
also,
40 is good.
clarification, speaking of saying things prematurely before I should have, I've gotten a lot of questions being like, what happened to that plan of rolling out one a day, once a week? Yeah, that plan didn't turn out to be feasible, and I might have said that. I said it, and then I looked down at the announcement sheet, and it said in parentheses afterwards, but do not announce this part, which then why was it even on our announcement sheet? But still my fault. It's my fault.
To be fair, I remember looking down at the sheet as you were announcing it going,
no, shit.
There we go.
Anyway,
really
it's never going to happen because they're easier to do in batch. So 10 at a time, that's what you get.
It's like one cookie at a time. It's like trying to make one cookie at a time. Let's just do it. Let's do 13.
Just better to do them in a block. Yeah.
cool. Thank you for the heads up on that.
Yep.
We announced, a while back, the Critical Role 6-issue miniseries, the comic book, and we announced last week that it's going through Dark Horse, which we're super excited about.
Liam is very excited.
Oh yeah, that's good. I like Dark Horse was my introduction. Like I was probably in 4th grade when I got into the Alien comics through Dark Horse because I was so obsessed with the films and I didn't realize there was more to explore.
So gory.
And I've been a fan of them ever since. Like being able to take this into their realm is brilliant. I'm so excited.
Week away from that shit.
I know. First issue drops 20th, guys.
The digital issue.
Yes.
Digital first issue releases digitally. This coming up Wednesday.
Can you? Is it good? I haven't ever read it.
Yes, I've read it
Is it good?
It's so bad.
Why have you all read it and I haven't?
You're not very important. in this
Because you
event.
don't read your emails.
Yeah, that's fair.
You show up 10 minutes after we start. You leave an hour before we end the game every week.
It's really awkward.
But yeah, so that's coming up to be on Comixology, iBooks, Dark Horse Digital, Kindle, Nook, Google Play, etc. It's written by our good friend Matt Colville. It's drawn beautifully by our good friend Olivia Sampson from the Critter community, and the coloring and lettering by Chris Northrop. Super stoked. Hope you guys enjoy it. So look out for that next week.
It looks fucking awesome. The writing is awesome. The art is awesome.
What he said.
Did you already say about the physical copies too? When those will be released?
I will have a trade available in spring 2018.
It's coming out with the DLC for Middle Earth.
Yeah, to tie in with it. Should be great.
Middle of War.
Yes.
Awesome. Of course, we have Talks Machina coming up this Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific here with our fantastic host, Brian. And we'll be talking about... Brian. We'll be talking about our episode tonight. Brian W. Pfister. So look forward to that next week. All the Critical Role episodes are now available on Alpha. They've gone back and added the the bells and whistles, the information, the stats, everything for all the episodes before Alpha even launched. So now if you ever watched it there, it's all updated.
I really should. I should check my email more.
Like we would miss the sense of wonder that we get to share with the community.
Wow.
Like it's really nice.
They get your unbridled reaction.
I know. It's like watching Home Alone next to Macaulay Culkin. It's just great. I'm just getting so much out of it.
Alrighty. And last few things. One, this is September, guys, by the way, for Twitch. September means for the next few weeks, Twitch has a special promotion where subscriptions are half off for new subs for every Twitch channel, including this one. So if you've been watching and you've always wanted to subscribe, but you've never really felt you can give the full $5, it's half off this month. So if you want to subscribe to our Twitch, now's the month to do it. Just giving the heads up, it's pretty rad, and thank you, September. Last but not least, Lauren Travis, you are going to be at an event soon, aren't you?
Yeah, end of this month, we are going to be, we've neglected to say it, but we're going to be at Anime Week in Atlanta.
That's right.
Last weekend in September. Hot Atlanta, Georgia.
That's right.
We're going to be there with other people like Jennifer Hale and people like that. But we're going to be there, come out, say hi, smack our hands, not our faces.
Give a high five.
Yep. And then,
love Atlanta.
I know, it's pretty good. I want to get in that
isn't it?
aquarium with those the whale sharks. Yeah. That's what I want to do. We're not going to have time for that, but yeah. And then also, in the middle of November, we're going to be going to Australia.
Yeah.
Laura and I are going for 2 weeks. We're going to be in Adelaide, Brisbane, so for all the Aussies, what?
Viking innings.
I gotta get my passport.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
Expedite. So, barring Laura's passport showing up.
You could hear the $400 just burn away instantly.
Oh,
bitch.
no.
Yeah.
So I know how much it costs to exit.
Oh my
like
god,
the
I've
two
got it.
middle
I'm
weeks.
doing that tomorrow. I'm gonna write a note in my calendar.
Adelaide and Brisbane, if you're there, if you want to see us, come see maybe
Everybody-
just me.
Everybody just tweet Laura tomorrow at noon saying,
No, but seriously, if you want
10
to,
a.m.,
feel
10 a.m.
free.
Will
No,
Friedel will be there too. He's going to be my convention
Will
wife.
be there.
Me and Friedel.
I'm writing an email to myself.
okay.
Oh, and you also, it's Australia. Is that when we got caught with having to have those weird travel, like, visas as
What?
well?
Yeah.
Isn't that?
Make sure you get your travel visas.
For Australia?
Yeah.
They're not-
We didn't know until we got to the airport, and then they were like, you have to have one. And then we were like, oh, okay, and luckily you can do it
Oh,
online.
I totally have that covered.
Yeah.
All right, well, cool, guys. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you for dealing with our.
reminders.
Thank you for our long announcements. It's been a few weeks. However, I think with that,
Yeah.
it's time to dive into tonight's
Come
episode
on, man.
of Critical Role. Welcome back.
Trying to go.
I'll remember this.
What are you doing?
Why is everything targeting Scanlan this battle? Welcome back, everyone. So, last we left off, Vox Machina preparing themselves for a final fray with the recently ascended god Vecna, the Undying King, discovered that he had brought the city of Thar-Amphala northwest, about 300 miles northwest of Vasselheim on the continent of Isilra. Upon gathering allies to assail this region, you discovered that it was shifting, moving, and apparently the corpse of a long-dead primordial Earth Titan had been risen and began marching its way towards Vasselheim with Thar Amphala embedded at the top of its torso, protected by some sort of a magical barrier. With an advance army of Wyvern riders at your back and Jamansa Ord giving you a ride between their wings, you made your way southward, quickly depositing yourselves within what appeared to be a waterfall expelling opening towards the hip of this large Titan-like undead beast. You began to fight your way through the interior, dealing with corrupted earth elemental shards. You began to make your way through the catacombs, the long ruined and abandoned dwarven city of Thomara, where you encountered the tomb of the Dwarven King, where you also managed to raid the tomb, found a magical item, and dealt with some fun traps in the process. Then continuing to follow where this route led you upward, hopefully towards the underbelly of the city of Thar Amphala, you uncovered a mostly cleaned out vault and did battle with some undead trolls that immediately rushed in and attacked you. You managed to destroy them and make your way out through a small cavern that had just momentarily collapsed. Clearing it out of the way, you all begin to squeeze through the opening to find the next length of your journey. And that's where we left off. So, as you guys all crawl through this recently cleared opening, you come into what appears to be a partially collapsed cavern, about 20 or so feet wide in places, with elements of the ceiling fallen in, and you can see the rocks that are scattered amongst the ground, rumbling with each impact of the feet of the Titan you're currently riding within. It seems to be going at a steady incline, beginning baseline and then about 20 feet ahead, begin to rise upward to about a 30 to 45 degree angle with the next 25, 30 or so feet.
How do you play Dungeons and Dragons?
2 weeks, Sam? It's too much for you?
I've forgotten entirely what we're supposed to do now. Insight check. I got nothing.
I'm going to do my due diligence and scoot a little ahead of everybody and start looking for traps or anything hinky.
Wait, Max, you should consult that little scrawny NPC fellow that was supposed. Oh wait, no, he's dead.
Did anybody see that guy?
Nope.
No.
Yeah, we did. We saw him
Well, they saw the
floating.
corpse after it was there, yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody asked me about him.
No.
No.
No, because you did a good job of killing that.
Good killing.
That clearly
Troll guy.
undead cannibal dwarf eating flesh.
Yep.
Yeah.
As I saw it. So
Yeah.
problem solved. We're on a timetable here.
Good job, babe.
We should keep moving upwards, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best decision ever.
Sure. Did we just get any items just recently?
No, I picked up that hammer that was hitting me in the face
this.
as
We got
often
this.
as.
Well, yeah, but Percy, the belt?
Yeah, what does it do?
It's stuff, things.
That
It's
you
right
can
there.
use.
I'm using it
Oh,
right
okay.
now, but
All right.
it's nothing you need.
Do we?
No, no.
Do we need to do like a switchery brew of
you-
our?
Yeah,
Items?
we maybe should do that, actually.
We all have potions, right? Did we pass out
At
potions?
least have the one superior.
got 3.
Yeah.
From the brass tracking.
Are we gonna take a little 20-minute
Yeah.
breather here?
Well, I mean, this is just for us to remember what we're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Should we stop? I think we're on a timetable. We should keep moving, right? Does anyone need to heal?
We just stopped, right?
You had taken a brief rest after the battle with the troll,
We
where,
did.
where you guys began to look about the inside of the vault, and that's where the part of the exit collapsed.
All right.
I didn't roll any hit dice. Should we roll some hit dice?
I did.
You did?
did.
You
which
dug
means you should be
things.
I did roll
Ow.
hit dice. Oh, but weren't
You were
he was
doing
doing something. He
You
was
were
reading
doing-
or something, so you couldn't.
Yeah, you were trying to read
Dig us
Dwarvish or
out.
something.
Yeah, you were.
And it took an hour.
I clearly
Yeah, so
do not
you-
remember this.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh yeah, I remember. I don't remember what I read, but I remember.
It just said, like, do not enter.
Yep, they were like things.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Marking the thing and standing around like a bunch of dumb fucks, trying to figure out what to do. I'm going to attune the Deathwalker's ward to necrotic
Okay.
damage.
Alrighty. Necrotic it is.
We also need to be on the lookout for that sword. Remember
Yes.
in the story, the
Sword of Kaz?
Yeah. Just saying.
Okay.
Keep your eyes peeled, high perception people.
Okay.
All right.
I
Got it,
literally
got it.
can't see anything. So,
Wait, no, we have light.
Yeah.
is there some light?
Yeah, see?
Oh, that's nice. I can see your hands.
Between her
I can see
hand,
your hand.
his dagger, and Pike's mace, you have a few
Oh,
light
that's
sources
right.
that you guys
Pike's mace
can
is
maintain.
lit up. We said that last
Yes.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do keep in mind that light sources also do make you a bright beacon in dark places. So.
Good point.
Yeah. So who wants to provide the? Probably your hands are less noticeable than Pike's mace.
I don't know.
I think I would be less intimidated by a glowing mace than by glowing hands at this point.
The glowing hands is like a small torch firelight. The mace of disruption.
It's like a headlamp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll not have the mace on.
Yeah, okay, I'll just put this away.
Yeah. That sounded just like her.
She's turning more and more Canadian. As we go.
Yeah, Canadian
Okay, then.
already. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
All right. So, if I can have a marching order, please.
Yo, up front, look at the traps, doing my
Did
thing.
you want this acid resistant
killing
armor?
NPCs.
You'd at least be resistant to acid.
And Vex is probably with his brother.
Is it?
Yeah, I'll be right behind the twins.
No, I got the Oracle armor. I've got dragon armor.
It's the twins and then me.
Oh.
Who wants to be behind?
That's my old armor.
I'll be behind
That's
you.
my old armor.
Okay. Do you have trinket out?
I traded.
I'll be with.
Cold and acid.
Is Trinket
having
is
a
Trinket
hole.
out?
That's right,
Yeah,
she
trinket
traded
is
you
out.
my armor. Once upon a
I have
time.
your
Purses
armor.
after
You wanna-
Grog,
No.
Me.
Keyleth, and then we have Pike and Scanlan holding up the rear.
Sure.
Alrighty. There you go. So, have that marked down. How far ahead are you tracking?
20 feet.
Okay, so 20 feet ahead, you begin to make your way up the incline, and it is a loose rock in this tunnel. As you step, there are elements that kind of skid and kind of fall beneath the pressure of your feet, and you have to be careful. You assume as you progress up the incline based on how much it continues upward, to keep your footing.
Yeah.
Brother,
Yeah?
make sure you stay within 60 feet of me.
I turn around and look at her and go, all right.
You said you're 20 fucking feet in front of me. I was using my fucking earring to whisper to you.
You're stage whispering, and that's very easy to hear.
Stay within fucking 60 feet of me, all right?
I love you. Diddly diddly do.
Okay.
Perception check. Investigation for traps, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. That is a 25.
Okay. No traps catch your attention. As you progress forward, you begin to notice the tunnel seems to be pincerting a bit the further you go. The sides of the walls begin to close in, and eventually, about 30 feet ahead, comes from the right 15, 20 foot width that the initial entranceway into this natural or carved tunnel was, pinches to about 3 feet wide.
How tall?
About 5.5, 6 feet tall.
Is this pressure by design, or is this just like what's been done to the structure by the transformation?
Well, you probably have to get closer to see. Where you are currently, it looks like part of the tunnel was carved outward, and then kind of just was shaken, and elements of it collapsed and loosened the earth that at one point was packed to the sides.
And the tunnel is rising steadily upwards?
Yeah, it's coming at an incline.
How's it look?
It's dark up there. I can only see about 60 feet up. How far does it keep going beyond that?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
the incline isn't increasing terribly. Like, it gets to about a 45-degree incline and just maintains that up until the outside of your visual range.
Okay. You know, I'm a punching bag for this shit. Why don't you all wait here a minute? Wait. We can use the broom.
Wait.
Wait.
Yes.
Wait.
Do you want me to fly up there?
Well, will you go with me?
Of course. Can you not use your wings?
Nah, they're gone.
Well, then hop on.
This could be the last time we do this. Come on.
Oh,
Oh,
Well, there's only 4 games
we-
left, Sam.
Should we be...
You don't know that.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
It's scripted. It's scripted.
Wait.
That's gonna be a Reddit thread later.
Do we have Password Trace on?
I don't know that.
No, I don't think
That's
so.
your shit.
Yeah, I think that probably
Do
faded
we?
by now.
Not if you haven't recast it, because after the long rest, or the short
Right.
rest, it would have been gone. So.
Okay. Should I cast that on us?
Yes.
No, wait. I shouldn't because I got a proficiency bonus.
Well oiled.
So we're both stealthy still.
Right back in.
We're fine. So we're just gonna go. I'm not casting it.
We're gonna
Ooh.
But
coast on up.
here's the thing.
Yeah.
Everybody stay right at the bottom. We're going to fly up, but we're not going to fly up more than 60 feet away from them.
Right. We'll go 60 feet up, see what we can see.
And then come back down.
Oh, yeah, sure. Or you could stay there and I could go even further up, 60 feet.
All right, as long as everybody's within
Yeah.
60 feet of me.
Yeah.
Because we're getting really close and I don't want Vecna to see us.
Okay.
I've got this ring.
Okay. That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot about the ring.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. All right, let's do that.
So, as you guys glide up on the broom,
Stealthily.
stealthily, I want you guys both to roll a stealth check, please.
Stealthily. Pick from your fucking 300 dice.
Not that die.
Ooh, that's good.
You almost put my eye out. You almost made me Vecna. Jesus.
There.
Got the temperament for it. 29.
30.
All right.
Yeah, man.
That's impressive. All right, so as you both quietly coast your way past this entranceway, squeezing into this 2.5, 3 foot wide location, you get just within the 60-foot range and look up, and Vax, you step off the broom and make your way quietly up to the other side of the range. You get about 30 feet beyond the broom before your vision meets where this tunnel seems to end, and it looks like there is some sort of a solid rocky blockage.
What do you see?
It gets, it's corked up.
Excuse me.
It's all right. Yeah, it's blocked up with stone. I guess I'd have to get a closer look to see if we could get through.
Well, get a closer fucking look.
If we have to, we can just have Grog beat it down.
Yes, but quiet is the key word.
Is it? I
I'm
mean,
gonna
this is a
start.
pretty. We could just try and time it to a step.
A step, that's
hand,
true.
hand on the sides to get my way
Oh,
up
thank you.
closer
I did
to it,
try and
looking
think
for
these things
any traps.
Okay. Go ahead and make an athletics check as you're climbing up to maintain the strength as the incline is now towards the end, be getting more and more steep.
Get ready to catch me.
I'm gonna just hover. Yes! Oh, that's good.
My athletics is a 2, but I rolled a 19, so 21.
Okay, yeah. Definitely, you manage to find the proper handholds and pull your strength up as the final bit becomes a little bit of a upper body weight carrying situation, and you come to the edge of the rock and you see it. It does appear to be like some sort of a rocky cave-in or some larger boulder of some kind that has just fallen or been placed to close.
Single thing? It's not
It
a
looks
bunch
to be
of-
one solid rock, yeah. I mean, at this point, the entrance is about 4 foot by 2 foot, and it's just all blocked by one solid piece of rock.
Yeah. Where's that thing? We're not getting through this. Maybe... Hey. I'm not getting through this. You're not. Maybe Kiki can.
Do we see any other openings?
Making
I'm gonna
this
look.
will be a perception check.
Okay.
Matt, my friends just told me to start paying attention to the cadence of the steps to see if they change in any discernible way.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. While they do that, we're timing the steps out.
Make a perception check.
20.
20? Okay.
Ugh. 15.
15.
12.
Okay.
Fuck!
It's not that difficult to discern the pattern in the steps. The entirety of this Titan shifts and quakes with each footfall, so it's pretty easy to find the pattern. It rarely changes, and you imagine any slight shift that you feel as they're going about this is because it's stepping on or through terrain that is not flat.
Okay.
But it is a pretty discernible pattern.
We could have Grog smash it down in tempo with the steps so that the sound would be covered.
Like Shawshank Redemption and the poop pipe.
I was thinking of the Tainted Love Levi's commercials, but yeah.
Did I see any other?
Glancing about, not really. It mostly looks like loose rock, and the more you glance about, with each impacting footfall, you see 2 or 3 errant rocks kind of. You guys watch as more rocks kind of tumble down the incline.
Maybe we need to do this quickly. This doesn't seem like the most stable sort of tunnel. Hop on the broom, darling.
Do I get to actually...
I like the idea of you just punching this at the appropriate moment.
It also saves me a 6th level spell.
Well, that's what's most important. Are the knuckles still doing that vibrating hum thing?
Yeah.
Time for punch revolution.
All right. Can I go into a rage?
You may.
And I would like to try and bash the shit out of this.
In tempo.
Okay.
Tempo.
This is a tight tunnel for you. Like you have to like crouch down, round your shoulders,
Yeah, but it's not,
as you're doing it.
I'm gonna do the one
Bruce Lee.
punch.
Bruce Lee. Yeah. So make an athletics check
Yeah, kill Bill.
with advantage because you are raging.
Yeah, because I'm angry monster.
Dog like a tiger.
21.
Okay. So here's the scenario.
Oh no.
Vex and Vax.
Oh.
As you guys are on the broom in the tunnel, you look down, and you know in Labyrinth, when the cleaner comes through the tunnel that fills the entirety of the space, you watch as this angry Goliath starts going up the tunnel towards you, and there does not appear to be much of any space you could squeeze through.
Was there a bubble up at the top? Maybe?
Wait, Grog?
Oh, raging, raging.
Oh god, can we pass under his legs or something?
Dive.
Reach quietly.
You can both attempt to make an acrobatics check to attempt to squeeze between his legs.
There's not much room there.
Acrobatics. 22.
30 something.
It's not comfortable, but you both out the back between his monstrous Goliath thighs, which from a backward perspective, those of you who are still waiting a little further down the tunnel from Vex, it's a unique sight as the back end of your Goliath friend suddenly gives birth to two half elves. Yeah, it's very Ace Ventura too.
The rhino.
Yeah. However, you eventually climb your way angrily up to the very edge, and there's the boulder there, and you're about to just go right towards it, but then stop, and remember what your friends had said, and you wait patiently for the pattern of the next footfall. All right.
Backbeat. All right.
Go ahead and roll an attack.
The drop.
Yeah.
Wait, what's that on one?
Can I make it rag? I didn't say it.
But you do extra damage because you're.
Oh, siege. Yeah, siege. Yeah. Oh, it's fine. 30.
Yeah. All right. So roll 1d4 damage.
Okay. Monday 4. 4.
Plus your strength modifier and your rage damage.
8. Yes.
Math.
27.
Whoa.
Yeah, forward math is okay.
Whoa! Wait, did you double it already?
No.
Wait, so it's 4.
4 plus
8, which is 12.
12, and my rage damage is 15. Well, that's with the axe.
That's the axe, yeah.
Yeah.
No, well,
What's
that's your overall. No, okay,
That's
so your rage damage this level is 4 because you just
Right.
went up a level.
Right.
So it's 12 plus 4 is at 16.
Yay!
So you do 32 points of bludgeoning damage with a single punch to this rock. With one hit, the entire boulder shifts and cracks, and you watch as part of it kind of breaks away, and you see a brief glimmer of what looks to be some sort of a dull light from the opposite side as it and rests back into place, heavily damaged.
Wait for the
helping
tempo
pass it.
again. And bump,
be fun.
bump, bump, bump.
You wait for the next footfall of the Titan. You feel the impact and the shake. Do you want to go for another punch?
Do I hit it now?
Yes!
Roll another attack.
Well, that's even better. 33.
Easily enough. Go ahead and roll another d4.
2 plus 8, 10 plus
4 for rage damage.
4.
All right. And so with that, your fist slams into the boulder a second time. It just explodes and shatters into hundreds of crumbled pieces of rock and stone. Goes firing in the distance across this tunnel, now revealing what seems to be a little bit of flickering firelight. As you're sitting there, kind of just seething with the anger and your muscles and veins bulging with each breath.
Right now.
Oh yeah. You can see above you this entranceway opens up into a 5-foot wide, 10-foot tall hallway that goes to the right and left. Or like as you emerge, it kind of goes a little bit to the right and front, and then to the back and behind you that direction.
You guys, it's a Z.
What?
What do you see?
Is a Z in the road?
Let me find out. So I
So
can
you
wiggle
know
up a little bit more.
First
And last letter of the alphabet. Don't worry about it.
So you squeeze out of the small entranceway and step up into it. And you can see now this is a well-constructed hallway. You can see there are stone slabs that are carved. The patterns and the angular architecture of this hall, as it kind of almost comes up into a trapezoid position, like the hall kind of comes in a bit, and the hallway rooftop is a flat, even surface. This is apparently a hall of Dwarven make, and seems to be a continuation of some sort of structure or pathway of Thamara.
Let the twins take a look. I think would be safe.
It's a well-constructed hallway of dwarvish make.
Ooh, that's very
That belt does some very strange things to your mind.
There you go.
That was the beard talking.
Reach under his
Back
legs
off.
again to
Back
try
off.
to like see what's going on.
Okay. Yeah. You guys all can eventually make your way up into this hallway.
Under Grog's legs.
Yeah.
In a birthing process. Now, it is still a 5-foot wide hallway, so you're still here. It's a single file progression one way or the other.
Twins are already at the top looking for problems,
Right.
traps,
All right, so you guys would be able to, because it is a 10-foot tall tunnel, you guys would be able to occupy a space above another party member if you were both on the broom.
Oh. Should we be on the broom?
But otherwise,
No, you should be off the broom because
Otherwise,
you want
it's
to check for
single file,
traps.
right?
I'm going to check for traps
Yeah,
along
it's a single file.
the wall and the ceiling, and he's going to check for traps.
Take the lower half.
Yeah.
All right.
That's called advantage.
Go ahead. So go ahead and make an investigation check.
Both of us, or just him with advantage?
Both of you separately, because you're investigating different elements of the hallway.
18 for me.
Investigation? Natural fucking 20!
Got a new horn.
As you guys now kind of glance out and focus on the surrounding location, the hallway behind you goes for about 30 or so feet before it looks like there's been a full cave-in. It is just a mass of fully collapsed, broken stone. You can see bits of the hallway slabs that originally held that part of it have just collapsed inward and broken and are left scattered across the ground. The other direction you go continues on and appears to be opening into some sort of a darkened chamber about 60 feet ahead of you.
We should probably go towards the cave-in, don't you think?
You do, by the way. There are small built-in sconces, but it seems to be magically, perpetually burning
Whoa.
firelight.
Does it seem like there's any trappy sort of stuffs that could be set off as we walk towards the?
You do not notice anything as you were investigating specifically for that.
Investigate sconces themselves, actually, see if maybe they trigger something.
I'll look at the sconces.
I will look at the sconces.
I'll look at them
Okay,
better.
I included that as part of your
Oh,
searching
well,
for
see, then
traps.
it's traps list.
Above.
Sconces are not
So you
trapped.
did not seem to notice anything
They're
that you would
shiny.
consider to be a trap or a trigger.
You guys,
You always give the
there's
sconces
no
out.
traps. We should head towards this darkened room.
Have a tug of scones.
Tug of sconce.
Save a life, tug of scones.
All right, I'm going to creep about 40 feet down the hole and continue that search.
This is weird.
Okay.
There we are.
So about 20 feet before this darkened chamber is there before you, and as you get to the very edge, you can see the inside of this, a little bit of this inside of this chamber ahead of you. You can see what looks to be a darkened brazier. It's your mind playing tricks on you. You thought you heard a raven.
Every day when I'm on the crapper, Matt. Everywhere.
What looks to be a metallic, cold, dark brazier in the center of the room.
Oh no.
And that's about as far as you can see into the chamber before the edge of your visual range goes
People
dark.
don't install those unless there's something awful that needs to be done.
Do we have any idea how far we've climbed?
You can make a nature check.
And do I need an extra roll to look for traps around this brazier or the brazier itself?
If you want to enter the chamber, you can. You're too far away.
I will go up to the.
Hey!
Natural 20.
Is that a guild 20?
That's a guild 20.
Very rare. Very rare.
As you take a moment and think back to how far you've traveled pathwise and inclines and where you entered this Titan as to where the city of Tharamfala is placed upon the top of its torso, you gather you're probably a little bit. You're close to halfway through its torso, if not a little beyond it.
If not a little beyond.
He's big.
We're about at the nipple.
Okay, alright, yeah, nipple level.
Sternum.
Sternum?
Like sternum.
Xiphoid process.
Like the heartburn region?
Kinda.
A little acid reflux?
Yeah, about that
All right.
region.
Yeah.
We're the acid reflux.
We are the acid reflux.
Nice.
Be the acid reflux you want. To
He
see
has
in the
acid
world.
resistance against reflux.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
So
Whoever
anyway.
that is.
So you scoot up right to the edge.
Resistance.
I don't want to go further than roughly 60 feet away from my sister.
Right, which will put you right at the
before-
entryway to this chamber.
Yeah, so I will peep in from here.
Okay.
And look
I
for
follow up and stand next to him. Did you want to go in?
I did.
Feel
Right.
free.
So the marching order is the same. We have the twins at the front.
Yeah, I like this marching order.
Just
It
let
seems-
this shit blow up in my face. So everybody hang back for a second, and I'm gonna pitter-patter in and look around the sconce.
Okay.
Room.
Are you
Just a
sure? 'Cause I actually, I think I was more stealthy than you just a moment ago. So are you sure you want to be in front of me?
I love you anyway. Here I am.
He's better at blowing up than you are, dear.
Yeah, his heart beats like once a
Very
century.
true.
So
That's right.
let him go.
Slower than this Titan's footfalls.
All right. So as you enter the chamber, it's a small, about 20-foot radius, square-shaped dark iron chamber, with rounded corners. So it's 20 foot to each, or it's about 40 feet wide from side to side, 20 foot from the center where the brazier is, and the corners are just kind of slightly curved. It doesn't come to a straight, hard corner. There is no exit door currently visible. The chamber just comes to an end. The room looks mostly bare, aside from an 8-foot tall, 5-foot wide mirror coated in dust, framed in intricate gold and brass that sits across the chamber on the opposite side of where you entered.
Mirror in brass. So it's an iron room.
Iron room with like
corners.
a brass edge around this 8-foot tall, 5-foot wide mirror that is just you can tell it's a mirror just from this side. What little bit of light there is behind you, you can see your silhouette kind of waving mirrored in the mirror.
So
it's
doorway,
one
brazier, mirror.
Mirror, and then the rest of the chamber seems fairly.
And the brazier is completely dark.
Yeah.
Matthew
It's
Mercer.
cold.
Oh no.
This is not good.
Look at his fake innocent face.
I think it's just it's a
check-
vanity.
I'm gonna check for traps from right here to start.
Yeah.
It's an issue of.
All right, that's fine. That's totally fine. That's a jellyfish. That is a 17.
Don't be what I want. Don't be what I think it is.
That's what you think.
You begin to glance around the chamber, best you can to take in the scenery. You notice what look to be small gold-piece-sized buttons or pressure knobs set in the rounded corners of the chamber on the mirror side. One's embedded within the upper left and right corners, and within the lower left and right corners.
Pressure knobs.
You know,
They're like little buttons that are like a gold piece size that are embedded in the upper right, left corners and the lower right and left corners.
Sis.
Push them.
Stubby, come up here. I have a real bad history with pushing
Oh, Mia.
buttons.
You also notice very thin, light piles of black residue or ash scattered in places across the
Called
floor.
it. This is a fucking incinerator. I knew it. I immediately. It feels like an incinerator.
Iron room.
No? What?
Well, whatever. We're gonna find
He's
out.
looking at
So we've got buttons.
with lasers.
This room is
Incinerator or lasers?
Laser incinerator. Duh.
That was a great jump for me and my character.
Mind blown.
If something stupid is going to happen here, I don't want it to be on me alone for once. So we've got an unlit brazier,
Yeah.
and there's a mirror over there,
Behind it.
and buttons. Yeah.
And there's no. Maybe the mirror
Yeah, like
is a door.
I thought that as well.
Should we try to walk through it?
Let's get.
Totally.
maybe it's like an interrogation room, and there's another room behind the mirror.
Can we get your hub up here, please?
I am up here. I'm right here.
Jesus!
Hi, darling. I don't know why I didn't hear you.
Stealth of 20,
You're usually
really.
so good
Stealth
at
of
that.
30.
Is the mirror leaning or is it on the wall?
It's on the wall.
Is it like curved? No. The
No,
whole
just-
room isn't curved. It's a
No,
square room.
it's a square room, but the corners
No
just curve
corners.
ever so slightly, so there's no direct corner. And in those curved corners, on the side that the mirror is on, so the far side from you, there's these little buttons in the upper right and left corner, and the lower left and right.
Can I reach down and touch the iron on the ground, the
Yeah.
floor? Does it feel warm?
It's cold.
I catch a wrist and I. Just a second.
I'm just observing the
You
room.
two do the thinking, all right?
That's
And I take a step into the room.
Okay.
What do I do?
Go see if you can walk through the mirror.
No.
Tap the mirror.
That's fucking terrible.
Like the brazier.
Tap the mirror with the thing that is
We've
not
done
your
that
hand.
before and we all exploded.
Yeah, but it's Vex.
Wait, before you do that, can I reach some of the ashy stuff?
You have entered the chamber too, yeah.
Can you hand me some ash? I'll test
I
it.
scoop some ash. I scoop. The Lady of the Greyhound here.
Jon Snow.
I scoop up some ash and I
I
pour
just
it
had
into
chills
her
because it was
hand.
scary.
Okay, I do a nature check.
But
What
I
does
like
this
it.
ash feel like
Make
it's
a
made
nature
out
check.
of?
Human bones.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Wearing trinket.
Oh,
Wow.
No, what is it?
Is it for real?
Yeah.
You are lying.
Look at that face.
You are
Not
lying. Oh no.
that's a 1. Thanks,
It's-
Gil. I blame Gil for his natural 20 in the balance of the universe.
I mean, the ash, it's light ash. You're not sure what the basis of what may have burned here. You see more of it kind of gathered near where the brazier is.
Is it in piles that would be about human amount of ash?
Make an investigation check.
All right.
And I have an idea.
I'll gill this one.
I'll go for it.
So did you hear that? The ashes.
Yeah, natural 20. That'll do.
What the fuck?
Only 1s and 20s tonight.
That's it. Yeah. It's just quarters. Heads up, heads down.
There, more of it seems to be around the base of the brazier, but you do see there are traces of it, thicker traces at different places throughout the chamber.
Is this it's organic ash, or is it like? Does it look like I mean, like, is it?
You've
like a light
dealt
gray, a
with
little
different
bit of-
types of ash. You've dealt with.
Yeah.
There does appear to be probably the carbon appears to be an organic based at some
Oh
point.
boy.
I pull off my belt and say, "Hello, Simon." Wake him up.
Okay.
All right.
Boom, boom.
Hi. Gosh, it's been a while.
Simon, go through the mirror.
That's right. Go check out the mirror,
Oh,
Simon.
sweet.
All right?
Yeah.
Go.
He got
Off you go.
So silver snake.
Are we still in the room?
I'm backing out.
I'm getting out of the room.
No,
too.
nobody's in the room. He's the only one in the room.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the
The
room.
3 of you were.
I'm not in the room.
Scoots over and heads up to the mirror and kind of like presses up against it.
I dart back one step
And
out
kind of
of
like
the room
does
as it
the
happens.
snake trying to push up against the wall, gets half of its body kind of sliding against the mirror before it eventually just scoots off and lands.
Oh.
It tries again, pushing against the mirror, and then eventually
I hate to say
Okay,
this,
off to
but
the side.
Simon.
the button.
Yeah,
It's pushing
that's
some
on
of
the
the-
list. That's on the list.
All right.
Simon, buddy. Crawl up the brazier. Wrap around it. Go up to the top.
You have an unseen servant.
Yeah, the snake kind of slithers around and makes its way, and it's like a metal like a cross metal cage.
Yeah.
Like there are about inch wide metal bars
Simon.
that all kind of curl up almost like a basket, and then there are bars that cross around it to
Yeah.
hold the shape, and it looks like there are some long burned blackened pieces of wood that have just been left for a long time.
Yeah.
So something kind of curls up into the brazier and kind of curls up around the metal, comes around the top of the outer rim of it and rests there.
And the buttons, there's 2 buttons low down. Oh man, the nostalgia here. All right, buddy. I take 2 steps back, away from the door. Buddy,
2 steps forward.
buddy buds.
2 steps
Will
back.
you go push those low buttons in the room?
Which one?
There's 2, right?
Yeah, there's 4 on the opposite side. There's
2
up right,
high
up left, down right.
And I don't
down
think
left.
he can reach the high because
He
he doesn't
doesn't.
stick to walls. So get the one on the over here on the left
What if
first.
we all have to push every button at the same time?
It's true. That could be.
Let's all get our snake belts.
Simon moves over,
I lean over to Percy. I say, "Science."
hits the button. Right on the entrance of where you are in the chamber,
2 steps back from it.
slams closed.
Oh yeah.
No.
Iron metal now closes off that entranceway.
I'm going to touch the door.
And say goodbye.
It begins.
Simon, we barely knew him. Is it warm?
It is beginning to get warmer.
It's an oven. Is there? I'm looking for some sort of
Did you just
cancel
kill
mechanism
your
somewhere on
snake?
the outside of the door.
Make an investigation check.
Is
All
Max
right.
in the room?
No. Took 2 steps back from the door.
No, nobody's in the room.
Let's say that investigation was like somewhere around a 7.
It's pretty solid at this point. The somewhat the walls that lean in towards the ceiling there. It is just a perfect, solid iron slab.
Anybody
that is
has any
closed off.
ideas? I'm
No
not entirely
problem, I'll
sure.
get it down.
Wait.
Simon is technically a magical item, so I don't think he would be harmed by anything going on in there. So why don't we give it 5 minutes?
And maybe it'll open again.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's normally
Just feel
30 to
the- feel the
45
metal
minutes
to
if you're
see
going
if
to
it
really
gets
cook
more.
their eye.
Anything
but-
going on in the tunnel on the outside of this door where we are?
Magical fire.
Coming up from behind us.
Make a perception.
Temperature check, anything like that? Natural 20.
We have been gone so long.
Gone for 2 weeks, and you guys can't find middle math. It's only extremes.
Yeah, we've had blue balls for 2 weeks, and it's all
Apparently.
coming out now.
21 online.
All right. So as you guys glance back in the shadow of the tunnel behind you,
It happens.
nothing seems to be catching your eye. It's dark. The metal door, about 2 minutes in, you look over, and what was once dark metal is now giving a slight orangish hue, and you can feel the heat emanating from it.
There's no ash on the floor in the hallway that we are in right now, right?
I'd say because of your perception check, as you glance around, you look, there does not appear to be any ash in the
Just
ground.
don't want that door to fucking open all of a sudden.
Yeah, right?
About 5 minutes go by as you guys are waiting, and eventually the iron wall begins to descend. The somewhat like dull orangish glow of it is still there, and as it opens, a wave of heated air just emerges from the chamber that you all have to immediately kind of close your eyes, and some of you instinctually begin to step further back into the hallway. And on the inside of the room, you can see the black iron interior of the chamber is also that same orangish glow. The mirror is unscathed. You all kind of step back and watch, and a few minutes passes, it slowly begins to cool off, the metal slowly darkening. You're too far away to look. You make a perception check and try to glance in.
Can you just call to him?
Simon, come here, buddy.
There's no response.
He's a magical item! Oh, but he could have turned back into a belt.
What is he going to say if you call to him? Like, is he going to say something?
You would come to me, Percy.
Oh my gosh!
Creepers. Creepers.
Worlds colliding.
Perception check, 29.
You glance past where the button was that it hit,
Yeah.
and you see what appears to be a limp belt left on the ground.
Oh, good.
Okay, I'll get that in a minute.
When's he come back?
When you go pick him up and put him back on your fucking waist.
That's one button.
That's what button.
He can technically, since Simon's taken enough damage to revert to the belt form, Simon cannot
He's
turn
done
back
for
into
the
his
day.
snake for the day.
He's
Yeah.
done for the day.
How
So
about that unseen servant?
I'm thinking, having no knowledge of magic, that we either want to try to somehow push all 4 of these buttons at once, as my sister said, or light this brazier, or both.
What about the brazier? Is it cold? Does it look like it's hot?
the source of the furnace.
Are
I
there
assume.
still
Yeah,
are there
it's
still
like a
charred
sauna,
wooden
like
pieces in
stone
the middle
magical.
of it?
The pieces are still there, but it's like black carbon. Like there's
like
not.
charcoal almost.
Yeah, there's nothing in there that could burn. Whatever's been in there has been heated so much to the point, or
It's not the source of the flame. No.
I don't know.
Not for that much
If
heat.
if I was the person who designed this, why would I put a failsafe in here?
A way
Yeah.
to get through that only the creator would know how to use.
I feel like there's got to be another entrance because we can see another room, right?
There's no other room.
No,
It's
this
a
and
mirror.
It's
Oh, Keely, that's a reflection. No, I know that.
But a lot of things have
people.
a lot of things have
I can see
reflections.
people on the
There's
other
one
side.
really
Almost
good-looking
everything
guy
has
and a bunch of normal twats.
Listen, all of you or I are going to be dead very soon. Are you sure you want to be that sarcastic right now? Right now?
Pretty much, yeah.
To the
Yeah.
bitter end, I imagine.
Yeah.
I go up to the mirror and check it out.
Oh no!
Yeah.
It's cool off enough, right?
30 seconds?
Yeah.
Well, no. If you guys want to
Okay,
take a
I'm
few minutes,
assuming
you can
I'm
wait till
smart
it cools
about
off
it.
if you want to.
I've got a. Why don't we try pushing all 4 buttons at once?
Wait,
'Cause then we
before we do that, I'm going to enter the room and just look around at the walls and the ceiling to see if there's
I
any.
take it you wait till it cools off.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It,
We're not
it takes about
dumb.
10 minutes or so for it to fully cool off to the point where it's comfortable. So.
I'm looking for
We're
markings,
reckless. There's a
indications of instructions, arrows, any sort of hidden words.
My
You sense
theory.
any
Make an
magic in that
investigation
mirror?
check.
Yeah, look for dwarvish. I'm aces with that.
Oh, a lot.
Pike speaks.
Like
Yes.
29.
now.
Okay.
I have theories.
Here it
Let's
goes.
see here.
He's coming up with some bullshit to say.
Never touch the ground.
You Okay, because the room is not fully cooled off. It's still warm in there somewhat. You glance through the ceiling, and the walls all appear to be just solid iron, and there's like kind of a layer of dust across a lot of it, and a bit of like just ash from whatever previously may have been incinerated in here long ago. As you look from the opposite side of the room into the reflection of the mirror, you see what looks to be a very, very, very faint orangish glow in the reflection. Looks like in the upper corner and the lower corner of the opposite side of the mirror as you're kind of glancing off across to the other side. And as you look over to the wall, then the room you're in, there's no glow.
Wait, so the wall the wall that we came in through. So
let's say you enter the chamber.
Yeah.
And you move to the corner immediately to your right.
Yeah.
And you look in the mirror at an angle. You're now seeing the reflection of the corner opposite to you, right?
Buttons.
Looking in that reflection, you can see this very, very faint orange glow in the upper and lower corner. But you glance over to the physical corner across from you, and it's not there.
What do your gnomish eyes see, Scanlan?
Boobies.
I think there's magical buttons in here, and we need to find them. So I'm gonna look in the mirror and see if I get to go to the opposite corner and do the same thing.
As you have this conversation, look back. Those two glowing sigils are gone. And
Even in the mirror.
Even in the mirror, what you saw earlier is now gone.
What?
But they're revealed by heat.
Heat, yeah. Where were they?
They were
Point them out to
upper and lower corner. Yeah.
I walk over and I heat them
hands.
with my heat hands. With my heaty hands.
So you go and take your hands and you put them up near there, and you watch as a small, or as you put your hands on the wall, nothing seems to happen. As you glance through the reflection, where she has her hands, that symbol seems to be appearing again. This is like,
What is the symbol of?
It's so far. I don't know. Can I see it?
You read it. It looks to be just a simple kind of triangular symbol marked in a circle. Make an Arcana check.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
14 plus 6. That's 20.
It's the most basic of arcane marks. It's a variation on a spell that basically is a mark that a certain enchanter or somebody places to mark as their own. However, this is meant to be just a basic marker, a visual draw. There's no language behind it. It's just an indicator.
And Keyleth, do that same thing to the lower one. Same marking?
As you head down there, the one above begins to slowly fade, and as her hands go there, the symbol appears below.
Same symbol.
Same symbol, yeah.
Let's do that to the other walls and see if we can find other ones.
As you guys reverse opposite sides, you go to the other opposite corners, the ones that are immediately towards the entrance of where you walk in, and sure enough, two more symbols mirroring where the buttons are on the far side corners are.
So we push those?
They're just symbols.
They're just all symbols.
But there's a hidden button in there.
When you're a big fire, the walking thing. Do you
fire elemental. Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
Do you take damage from fire?
Fires? No.
At all?
So you should just be
No.
like, you should be in here.
You should go in
That
there.
just spit
See
everywhere.
if you can
Disappear the marks.
Yeah. See if you can disengage the trap.
So you were impervious to
So
being set on fire or burned.
Well, when I'm a fire elemental
So
and I'm
yeah.
made of
As
fire.
a fire
Where are you
elemental.
at, hon?
can you do that?
Well, can I do it right now?
What do you got left? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just took a short rest, so yes, I can do that.
We also have an unseen servant.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we're gonna need 4
I'm gonna even. Okay.
people.
Well,
Yeah.
So what's the end goal? What am I doing?
Press all 4 buttons at once. Although we could try. We got
Wait,
at least 3
wait,
sharpshooters.
not the
and-
buttons that we can see. What
Right.
are these symbols here?
I think
those aren't
they might be
buttons though.
buttons.
They're just. Are they buttons?
I think they're buttons
Maybe
as
they're
well.
good. Yeah.
What?
There might
but the
be
buttons
a
aren't-
depression in the wall or something.
But what if the buttons are just correlated with the symbols? Maybe.
Let's just try pushing all 4 buttons.
The regular buttons or the magic ones?
Please stand by.
I want to
Well,
go look
if
at where the symbol is and look and see if it's a fucking button.
Yeah, if I touch
Yeah.
the symbol, there's nothing there,
Was
right?
there anything there?
Put your hand on there. Nothing. The
It's just
wall
a
doesn't
symbol.
move.
It's just a wall.
No depression, no toggle, no.
Luckily, you're not a fire elemental right now.
Make an investigation check.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Very
got this,
quickly.
you guys.
Oh, I know.
-2.
Bonus
17.
17. Grog, as you step up and kind of glare down at the place where Keyleth had placed her palm, you kind of get frustrated and as you exhale, it looks like a bit of soot and ash that had been long, kind of slowly drifting and infilling the space, flutters away, and you can see what appears to be 2 lines parallel to each other, about an inch tall.
Corbin, my man. Corbin, my man. Fifth element.
Yeah.
Breath
What
of
did you do?
God. Breath of God
What
reveals
did you
all.
do?
There, look, behold, 2 lines.
What did you do?
What is that? What are these?
Upreft on the well.
You pooted.
What do they do? What do these lines do?
I do a quick gust cantrip.
Across the parallel lines.
Yeah.
All right. As the wind blows across it, a lot more of the soot and the ash kind of blows around the area. It creates a open space where it kind of pushes out at the edges and darkens areas of the floor and the vicinity around Keyleth. But that edge of that corner where you blew the gust cantrip that Grog had unfurled is now clear, the iron revealed, and nothing beyond the two.
Fly up on my broom and do it to the symbol up on the corner and go.
Okay.
Just trying to clear it up.
This was okay. So, up there, you see what you blow on that one, and it looks like.
I know. Hang on. I'm gotta get a paper ready.
How many people at home do you think have figured this out already?
I figured it
All of them.
out. We figured it out. We already figured it out.
You guys are blowing on the arcane
minutes ago.
symbols?
Yes.
Yeah, to clear them out.
Okay.
So in the one that's 2 lines.
So Grog blew on the.
The tours.
If you're looking at the door we came in.
Right.
Grog blew on the lower right.
And that's 2 lines. Boom.
That would be lower right.
Yeah,
Lower
2
left.
lines.
Yeah.
2 vertical lines.
2 vertical lines. Okay.
Correct.
I'm
Two
in the
vertical
corner above Grog.
Upper right.
Above Grog.
Right.
That would be upper right.
I'm going to do bottom left.
All right. You blow, and you watch as the dust reveals, and it's 2 more
2 vertical
lines.
2 lines. Shit. Thought it was gonna be another.
Bottom left.
Where the
Get
other
the hanky
symbols
in.
were.
Okay.
Use your ascot.
Yes, of course. That's what it's there for. It's just the back of it.
There's the one clean spot left on it.
Nothing more.
That one has 4 parallel lines.
4.
Ooh.
Okay.
I'll go into the corner above Percy. There was a reflection there too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, all 4 of them.
Blow.
It's the same. 4.
Laura, blow.
I looked straight at the camera as I did it. It was really awkward.
All right. That one has a single line.
Wait, so we got
2,
1, 2, 2, 4.
Is there one with 3 lines?
Yeah.
Is there any more areas we saw a reflection?
What about above the door?
Oh, right above the door? That's smart.
It is opposite of the mirror, right? If one's a door and the other one's a door.
Okay, I'll blow above the door.
And I'm going to start blowing around the mirror.
Actually, I want
We all just walk around.
the mirror's in a little fancy frame,
check
isn't it?
to see who passes out first and be like,
It's the twins. It's
the twins.
The mirror's
Yeah.
a fancy
It's
frame.
my feet. Yeah.
What was it?
Does the mirror have a fancy frame?
It's not extremely intricate, but it looks like there's like solid, like a brass or bronze frame around it that is flat against it.
Are any of these symbols mirrored in the frame itself of the mirror? Is there a mirror of any of these symbols in the frame?
As you look in the actual frame itself, you don't see anything that matches the symbols.
What if these are like numbers and
On the order you have to push.
and the order you have
Yeah,
to push the
except we
buttons
have
because
2
they.
twos
I
and
know.
no 3.
I know.
So maybe there's 2 you have to.
One,
there's one you don't press at all.
4.
Why not 3?
or one,
Because you have to hit. No, because you have to hit 1 and you have to hit the 2 together.
2, 3,
And then why
4.
not 3?
Because that's button number 4.
But, okay.
2 and 3 together.
All right.
Because there's only 4 buttons, right?
Can we just do a sweep
seen.
for more?
Yes,
For
I'm
more?
gonna, but watch where you're walking because we don't know if there's any hidden buttons in here.
just
Hey, I'm picking
around
up.
the door.
Putting it
So
back on.
Grog, you just go through.
Yeah, around the whole.
Flowing around. Okay, make an investigation check.
I kind of take my my mantle and kind of start doing like a.
15. You clear that archway
Around the door.
very well around the door.
Spick and span.
You do reveal what appear to be dwarven runes on the upper right corner, upper left corner, lower right, and lower left corner
Of the door?
of the door frame. Yeah.
I only know dwarven writing. I don't know runes.
Well, the runes are part of the dwarven
The
language.
runes are part of the dwarven language, so I know them.
Pike goes over and she helps you.
Yeah, Pike speaks to
Help me, Pike! Yeah, I would like to decipher what these symbols mean.
If you lift me up, I could see the ones above the door.
Here you go.
Yeah, you know, the last time I wanted you to do it on your own, but I think we're pressed for time. So.
Yeah. I hold her up to the upper left corner of the doorway.
Okay. So turning around, upper left corner.
Yep.
Okay. That one. It is the dwarven rune that represents the number 3.
Number 3. All right, now to the upper right-hand corner.
That is the number 1.
Okay, I put her on the ground, and I say, okay, look at the lower right-hand corner.
So lower right-hand corner would be a 2.
Ah, I got it.
And now the lower left-hand corner,
a 4.
Got it.
Oh yeah, we know.
Yeah.
So that's the amount of times you have to push the button.
Oh.
I just spit on the
So,
iPad.
so 1 1 2 2 2 2 3 4 4.
Possibly.
Wait,
I think we reversed
no,
our.
you're right.
Oh,
That's what I got.
I think we reversed it. I've got 1 1
But
2 2 3 4 4.
how long does your unseen servant last?
Not too long.
How long? An hour? 10 minutes?
I'll look.
At what?
I'll look in my memory.
I think we've got it.
Look in your brain. Yeah, but I don't want you to do it. I
1
want you-
hour.
Did you check?
Done.
But I have to be close to him.
Can I
How
go
big is
over
this
it?
room?
It is about it's a 20-foot radius in the center of the brazier, so it's 40 feet on each side.
Is our
I gotta be in the room with him.
Is our our math on this?
doesn't work.
I'm like our physicality
Area.
of this map is correct. Like if we show you this.
Well, well,
Is that what we're looking at?
I have this jar. Boop. It's an oil of etherealness.
Oh.
And you could potentially be standing in here, but not be in here. Lasts an hour, though. Same time gap as your friend. You could stand in here and not be in here.
From the doorway to the mirror, is it less than 60 feet?
Yes.
Oh, then I can be out of the door.
That's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am
you control
I
him
right
behind
with
the
what I
door?
wrote down there?
All right, so this is the facing from the inside.
Yeah, like from the
Face.
Fraser Crane, looking at the door that we came in.
Okay.
Right?
I'm gonna have to draw you one.
Oh shit!
So I think you guys got confused on that
I think we
one.
got it right. I think
Well,
me and
the
Travis got it
three-
right.
Yeah, I think
Let's
Matt,
see
you're
what you
wrong.
got.
So I think
possible.
we're right.
Oh, I thought it was
That's
4
the thing I
2.
did.
This was the right hand side.
Yeah, I have the same
think
thing as
these got
Laura.
confused.
I'm pretty sure it's up,
Oh.
up, down, down, left, right, A, B, A,
Oh.
B.
Yeah.
Yep.
I see.
I hope we pass the test.
Start.
You chose.
Okay.
Are we right?
Did we get it right?
I think. Oh, there, that's what you get.
Oh, we're
Sorry,
dead.
I'm a little limited in my reach right now.
Yeah, no.
I should have.
I should have sent it to the Marx
I
brothers.
love that we all kind of did something
Tried
similar,
to-
but all wrote something different. We're just like numbers somewhere.
This is my.
I've got to finish this. I keep counting my toes, and I keep getting killed 100 times. I keep getting different
Yep,
numbers.
almost.
Almost.
Next campaign.
Did you help us, or are you just saying almost?
B minus.
I'm saying, looking back and seeing where the numbers lie and the runes were there, you have the correct configuration.
All right.
1 4 2.
Yes.
Dot dot.
Wait,
You
is
have it.
hers?
We have it right.
Dot dot.
I
You
think
guys have
this
the
is
same
right. I think you have this right. I think I have the right part of this, and you have the
Why
right
don't you
part
show
of this.
her what you got?
How about we'll just copy it and that
Copy
way you
it
can
over
see
there.
what the fuck
Hold on.
is correct.
Let's see if she
This
got it.
side of the table.
Yes.
No,
No.
this is wrong.
All right.
I'm just gonna draw it. I'm
No,
just
just
trying. No,
correct
I'm
it.
just gonna
Just correct it.
1 2
Take less time.
1 2.
You want a
1
red
2
pen?
3 4.
Guys,
1.
Shadow
Bloop,
of
bloop,
War.
bloop.
Red pen.
3
Red pen.
1.
It's a great game
2.
by I don't know who makes it.
Warner Brothers.
Warner Brothers.
Monolith is developer. Warner Brothers is the
not
publisher.
together.
Hold on. So like,
Okay, cool.
Okay, so now we know.
We got that. We got that.
Yeah.
So now we know the order to push the buttons and the amount of times to push the buttons.
Yeah. So now we just got to do it.
Potentially.
Should we check around the mirror frame to see if there's anything to dust off?
The what?
The mirror frame.
I gave it a little bit of a rub.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go up and
blew all
go
over
tap,
it.
tap,
A rub
tap,
and a
tap
blow?
Little.
Yeah.
onto the mirror.
Rub and blow. Okay.
Blow, Percy, blow.
It taps.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It taps.
Can I wipe off the edges around the frame and just see if there's anything around the frame of the mirror? Since I seem to be so.
Make an investigation check.
This is gonna be a 3.
3.
It was gonna fall.
You smear a bit of ash, but eventually get some sort of semblance of shine through, but nothing catches your eye.
It's clear.
Good job.
We
Will.
found everything there is to find.
Grog just draws boobs on himself in the reflection
in the mirror.
out of the ash.
Oh, so.
All right. Should we leave the room and have Mr. Invisible start tapping buttons?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. We'll do that.
So we
We
shuffle out.
step just outside of the door again and let his invisible servant
Yes.
push buttons.
Scan the
Okay.
man. Scan the man.
Now let's mark off a spell.
Whatever, scan the man. Makes a gun. Pushes buttons. Scan the man. I'm out.
Look out.
So good.
Oh, so close to the end.
Comes the
Here
Scanlan
comes
man.
the Scanlan man.
Would a person who cannot fly be able to touch the top buttons?
Nope.
Shit.
Oh.
Cannot fly?
He can't fly.
Could
The
we?
unseen
Well, there's no saying that it'll activate if we do it correctly.
How?
Also, what about shooting the button or firing an arrow at a button?
Can you do these things?
Yeah, but the arrow is the buttons are on this side,
How-
so
how
I'd
high
have
up
to
are
be
the
inside the
buttons?
room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say how.
The buttons at the top are about 10 feet up.
Oh. So if he had like
So if he
something
had
that
a
was like
tall thing.
a piece of, if he had a mop basically,
Oh,
he
no,
could
the
probably
buttons-
tap
They're
it.
on the side of the
The
mirror.
buttons are on the side with the mirror,
Yeah.
so we
Yeah.
could shoot arrows at
But
them.
only if we're in there, and then we
possible.
don't need an unseen servant to do it. Since
Okay,
we're
well-
actually in the
Want to give
room.
him a pole or something?
Let's just give him a stick.
Oh,
That's true, yeah.
Do we have a stick in
I
the
have
bag?
I have a lance.
I can give him like
There you go.
Yeah, we have a lance.
He has a lance.
I have. It's like almost broken.
That's okay,
Well,
as long as it's all on
he just
stick.
My God, it will finally be useful one
I
last
mean,
time.
we do have 3 trammels.
We are not disengaging a smoke alarm with a fucking Tremel.
I completely
There is
forgot
a
we had the
limit.
tremels.
You have a
Because we were-
slightly splintered lance.
Okay. Let's hit buttons. Let's do it. Let's get
All right.
through this room.
Nope.
Let's explain to the unseen servant what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, I'm just checking that. Like, is Matt? Can he hold a lance, or is that like violating some like he's not allowed to hold
Slot
weapons?
robotics.
He can hold them, so he can't attack. He
Okay.
can't be a
All right.
combatant. They
But
can
he can
hold
go
things for
whack.
you.
All right.
Whack.
That's all I got.
He's
No
like a
spears,
kids
no
in the
nothing
hall
else.
You push a
character.
pretty button.
You can go
Kinda,
outside.
yeah. You're not wrong.
All right. So I conjure an unseen servant,
You all back out.
Yes.
whom I will name Simon 2.
Electric boogaloo.
Not cool, man.
All right.
Like TU?
There's this brief shimmer, and you watch as a bit of ash kind of displaces in the ground where 2 footfalls.
Yay.
All right, Simon 2. Take this lance. We're gonna go tell you what buttons to press over there. Good speed. Good speed. Godspell. You'll be fine. Hope you don't like burning a lot. All right. So yeah. So
Look at me.
you tell me what to tell him because I don't have the paper. Upper left, upper right. What do we start with?
Next.
Oh,
What's
in
the
the
order?
upper.
It's this.
Well, yeah, it's that.
Tell him. Tell him
that.
to do this.
The reflection of that.
Okay, so 2 upper right, 2 pokes.
Like,
Okay.
Vax stopped
Oh
paying
wait,
attention
well,
to these numbers.
wait.
20
No,
minutes ago.
it'll be in the
It's
upper
the
left.
reflection.
So the upper left
Wait.
corner from where we're looking.
Yes, yes. We're
Yes,
gonna go
2.
mirror image of this. So project that across the room.
Okay. All right.
Oh, that was the mistake.
Okay.
But you
So-
got an hour.
So pressing the upper left twice.
It was either a mistake
Yes,
or
yes,
we figured
yes.
it
Mirror
out. It's
image
hard
of
to
this.
say.
So upper
Okay.
left. Let's
All
try
right.
that
It's hard to
first.
say right now.
So heads over,
Did we do it wrong?
Sorry, he's fine.
holding the
Lance.
The lance.
that we're about to lose.
Translate.
You watch the lance kind of like wobble, and it misses a couple times.
You got this, Simon, too.
Hits the button, and it clicks in word. The lance is pulled back and the button presses back outward into its position.
Good sign. Good sign.
Any door?
No door.
No.
Okay.
Okay,
Press it
we'll
again,
know
press
if
it
we
again.
push it again, then we did it the wrong order.
Because the door didn't shut.
Second time. Pulls off. The button presses.
All right, keep going.
Right below it.
Right below it. 2 presses.
In the corner, bottom corner.
Just like your name, Simon. 2. Okay. Opposite corner up.
He did it the right number of times. Right?
1
Yeah.
press.
Upper right-hand corner.
Yeah. And then just below that, bottom corner, 4 presses.
Oh God.
The fourth one hits. There's a moment pause, and the mirror shimmers faintly. You watch as almost like a stone thrown into the middle of a still pond begins to ripple from the center, and as it ripples, each ripple seems to fade until eventually the 5-foot wide mirror is now an oval portal that leads to darkness behind it.
Let's go in.
Yeah.
Okay, we go.
told you there was a
We
room
totally
behind
go.
the mirror.
We totally.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Hurry.
go.
We don't know how long it'll stay
Yeah,
open for.
go.
All right, you guys.
Simon 2's coming with us.
Okay. You hear the faint footfalls of sound behind,
He goes first.
and Trinket takes a moment to try and squeeze through this small. Just wait. Trinket had a hard enough time getting through the incline into the necklace. You make your way through the opposite side, and as you all step through, the portal remains open. It seems for at least a moment. Alrighty.
Hey, we did it, guys.
We beat a door.
We did a
We beat a door.
Guys, it took
Doors
111 episodes.
38.
But we bested a door. Yeah.
Last episode of the 3rd campaign will be a door that we do not open.
That means door.
So the darkness you step through leads into a 10-foot wide hallway of similar dwarven stone. The same slightly angled hallways, about 10 feet tall or so, about 5 or 6 foot wide. And you get a few steps in, and about 20 or 30 seconds after you guys make your way into the tunnel, the mirror portal behind closes up.
Can we see?
Can you see through it?
Through the mirror?
Well, I meant just where
No.
we are.
You cannot see through the mirror.
Are we in pitch black or are we in?
You're in pitch black.
Well, we have.
But you guys with dark vision can see there is a staircase, not too far, maybe 10 feet from where you stand, into this next hallway.
Iron stairs?
Can you
Stone
light up your
stairs?
hands, Kenny?
Stone stairs.
Yeah, I got a dagger out.
All right. It lights up briefly, and you get a little bit of a vision beyond that, and it's just gradual stone steps. They're not too wide. They're made for dwarven gait, so there are many steps that are relatively shallow.
These are dwarven steps that are relatively shallow.
You can see it, Krog.
Pike
fine.
says,
That's very impressive.
that's actually right.
The beard
Is
brings
there
wisdom.
any traps?
Yeah.
You're welcome to search for traps.
Yeah, I'm gonna scoot like 40 feet up the stairs and look as I go for traps. One, and I'm
fucking-
taking.
One and a 2.
I'm taking
One and a
it,
2.
but I'm still
Plus.
going
I
looking
didn't
for
ultimately
traps.
fail. I
You
just,
do have reliable talent, don't forget.
Does that oversee ones? Because I've been counting ones as ones for a long time.
The reliable talent as a rogue specifically says any roll lower than a 10 you take as a 10.
Good
That's your
to know.
responsibility.
Oh.
Well,
Any roll?
I just assumed
I
we.
just thought ones.
Well,
Ones
not any
are-
roll, any ability check. you have to
Okay,
make.
well, we wrongly assumed that 1s and 20s were king, but no, I have reliable talent, so,
So
actually,
he rolled way better than me because I rolled a 10.
that's an 18.
Okay.
My 1 is an 18 now.
Yeah, because that's one of the cool things about rogues.
Stop it.
That's nuts.
So, you guys make your way up about 45, 50 or so feet of the stairway. You keeping an eye out, no traps, nothing catches your eye as iffy or strange, and the stairs now switch back into another set.
Okay, and there, I don't want to
It's
go.
a small landing, and then it continues upward.
Okay, but I'm never going to go 40 feet in advance. That's like 10 fucked rolls of mine from the past 30
know,
games.
that's okay.
Anyway,
So it's
I
like
love
a big 180, just going right up. Kind of. I'm just trying to get it
It's-
right in my head.
Switch back.
Yeah, it's a
That's
switch back.
all.
The staircase
Okay,
ascends, and then
cool.
there's a lane, and then it continues upward around.
Do we hear anything?
Okay.
Make a perception check.
I'll join in that perception.
All right. So you're joining them up the staircase?
I'm behind. We're the standard.
Yeah. All right, so you guys are keeping up.
Do you fuck the roll too? Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck?
I got a 25.
This is the ultimate game of 20.
Seriously, welcome back after 2
on?
weeks, and people just cannot. Wow.
Is it like a full moon or something?
But do you
I asked
remember when
this
we were
earlier.
at home and we'd go 6 weeks without playing, and we'd spend 45 minutes trying to remember what we did,
What our
how the
names
rules
were.
work,
Oh, yeah.
what our names were, who
Now
you
it's only 10
were.
minutes.
Yeah.
It's
Vex,
true.
Vex is right. That's a
25, you said?
25.
25. Okay.
Feels good.
It's hard to discern what shifting in the distance is not the rumbling from the ever occasional Titan footfalls. But nothing seems to catch your attention.
All right.
Occasionally, you hear dislodged rocks and stones clacking across the stone floor and the steps, and every now and then you catch a stone or two, kind of fall past and eventually come to rest either near or below you. You continue up the switchback stairs and lead into a third switchback that continues up.
40 feet in advance. Another. It's
We're following
it's at
behind.
least an
We're
18.
following behind.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you looking for traps as you go, brother?
That is an 18 anyway.
I
Yeah.
still have my hands
So an 11
guiding
and a 1 is the
Percy.
same.
Our blind human. Mhm. Follow me. Yep, this is
Leading
this.
the old
Yep.
man forward. All right.
Where's Stephen?
You're welcome.
You do not find any of the traps. There's no other issues that worry you upon this climb. You do eventually come to the top of the third switchback stairway, and it leads you into a slight curved cavern, and you like the stairs stop, and it leads into a let's say the cavern. It's a continuation of the dwarf-like hallway structure that you had below, but it is curving around now, or like in sections almost. Like it's more. I would say it's opposed to a gradual curve. The design and the structure here has a very kind of rigid, geometric shape, so the curvature is in sections.
Yeah, I appreciate it as I go and I look for traps.
All right, go for it.
Love it. That's an 18.
Okay. Coming around the edge, no traps, no plates, nothing catches your attention. However, this tunnel comes to an end, and it opens up into a larger crevasse than the one that you previously saw, that held a number of city buildings of
How
the remains
tall
of
is it?
Filmara. It looks to be about 100 to 120 feet tall. You assume from the bits of the stalactites that you can see, barely reaching the edge of your visual range. Very, very faint bit of light here, what looks to be some sort of bioluminescent fungus, and like a dull orangish color that dots the edges of this interior chamber.
And is it like where I killed that motherfucker? They were like built into the cliff face, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But this one is larger than the one you were before.
yeah.
And it, like you can see just beyond your visual range, a number of these buildings partially crumbled in some places, some still standing obstinate against the ever-shifting interior of the Titan's form. The chamber kind of curling upward as the ceiling crawls higher and higher, just beyond your visual range, and you can just faintly see the images of what look to be dozens of thin bridges that kind of weave over themselves across different levels up into the higher portion of
I
this
just
chamber.
want to confirm an intuition and use my last divine sense and feel undead. Yeah.
Okay, what's the range on that one?
60 feet.
60 feet? You do not sense any undead within the 60-foot range.
I think we're in the lungs.
Yeah, around the
Yeah.
I
This,
think we're in its chest cavity.
yeah.
I think we're going to see, speaking to the earrings, they're all behind me. I think we're in a more populous place with the undead cannibals. You know what I mean? There's a very large cavern in here and a lot of room.
I'd be grateful if anyone got a sample of that bioluminescent fungus.
I can get that. I'm interested.
Do you want me to fly up and get some?
Yeah, we're on a schedule here.
Well, if it's on the way. We have to go that way.
We have to go up, right?
Yeah.
Does it look like there's openings in the ceiling?
well, currently you're the only one who's just stepped into this entrance to look up. The rest of you
And
and now exit into the chamber.
I'll wait. Obviously, there's nothing's going to explode on my friends, so they catch up with me.
Okay, so they're all behind you now at this where this entrance is, and as you kind of look past it, you can see this hallway that you're entering. It looks like there was a doorway here. There was some sort of a hinge on the edge that held a door that had since been broken or toppled forward. You can see pieces of what looked to be the door that once held this entranceway, and a number of the buildings immediately to the right and left. And that's where you stand. What do you want to do?
Does it look like there's any like footprints coming in and out of the doorway that we came from? Does it look like
an investigation check?
I mean, scan man.
Can I look for like a doorknob or a keyhole?
Everything we were told is that this place is full of undead cannibals. By the way,
23.
I killed one on the way here. There's probably a lot
here. Okay.
Like, is there shattered remnants of the door?
Just pretend to be a couple shards here and there.
Any
But
doorknob or a keyhole that's like on the ground or anything?
Make an investigation check. Investigation checks today. 2. You scramble about and find a couple pieces that might be, but no, it's just more stone.
Does it look? Can I see like any stairs carved in the side, like in the walls? Trying to head up to this. Is that where you just checked?
No, but that's what I was about to look for too.
Okay.
And is there
like
any movement? Because there's bioluminescent shit on the walls in here, so there's a little bit of
perception
light,
check.
right? Yeah, 26.
26.
anything
As you
moving?
glance about, once again, your vision, because there is very little light in here and just the very, very faint bits of fungus in the distance that give you a sense of the shape of this entire chamber, there isn't enough light for you to make out any shape beyond the exterior of your visual range, so you can't really tell.
A second thing I want to look for is what other exits from this gigantic cavern. Ways through, up. Yeah, but you look, but I can look.
Let me finish what I was saying first.
All right.
Roll again.
But based on the size of this chamber and the bits of what small elements of structures that you can see of the architecture within, this definitely appears to be more of the heart of the city of Tamara, when it was once at its ancient height. You can see at the very edge of your visual range what looks to be a cracked central fountain that is empty and dry. And you see what looks to be, just beyond your range, the exterior of a large temple-like building that rises just out of the ability to see any more of its heightened structure.
Temple.
But, I mean, like I said, you guys are still standing at the entrance to this cavern.
What about the temple? Why?
Want to fly through here? Can we fly?
I don't think we want to stay here.
I know. Can we just fly through?
Find another exit. Yeah, but where? Which way?
Potentially I'd like to see the temple if I can.
Why, what are you talking about?
Well, look, all right, my gloves come. My gloves come from the heart of a ruined primordial titan. So, like, if maybe they harvested like pieces of my gloves and it's in the temple, like, I don't know. You smart people could like do something with that.
Right. What's your plan? You expect us to come up with a plan to explain why your gloves are connected to that temple, and you're going to get what, like Mighty Morphin Power Ranger bonus for doing so, or?
Yes.
More of a Beetleborg, but yeah.
Are your
All right.
Twinestone uncles exalted yet?
How do they feel?
Yep.
Oh, well
Are they
then-
still? Are they still?
They're just buzzing.
Yeah. Are they still dildoing on your fingers?
Are they buzzing more?
Are they humming more?
Doesn't appear to have changed from the first.
Just humming.
Step like 2 steps closer.
2 steps
temple.
closer to
Stop.
the temple.
Do they appear to be buzzing more?
Are they appearing buzzing more?
Make a perception check.
Oh, jeez, Louise.
4. 19.
Not bad. Nope.
I mean, is the temple on the way? Like, does it make sense to cross through the city, or does it make sense to fly up?
Stick around the edges.
We're moving
of the
towards
city.
Vasselheim now. We want to try. I mean, I'm kind of negative on our chances of dealing with this before Vasselheim, but that's the goal, right?
We've got
they're
some
talking.
time,
I just
and
wanna look and
some
see if I see
time.
stairs in the
and
What are you
I
talking
feel like
about?
this city is an opportunity to
Okay, we are also
find some more advantages.
Yeah, we are also.
Yeah, what?
We're also looking for the sword of Kaz or Kaz.
Here?
It's not. What if it's in the temple?
But here, why would Vecna keep the thing that could kill Vecna near Vecna?
I'm pulling Percy aside. I hear you, but this is a city that existed here for a long time.
Yes.
Vecna didn't create this city. No. Vecna doesn't own these people. This is just a fucking mountain that existed, and now they're going for a ride. What do these people have to do with Vecna?
They're undead.
It's not a city that just existed.
No?
This is a giant primordial beast that people inhabited. God only knows what existed in here.
Yeah, but as we've already seen from the other tomb, it's already been heavily plundered.
And Vecna's just a user. This place was just sitting there. He lifted up and took it away.
But why this?
These assholes don't have anything to do with Vecna.
How did he know about it?
Yeah, why did he choose this?
How
He's a
far
fucking
away?
god now.
How far away is the temple? Do we know? Can we football range guess it?
Gods don't know
I'd
anything.
say, because you guys are dark
We wouldn't
vision
be going
of
through
60
this.
feet?
I have dark
Yeah.
vision of.
I'm 30.
60.
If gods
100 feet.
really understood how this world
60
works,
feet. Do you
this would
want
not
to,
be happening right now.
So it's just at about the 50, 55 foot
saying it's not
areas where the
risky.
wall begins, then it vanishes beyond that.
Percy, this shitbird has appeared like 3 times wherever we were.
Well,
He
he's not
knows
going to
a
be able
lot.
to do that right
Well,
now because I've got a
he doesn't know
fucking
where
ring.
we are right now.
Listen.
That's fine. but
And he doesn't
knows
necessarily know
things.
this place as well as I don't
Hang
know.
on. How long have we been in here? Versus how far have we been from Vasselheim? Because we are on a time crunch.
200 miles away once we entered is how far away we are from Vasselheim. 200 miles. With steps of
200 miles.
What was the average land speed of a laden undead
Two Titans leave the station.
It was
at
like
the
You've
same
been
time.
within the Titan for, I'd say, roughly
a while?
Not a while. We only took a
like
short
3.5 hours, maybe.
Wow.
Yeah, he's
200
like
miles.
he's like 110 miles out from Vasselheim. At this point. Maybe.
We have
80
time
miles.
to check a temple.
All right, let's just swoop in and swoop
Okay,
out.
super
Let's
fucking
go.
fast.
Let's go.
my
Let's
God.
just look in the
This is
temple.
just, I'm not even saying look in it, just let's take a look at what it
Did I
is.
see any stairs?
You do not see any staircases within a 60-foot radius of where you're standing.
We might be harder to spot if we stay on the ground for now anyway.
Or if we just send Vax in.
I just want to say, we gave you guys the other temple in which you found your stupid waistband.
We also got really fucked
But we got
up.
really fucked up from it. So just weigh everything
Okay.
has a consequence and a price and shit. Nothing is free.
I'm
Nothing
gonna
is free,
cast-
Percy.
Pass without a fucking trace. It's my last pass without a trace, but I'm afraid.
No, don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
No,
What if we bring out an entire fucking city of undead dwarves?
Wait,
We'll fly away from them.
let me do
They
it.
can't
Let
fly.
me do it. I have passed without a trace and one more second level spell left.
Oh, good. Okay.
Let's get the
I'll do
carpet.
it. Save yours.
I'm also going to put something on the table here. We're trying to save Vasselheim, but we're also trying to save the world. We might not be able to do this without recharging before Vasselheim.
I'm aware.
You want to go to sleep in this undead city?
No, I want to go to sleep in your
But we're
special
trying
place.
to save the world, not just a city. Not just a city.
So sacrificing Vasselheim so that we can feel better about a fight?
So that
So we can
we
win
can
a
actually
fight.
What if we
defeat
lose
a
the
god.
fight, Scanlan?
Then who cares? We're
Then
all
who
dead.
fucking cares? Vasselheim's gone, Westron's gone, Kaylee's gone, everything's fucking gone if we fuck this up.
Well, let's just stay on the path and see how long it takes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
We don't need to make that
Okay,
decision now.
how about this? How about this? How
Fair
about this?
point.
Wait, hang, hold. We still don't know. Wait. We still don't know how to get up there, right?
Is that purple eyeliner?
Yeah.
It's
Do you
really
like
nice,
it?
yeah.
Thank
It's really
you. It's a little metallic.
That's cool.
Is that the new
Come
thing?
on, thank
All
you.
right, sorry. Yeah.
I bought it when I was waiting for his
God.
medication. Okay. What? I hate to say split the party, but what if
We split the party.
we split the party? What if a few of you check out your fucking temple, and then the rest of us
Fly
try to
around?
figure out a way to get up?
Yeah.
I'm cool.
Okay.
I'll vote for a temple party.
Temple party.
That's my
temple
idea.
party. Who else is on temple party?
They need somebody who can help them
I
in
hate
there.
the idea, but I'm the stealthiest
Yeah, you
motherfucker
should
in this
go.
group.
And then you three on the carpet, you on the broom.
I mean, I need the carpet.
So wait, just the two of you are gonna go check
they're
out the
just
carpet?
looking for
Or is it
the
Vax,
Vax
myself.
is going in with you.
Yeah, Vax myself. And
I
Rog.
feel like
Scanlan,
one person
Keyleth.
with magic should go with them.
That's true.
I'll go with them.
Well, also, we're all earpiece.
I'll go with them.
Okay. So
Me.
Grog.
So everybody but Keyleth.
No. It's Keyleth, Vex, and Pike, going
are gonna
searching.
look for stairs, and the rest of
The boys are going in the
idiots
temple,
are
and the
going in
girls
the
are
temple.
going searching.
Okay, cool. I'm on board.
This is in no
Okay,
way, by
yeah.
the way, an amazing mirror of that one time underneath Crag.
Oh my god, you're going to find
Yes.
Clarota again.
They're going to just
Yeah.
find another Clarota.
The boys all die, the girls go to glory.
All right, let's go. To
I
the
go
top.
and kiss Percy before it goes.
Oh, yeah, no,
Don't
yes.
die in the stupid temple.
I will not die in the stupid temple. I promise to at
I'm
least
going to.
I flap him in the face.
Right on Scanlan. Sorry, Percy.
All right, so who's
Vax and I
traveling
look
what?
at each other and go, you're not gonna.
Who's
You won't
traveling in what
die
crew?
because of that.
Boys,
Girls are going to look for stairs. Boys
Okay.
are going in the stupid temple.
I yanked the druid in for a kiss.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Shit.
What?
Your fucking ring.
Fuck my fucking ring.
no, we can't.
The ring. We can't.
We can't split the party.
Okay, cancel with the party. We all go looking for the stairs.
Jesus.
Oh, motherfucker!
Oh, you asshole! Stop it! Stop it!
He was really excited about it. He was really excited about it.
Good job.
Oh my
Good
god.
I was waiting on that.
Oh my god, he was so
Sam
excited about it.
All right, into the temple. Come on,
Into
let's
the fucking
fucking go to the
temple.
fucking temple.
We stealth towards the temple.
Jesus.
I was like, you guys literally had this conversation like an hour ago. Okay.
Whatever we do, we can't split the party.
Good fucking job.
Okay, we're gonna split the party.
Sam just saved our asses.
All right.
Thanks, Sam.
I was like cabin in the woods shit.
40 feet in advance, Vax walks ahead of the group,
Stay, yeah.
hating himself. Here we
Okay.
go.
So, go for it. What are
If
you
you
doing?
stay within 30
checking
feet,
for
then
traps?
pass without
I
a
am
trace still
checking
affects you.
for. I'm checking for enemies
Okay.
hiding.
So as you push forward,
We're stealthed. We're passed without a trace.
Okay, then roll some stealth, guys.
She passed without a trace test.
I did.
Right. Then roll some stealth.
Listen to them.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, we're all rolling stealth.
34.
Plus 10.
Oh,
Wait.
25.
26.
Nice.
26.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Get high.
39.
Yes.
Expression.
Natural
And wait.
one.
No. Serious?
He's so excited about that temple.
Natural 20 for Pike.
Nice.
Oh wait, she gets disadvantage.
She has the boots to make it not.
Right.
so bad.
First time ever.
Yay!
But that's a lot of good.
A natural 20.
So much good for one shitty
So,
I thought.
What?
you begin to push forward past the cracked fountain, heading ahead of everyone, keeping an eye out for what's ahead of you. The high walls of the temple-like structure begin to reveal themselves, standing ominous over the debris-strewn streets, with shattered carts and bone fragments from the bone fragments faintly quaking beneath every footfall of the walking mountain that you currently are walking through. You see long decomposed dwarvish bodies brutalized beyond reanimation, lying scattered across the broken street paths ahead of you, with deep grooves marking the splintered bone. A tangled network of partially ruined catwalks begin to reveal themselves above you. Carved from the mountain contains a ghostly image of a multi-level metropolis long fallen. You make a perception check.
Oh no.
Fine.
What do you see?
29.
29.
Whoa.
You can see, as soon as you get to where the fountain is, the center of the street ahead of you, dozens of slow shifting creatures moving throughout the streets in rubble of crumbling structures. You can see now many of the undead citizens of the catacombs are now wandering, shaken awake by the lumbering titan that now carries them within. You also see a very, very faint blue pulsing glow emanating from one of the windows of the temple.
Can we put the Goliath on the carpet so he doesn't kick something or fart or, be himself?
We don't know that he rolled shittily.
I know that, but he's a big blundering motherfucking asshole when he wants to be.
On the chain.
And I just
Literally
think it would
on the
be a
text
good
chain.
idea.
Which, as you're saying this, you hear a, and you glance over real fast and watch as Grog is walking by, and the edge of his, which weapon do you have to him right now? You have the
Blood axe.
Blood axe. The blood axe just hits the edge of a what looks to be a large dwarven statue that had kind of fallen off at a corner angle, and was currently being held by some sort of a small barrel. And as the axe hits it, it shifts. and rolls and comes to a rest for a second with this clattering, grinding sound. Parts of it kind of chip and break, but most of it remains strong and sturdy upon impact. At which point you see at the edge of your visual range, about 7 of the wandering creatures go. Duck and cover. And begin slowly slinking their way in the direction of the noise.
So a rock just fell?
Big statue just fell
and is in pieces?
Shattered.
Parts of it are broken. It's still pretty sturdy.
Let's try and serpentine around and see if we can just trace back.
Wait, and they're to the right or the left or ahead of us?
They're ahead of you.
Ahead of us?
Do they see us? Do they look like they saw us?
Jenga,
We
Jenga,
hide.
Jenga, 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 Jenga. Curve
nope,
to the
not
left. Curve to the
Hide.
left.
Okay.
Right. To the left, to the left. Jenga, 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 Jenga. Can we put Grog on the carpet now?
We're trying to go up, right? We're trying to go up?
No, we're
going
trying to
left.
go towards the temple.
Towards that pulsing light.
So we've doubled back, right?
We've got
Is
a
that what's
little
happening?
bit of
You're going forward,
business, a
going
little bit of activity ahead of us, so we want to curve to the left, curve to the left, curve to the left.
All right, we move accordingly.
All right, so
Watching
you
where
guys
we go.
move along the left.
Yes.
And curve around the side. And as you begin to move along the edge, you watch as about 8 of these mostly skeletal dwarvish corpses begin to shamble in the direction of where the noise came from. You can see elements of their long mummified skin pulled tight against elements of the rib cage and the skull, bits of chipped teeth now broken against whatever things it's attempted to chew on in its long on life. As they move past, 2 of them kind of glance over in the direction of Grog, and then all of them shift over in the direction and begin rushing forward in your
distance? What's the distance?
at this point, they're probably about 50 or so feet from the ground.
Shit.
Oh, okay.
We don't want to make too much noise. I'm going to shoot a couple.
Well, we could just go straight up.
Not all.
There's only like 8 of them. We can take 8 undead.
Pickle walks forward and takes a knee and waits with her holy symbol of Serenray, waiting for them.
I take 2 of them by surprise. That's auto crit.
Jesus.
Okay.
Vax does the same, watching his badass sister, and Pike waits to turn whatever's left of them.
Yeah, they're super silent arrows.
Arrows are quiet.
So what happens first?
All right, so she's preparing for it, right?
Yeah, she's waiting till she sees them.
Oh well, she also has dark vision.
Okay.
She can see it.
already sees.
So she's waiting till they're within range of her holy
Which
abilities.
is what's the radius on that one?
That's a good question because I'm a rogue paladin.
That's true.
Yeah. God damn it.
That's all right.
What if I look in the sorcerer rules?
No, this is for 30 feet.
30 feet. 30 feet. So she's waiting for the twins to do their work, and anything that's left over, she's going to scatter.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So she holds position.
So it's auto crit?
They know where.
They know you're there.
Grog's here.
It's not an
Grog
it's
is
not a
there.
surprise. Instead, there's a threat and they're
Oh,
rushing.
okay.
But you do have advantage on the hits. So They
Okay.
don't see you.
Well, great. That's great. 20.
No, it definitely hits.
Okay. And
5.
oh, the other one super duper hits. It's a 19,
Alrighty.
so plus 14.
25, 31, natural 20.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and roll damage on this.
Thank you.
Are you shooting 2 different skeletons or 1 each?
I'll do one.
I'm
how-
after my sister. She talked before I did.
I was.
Right.
Yeah, I'll see how the first arrow hits.
Okay.
15. Oh, I didn't Hunter's Mark.
Nope.
Whatever. 15, 16. 2 lightning damage. Do I add anything? Oh, and sneak attack.
Mm-hmm.
Been a while.
How do we D&D? Plus 10 sneak attack.
Okay, so the first skeleton, the arrow hits it, and the torso just explodes behind, with ribs shattering and scattering across the stonework. Its body falling and collapsing to the ground.
I hit another one.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Oh, and we go first. That's advantage. Do I get any natural
Yeah.
20s? No. Okay.
15.
Just the one.
14 plus 4 lightning damage. And that is plus 8.
Okay. 26. So 26. This one right behind it, its jaw kind of unhinged slightly, its tongue kind of made of this slick, rotting material that kind of dangles beneath, like through the hole in the bottom of the jaw. Comes around the corner, and you just watch as part of its head explodes off one side from the secondary arrow, taking out what remains of the center of its skull, and the body just crumples to the ground. 2 skeletons down.
Sneak attack damage hits the first time we connect, right?
Yeah.
So
and
the
that
first
one's,
one.
you don't have to roll damage for that
Okay,
one.
so-
Oh, sorry. I did sneak attack on the second arrow.
We can only do sneak attack once per.
Okay, so
once per round.
I did 8 damage too much.
Yes,
It was still enough.
Okay.
You don't have to roll damage for sneak attack.
Okay, so that one's gone.
That one, the third skeleton now is just ruined.
Okay.
You hit it with the arrow in the middle of the spinal column and it folds in itself.
Okay. So Paladin action, and my bonus action. So that's the first of 3.
Okay.
The last one's the one that was a critical hit. So the second one goes on to the next whole skeleton to is just an 8.
Okay, this one actually, the arrow slides into the side of the skull and it keeps coming forward towards Grog.
Okay, and then the last critical hit, which is Whisper again, because it bumped back is 2, it's 8 is 10. Wait, 2. So hold on. 2 and 3. Plus the. Okay, so it's not that much. Is 15 total.
Okay, and that one does finish it. So now
Okay.
that's 3 skeletons down. Grog, I want you to quickly just individually roll an initiative check, please, with me.
Natural 20.
Okay.
With Gil's death.
So as you guys are watching this happen, the other 5 rush in to close the gap, but you are at the ready and you get to strike before they do.
Nice. Am I hitting him? Yeah, okay. Oh, reckless. Great. That's 31 for the first one.
That hits.
Okay, cool.
Your minimum damage will kill them.
Okay, good.
So
That's true, yeah.
So as the first one that comes up towards you, you swing upward. As you slam into it, you watch its bony body just blows up against the side of the nearby stone building, and then it just kind of scrapes to the ground, coming to rest.
The other 2, the other strike on another.
Yes, you can.
Reckless great weapon. That'll hit.
If there's
It's
anything left.
Plus 30. 30 plus.
If there's anything left on Grog by the end of this, I'm going to just try and swipe them off with my sword.
32.
32. Alrighty. Yeah, so 2 more detonate on this point. So there's 3 left. They're closing in on Grog. Does Pike want to take her turn, or is she going to...
We might want to save that turn to undead, right?
No, you're letting me go or
save.
not? Because
How many
she's
does she
whispering me.
have?
I've already said it, but she's whispering me to hold.
Yeah,
So
I'd
Pike
hold
could.
I don't
I
think
mean,
Pike
she's
should
half a
use
Pike
it.
right now. You're half a Pike right now.
I'd like to pop in and see if I can take a couple.
How many
only
does
three-
she?
there's
How
only
many
3
does she
left.
have?
Make an initiative.
All right.
Don't shoot, Percy.
All right.
I'm not shooting. I'm going to use my sword.
Pike.
Okay.
Pike
16.
holds, breathing hard, looking at them coming on.
16? Yeah, that
She
beats
could
him by
use her
1. So yeah,
mace.
as the 3 remaining ones start charging in towards Grog,
I'm going to run in with the sword, draw the silvered sword, and take a few. I'm going to take some swipes.
go for it.
So that's let's just take 3 swipes right out of here.
Pike can use her mace on anything that's left in that little area.
Okay.
That's 1 natural 20. 1 natural 19. Do I crit on a 19 with the sword or no?
No.
Okay, never mind. And a 2. But that might be enough because I have a really high. It's a 15 is my lowest to hit.
Okay.
Does 15 hit?
15 does it, yes.
So the 15 is 1. I could have had a D8. That's
My heart.
14 piercing damage to the first one with a silvered sword. I don't know
Okay,
if it's silvered
you
magic.
rush up and you just carve through the first skeleton. It breaks into the ground in front of you.
Number 2 is 13 points of damage to the second one.
Okay. Yep. The second one, you go ahead and bring the blade down into the skull and cleave it in half. You watch as part of its skull just breaks off to the side and the jaw just falls to the ground. The rest of it just crumbles into place.
I twirl around, flip around, and take my third wonderful pirouette attack, which
I'm picturing
is
like Princess Bride when he's in the hallway and he like does the.
20 points of damage.
Okay, and as the final one lunges forward, kind of in a fervent, strangely faster than you expect for a skeletal undead, it begins to just accelerate towards Grog. And with that, you just take the blade out and take the head right off at the neck, and it falls and crumples to the ground.
So it's like 28 days later zombies versus.
Or at least this one seemed to.
Evil Dead
28
zombies.
days later, they run.
Yeah, these are
He
shambles.
said that they were like.
Oh,
fast.
the last one seemed to go.
The last
It was
one.
flavor.
Okay.
Oh, it's flavor. Okay.
narrative
okay,
flavor.
Okay. I just didn't want to make sure it was special.
Okay. As you finish
You don't want special.
the fray and hold yourself, you wait. Wait. You do not seem to hear or notice any more advancing undead from that direction.
Okay, so how about I don't move and somebody with flying ability go check out that blue glowy window?
We have to stick together.
Is the
Shit.
glowy window within 60 feet?
No, it's false.
Well, we were when we were at the opening, we were 50 to 60 feet away.
Yeah,
from the front.
exactly.
I mean,
So it can't be that
the
far.
entranceway, the temple where you guys were at the time was about 50 feet from you, but you went across the other side of the hall. So now it's about 100 feet from you.
Let's
So we
make our
can
way
go
to
back.
the temple.
And at this distance, you can see like the bottom of this temple. It's a round, almost cylindrical building, Colosseum-esque, and there's a small square window about every 25 or 30 or so feet, and it is big. It is.
Oh, it's super
It's a large, but you can see that faint glow between multiple windows from this distance.
So should we fly up to that window with the blue glow?
I think it would be safer to stay on ground level and sneak.
Okay,
Because if
let's
we're in
sneak.
the air, they're going to see us.
That's true.
Let's do it.
We still have Pass Without a Trace, so let's
Yeah.
go.
We don't have. Oh, we
Yes,
do.
we do. She
Okay.
can test it.
Yeah.
All right. So now that this brief combat has finished, those who took place in it, which would be you, Vax, Grog, and Percy, have to remake your stealth checks, please.
Well, I'm okay with that.
You're like, gladly.
Yes, much better.
Yeah, that's all right.
Vax, roll stealth again, please.
What about Pike? Did she? Because she just knelt down. She didn't really fight.
She stepped out of her stealth. She was making herself visible,
Okay.
so she would have to
My
do it as
natural
well.
20 for Pike. Wasted.
23.
Wasted.
We still pass without a trace.
Yeah.
Yes. I didn't do anything.
26.
Okay.
Keep that concentration.
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 You're the doctor. Keep your patients on the run.
30 for Pike.
Okay.
29 for me.
All right. You guys begin to slowly make your way along the left wall of this large cavern.
37, by the way.
Okay, good to know. As you slowly move through the shadows, dodging through open doorways and through windows, trying the best you can to stay out from the center thoroughfare of this opening, you see more and more of these undead.
Do we?
Dozens, maybe even 100 at least, have crossed your path at the perimeter of your visual range, and you can see in the catwalks above too, with the faint bit of the orange glow occasionally shapes kind of breaking across the orange. This entire cavern is swarming.
Do we still have
Shambling
the,
skeletons.
the thing?
Oh, the filter?
The sensor?
Or the
Sensor.
sensor. That's
Do we
right.
have it in the bag of holding?
We also have the herbs. Some
I do have the
we
herbs.
made
What if we
more
lose
herbs.
it? What if
Just
we
in
lose it and
case.
we just...
I
Does that
did
work with all
druid
undead?
craft some of those herbs.
It just repels them.
Yeah, right?
when it's time.
Isn't it
We
time?
don't have a lot of it.
Yeah, it's very, very,
We only
very
have
small
it.
amount
We only
of
have.
the herb.
Is it ready to go though? If we're
Let's
surrounded?
I have some.
prepare it, and when
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah.
time.
Is it ready to go though? I don't know
Yeah,
how
it's
it works.
dried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll just
I
get
spent that time. I spent time during the break.
The sensor.
It's just burning the herbs though. You don't need
We
the
have the
sensors.
herbs.
Oh, okay.
We have the
Just
herbs.
hold it in your hands while your hands are
Do
glowing.
we have any
with
sense
fire.
of where we
Should
are
do
That
and
is
where we started in this
beautiful.
giant cavern, or are we totally fucking turned around at this
No, I mean you have a decent sense. You're at this point maybe 100 to 150 feet from where you began.
Okay, not
Because you're
that
moving
far.
slowly, staying
Yeah.
stealthily. You're moving very carefully and very slowly. And judging by the shape of the cavern and where you are currently now, you're about halfway through it, or close to halfway through it.
It's good that we didn't go on the catwalk.
We're continuing to the
Pike
temple,
can
Yeah,
right?
we just keep
Turn on the
moving
catwalk.
Yeah.
slowly.
The temple's on the opposite side of the
I'm
chamber.
really
from you.
looking
Oh,
forward to that.
all the way on
Oh, I
the
thought it
other
was like
side. I thought it was
60.
central.
Sorry. When you entered the entrance,
Yeah.
the temple was to the front and to the right of you. You guys curved around the left,
Yeah.
on the outside of it, keeping a view on it so you could see it from across the way.
Right.
Are you making your way then across
Back
to the
towards
temple?
the
Yeah.
temple.
Okay.
So it's pressed against the opposite wall of this
Just sort
big
of-
place?
Yes.
Or-
And are the undeads all around the temple?
They're further into the
Okay.
heavy portion. There's nothing directly around the outside of the temple.
Okay.
So you guys curve around to the entrance where you came and slowly make your way towards where the temple emerges from the rock wall. It's built about a third or so of its exterior wall is actually built into the side of this cavern, and the large cylindrical-like Colosseum temple structure curves outward, and you can see as you get closer to it, there's maybe 3 floors to it, but edges of the top wall have crumbled inward, and you can see areas where it looks like it's sustained some physical damage or eroded over time. You eventually make your way around the outside wall of the temple to one of the first doorways, and it's just an archway, maybe 6 feet tall, about 4 feet wide. Very simple. This is an old temple.
That blue light you talked about coming from one specific source or all over the place?
All over
Every window.
But is there a story?
It looks to be coming from the base.
Story from down below.
Can we see in one of the windows?
You can look at make a perception check.
Are there any bones lying around anywhere else?
Plenty.
I'm gonna pick up 2 bones, give them to Simon 2, and tell him to go across the street like 50 feet away from us. Just wait there in some building. Hold these bones.
You watch his 2 little bone shards kind of slowly glide over.
Now play the spoons.
And then stand there.
34.
Okay, as you pull up to the window and glance down, you immediately look inside the temple, and you see about 30 or so silhouettes of shambling dwarven corpses, all
Inside?
standing inside the base floor of this temple. It's the silhouettes and shapes because they're all faintly outlined from what appears to be the source of this blue light. You see a small, maybe, say, baseball-sized bluish crystal that is just resting, not in the perfect center of the temple, but kind of somewhere in the open middle floor area, and it looks like these 30 undead are just surrounding it and standing.
Smash and grab. You could go in there, get that thing, be out before they even saw you in there.
Also, have your unseen servant make a bunch of noise and have them all chasing.
Yeah, you'd be a distraction.
Yeah. Making any kind of noise will draw large crowds in this general.
How far away can he be then?
He's 50 feet away right now, and he's waiting to make noise.
What if he were just to go in and pick up and go in and get it himself? He's invisible. And
He could.
He is invisible, isn't he?
He could just go pick it up and come right
Good,
back
get
out.
it and see if they do it. See if, but first don't tell him to come right out. Tell him to like kind of walk a little bit to see if they follow the light.
Yeah.
What are our options if that doesn't work?
If he picks
I love
up
it.
the
Plan B,
crystal
smash and grab.
and it doesn't work or it doesn't move,
I mean, I want to do that. If that doesn't work, I can click the boots and I can be there in a heartbeat and run. But what do we do next?
How
And
many
if
times
that-
do you have those
we need an
boots as
escape
well?
plan, right?
Well,
So how many can fit on the carpet?
this
how many
goes
can
back
fly?
to my conversation with you, which is, are we gonna find a pocket and rest?
yes, but not here.
Agreed, but we're talking about Vasselheim, and is Vasselheim
I think that
damage to Vasselheim a sacrifice needed to be ready to do what's necessary?
Making sure no zombies
but
are
look,
approaching us
if
as
he
they're
destroys
having a nice discussion.
Vasselheim, he does his miracle, his display of power,
he
right?
can't-
He
he
will
can't
be
destroy
even
Vasselheim.
stronger.
Right.
But-
That is not an option.
if we were to be clever, if we're at the edge of Vasselheim, the Vasselheim forces will be distracting his forces, so we'll have less to deal with.
Yeah.
So we want this fight to happen at the
right
edge.
there.
So we're talking about no rest before
No,
the
we
final
could
deed.
potentially
Short rest,
rest.
at least. I'd
I'm
just
not
be
talking
careful
about a
long-
short rest.
There will not be a long rest, I don't
There
think.
might be.
There might be, but I would. If we
Not
can
without
avoid
him
it.
spilling into Vasselheim.
I've been very conservative with what I've
Yeah,
been
we
doing
all
for a
have.
reason.
I don't
very
think a long
conservative.
rest is in the cards, but
I've only burned one thing that requires a long rest.
I mean, I agree with Grog. We can't sacrifice having him gain all of those followers, because then the only other option would be murder a lot of his followers, which I'm not really comfortable with.
and he may be too strong at that point.
We don't need to discuss this now.
Right,
We
okay.
just need to get the
There's
crystal
fucking
and get the
zombies
fuck
everywhere.
out of here.
If we can pull this off without burning anything important, then it doesn't matter.
I just want to go on record and say I think this is stupid.
I
Okay,
think
let's go.
That crystal looks really appetizing, and I want it.
How about we get ready to leave? So I'll get on the carpet.
Yes.
At the 11th hour.
It
I'll
looks
get on the
really
carpet.
super magical.
Who's on the broom with Vex?
Me.
Who is on the broom with you?
I'll be on the broom with that.
Okay.
Yeah, you will.
How the rest?
Do you want to get on the carpet with
Yeah,
me?
of course.
Okay, good.
But
I have
there's
to come
still
with
more.
you because I have the pass without a trace spell.
We all have to be together. We
yeah,
can't
and he can
separate.
and he can fly.
No, he can't.
Why not?
He's done with his wings.
Yeah, that's right.
Until I
We have too many people for the carpet and the broom.
No, my wings are gone. There's no wings for Vecna. Unless we rest.
Well, kick Trinket out of the necklace and I'll get in there.
I can also climb up the wall if need be.
We could leave Trinket.
It's fine. I still have the boots. Just the wings.
Just
it
the
was
wings.
it was death or wings. I chose
Good call.
wings.
All right, so how do we fly? How do we do that? How do we get all of this up?
I could burn a spell and be a giant eagle or something, and get
Just
two
for
of us
just
out
for
of it.
shits and giggles, I am going to take one last look around to see if there's any infrastructure for getting.
So
there
one
must
of
be
you two has to
infrastructure
burn
for
a
getting up
spell.
here. There
Yeah,
just wasn't like
that's what
layers of a city topped on top of each other and you born and die with.
We could just run.
Where are we going though if we get this thing?
Up away.
Straight up, yeah.
We don't have no verification of an exit or a hole or anything.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta leap, okay?
Okay, hang on.
We
But
know it's a body.
That's my entire
We're
life,
in a
but this is
body.
the last moment.
Yeah, we're still doing it.
Every organ in a body has has an entrance and an exit, right?
would know.
Like if we're oh wait, no, lungs don't. They just have the one.
Yeah, but they meet up at the top. That's one. The
Okay, hang on,
trachea.
hang on. We still have to. We've argued more than this
Yeah.
game, more than anything else. Okay,
Yes.
we know we still have to fly upwards,
Yes.
including on flying up to the blue crystally thing, right?
No, the
No,
blue
it's
crystal
right
is
there,
right
ground
here.
floor.
Well, wait. What? Well, then what the fuck?
I don't know.
What?
Fucking did it.
We have a plan for getting the crystal, just not how to get the fuck out.
Well, maybe this plan
Well, we
will work.
fucking fly.
Yeah, but
Right.
who burns a spell to become an animal?
I can burn a spell.
Okay, good.
well,
Then you do
Okay,
that.
do it. We're probably gonna take another short rest, right?
Probably.
Okay. Short rest, not a long one.
I can recall Simon too. I can send him across the room,
Go tell
make
him
a bunch of noise, draws a bunch of people over there. You run, grab the crystal, and then we hustle out of here.
I'll be a giant
What
eagle.
if only half the room leaves out?
No, you get Simon
kill the
too.
rest of
to
them.
go,
Go get the
Yeah.
crystal, and there's just gonna be a floating crystal that just
Yep.
marches
They're on
across.
top.
They don't
notice
give a
things,
shit.
Just
Yeah.
fucking do it.
Do it. Do it.
And then we get
I'm
ready
on
to
the
fly.
carpet.
They're on dead dumb fucks.
We're ready to
Okay,
go.
who's on me? You're on me.
I'm on you.
And you're on You're on carpet.
Yep.
No,
And you're on broom.
with Grog.
Yeah. Percy and Vex are on
Great.
board.
Okay.
Send,
All right.
send Simon
Gnomes on the
too.
carpet with Grog. Me and Percy on the broom.
No,
You transforming into what creature?
Make it good.
I'm a giant eagle.
Not yet. Yeah.
Giant
not
eagle
yet,
to
though.
Grog.
Not yet, though.
Okay.
Not until.
Waiting.
Okay.
And then we all,
Thanks.
within 60 feet of each other, fly up.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So
Not gonna work.
who's doing what?
Simon too.
Simon two's gonna go get the thing.
Yep.
But let's say they all start watching the thing come towards us.
Uh-huh.
Grog, are you here? Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm on. Oh, yeah, I have
Can you
to be.
like throw something across the room
Sure.
to make a noise?
Yep. I can
or-
absolutely do that.
Yeah. And
Yes.
I'll prime an arrow to
I have
shoot
I
something
have a
across the
hooded
room
lantern that has fuel in it. It will even burn when it
Perfect.
lands.
Perfect.
It's been sitting in there for 4 years.
This is a terrible
This,
plan.
So
this is why we hoarded it in the first place.
Yeah.
so
Guys.
who's doing what?
I'm just gonna say this one more time before we do this. He's way faster than Simon 2. He could just, Simon 2 could create a distraction. He could just,
Scanman. Only with the boots.
Yeah. Look,
Only with the
if they
boots.
chase
We
the, if
only
they
get
chase the
one.
jewel,
All right, how
if they
fast is
chase the
Simon?
jewel, fuck the jewel, and we'll just leave.
that last-
okay?
If they chase the jewel, then we can just grab it and run anyway. Where it'll be fine.
Or we just leave.
okay. All right, Simon 2, come back with your bones.
The bones shift over towards you ever so slowly.
Don't worry. Be happy now.
All right, Simon 2, go to the middle of the room.
Simon, take the
Throw the bones away. Far.
Just give her the bones.
Then grab the crystal. And you don't have pockets. Just kind of run back to us.
Away from the.
Away, yeah. Should he cover it with a blanket or something? Do you have a hood or something?
The bones begin to
Use a
drift.
handkerchief to put over the thing.
Okay.
No, it's just gonna.
Just do it.
Okay. No, I'm not. I'm not saying no.
Wear a blanket.
Yeah, no, a handkerchief to put over
Okay,
the
yeah,
light.
yeah, yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
So it blocks the light.
Yeah.
All right, so go put this handkerchief on the thing. Pick it up. Bring it back to us. Go, Simon 2. You're our
So
only
Simon
hope.
holding bones or a blanket?
Forget the bones. He's holding a blanket.
Hanky. He's holding a hanky.
Something just big enough to cover
But
the.
put the bones down gently.
Give me the bones. I put the bones down.
Okay.
Here's a handkerchief. Go put it over the crystal. Pick up the crystal. Bring it back to us.
And then we can slowly walk.
There's a handkerchief floating.
Just floating by.
Jewel better be worth it.
It's just like those little handkerchief ghosts you would make in kindergarten.
Just drifting ever so slowly. As you glance inside and kind of watch as it happens, you can see all the undead that are in there are just standing, like unmoving, kind of swaying a little bit in place. Simon's about 30 feet out from them, about 20 feet out. They don't notice his presence. You notice all the undead are facing the crystal, by the way. As you notice, all just like
Right before he picks it up,
information.
right before he picks it up, just hawk a rock as far as you can across.
Not the lantern?
The lantern, not
sure, the lantern, whatever you want.
Light the lantern first.
Yeah. By the way, they're all staring right at you. They're 100% aware of what's going on.
Well, not staring at you. They're staring at the crystal.
They will be staring at us. What if we destroy the crystal? I wonder if all the undead would die. Let's keep going.
Well,
it's possible.
Okay.
The handkerchief makes its way forward. Simon walks between the undead, and they don't even notice.
That's a good guy, Simon.
Yeah, for now.
But what happens?
The handkerchief moves over.
That's right.
Onto the crystal.
Throw the lantern.
And all the undead kind of look over to the crystal, and the crystal lifts, and they all begin to
throw the lantern.
make their way
Take the
towards the
hooded lantern, and I just like. Just throw the fucking piss out of it.
Make an attack roll. Just roll and then add your strength modifier.
That's good.
And your
19.
Yeah. All right. You're adding your strength modifier to that?
Just the strength modifier.
So you're aiming on the opposite end?
Yeah, like
from us.
Yeah, because if the entrance is I'm like throwing it in the opposite direction of where we are.
With your strength, easy enough. You just
Superman throwing a
lob it,
baseball.
arcs over. Yeah. And explodes. The oil spreads across the ground. Flames ignite, and the bright light that emanates from it, and the flames burst, and all the undead turn over, and begin to like retract away. Two of them are kind of following Simon, who's currently living with
Put it in the bag of holding and cut off the light.
Yeah, only two of the undead are following Simon currently. The others are distracted by the detonation of flame. And they look confused.
How close are the pursuers?
Well, they're making their way slowly. They're... no, they're much faster than Simon.
Oh, I'm throwing.
I'm going to grab and shoot.
Okay.
Just
No,
Just the ones following
All right,
Simon.
so both of you guys roll an attack for each of
Are
the
they
twos.
far away from the other ones that are leaving
It
yet?
doesn't matter. They're not paying attention.
25. No, 33.
29.
Roll damage sheets.
Yes. They're silent. They're silent. They just drop out of nowhere. They just faint. It's gonna be good.
So we hope.
I thought you were made of sterner stuff, Travis. Come on.
There's clattering bones.
Now is not the time to get squeamish.
24.
We made a solemn oath.
On the first arrow.
They were innocent, Taliesin.
4.
We agreed. Weeks ago.
72. I rolled a
We're
77
gonna loot this
for my
dungeon.
attack.
Okay.
77?
This is Skyrim.
No.
These two skeletons
Every clay pot.
almost atomize. They just, as they're walking, they're both gaining on Simon, and as they both start reaching towards where the very like dull bluish glow, mostly muted by the handkerchief, is now floating in the air. They both like towards it. You watch as both their heads and torsos just scatter across the ground like some sort of a heavy wave of force just blasted them across the stonework. The scraping sound hits across as the detonation hits. The flames are dying down, and no other undead see the chaos. Slowly, the stone floats past out of the doorway and makes its way back to you.
Drop it in the bag of holding.
Yeah.
And at this point, Simon's getting real close to the end of his hour-long casting time, we'll say.
You served us well.
He's still
Bag of
alive.
holding.
All right.
Bag of holding.
You have
Doesn't
it.
hurt my hand or anything, does it?
Nope.
Okay. Cool, we got that.
Yeah. Okay.
Whatever it is.
Whatever the fuck it is, we have it.
So wait,
We should
nothing
get out of
happened
here.
to him when we
Let's
put
go.
it in the bag of holding? They were still just like, "Mah," kept going? All the undead?
All the undead inside that were distracted by the explosion of the lantern all are riled up now, and they're starting to kind of like wander
sneak away.
around, and they're
Quickly.
starting to some of them are starting to make their way towards the entrance of the
sneak away
temple.
quickly.
Some are making their way
bugger.
towards the staircase
Yeah.
to head upward.
Are we flying?
Yes, we fly up.
All right. You go into eagle form, grab Vax, and all of you guys make your way up into the cavern
Within
entrance.
60 feet. Within 60 feet
All
of each
right.
other.
Stay together.
Um,
Bubble. Tight bubble.
All right, so currently, does the eagle? I believe the eagle form has dark vision, because right now you have no light source.
Yeah, I do, but I can say things to her. Right?
Okay.
I can see.
I have dark vision.
I'm
Yeah,
smart.
right. But so you guys are able to maneuver. All right. So as you guys head up into the center part of the cavern, above the catwalks, you can see as you push through. About a third of them are still standing. A lot of them have collapsed in the center, and there's like edges of bridges that just come to a halt where they've collapsed and tumbled down into the cavern below. And you can see straggling under that just kind of wander along the catwalks and these pathways along the edges of the cavern. And as you pass forward through them, so I imagine you guys are just cruising through as fast as you can.
Trying to avoid them.
Yeah, we'll try to avoid
Right.
the clusters.
All right. So a few of them seem to like
Wow.
glance up and see you as you pass and kind of reach, but they have nowhere to go. As you begin to cruise through the center of this cavern, following it to the opposite side, it widens further. And now as you kind of look down faintly, you can see bits of the orangish bioluminescent fungus that kind of are growing within the center of the city below. And you can see elements of these beautiful statues that are partially crumbled. You can see small homes that now litter the center of this chamber. You can see some of the catwalks that meet in the center of this actually meet into what seems to be a suspended platform that contains another like kind of dome-like structure that is partially caved in. And with another shaken impact of the Titan's footfall, you watch as one of its suspension pillars kind of cracks in the entire center, finally gives way and falls and slams down, collapsing into the center of the chamber, being there for just a final moment of its tensile strength. As it slams down, you watch as it crushes about 40 or so various skeletons below, and from that blast you can see something in the interior of it was apparently explosive or flammable, and it explodes, giving a brief flash of light into the center of this cavern. And where you had just the brief outside of your visual range, you now look around and see the entirety of these dozens of catwalks and the city below you, hundreds and hundreds of roving skeletons and mostly decomposed, zombified dwarven corpses that all glance towards this explosion, some of which have been blasted away from it, the impact of the detonation, other ones that are just making their way towards where this strange sound was, drawn towards it. But you're keeping this kind of central safe space between where none of them can grasp or assail you.
Were there other buildings like that ready to fall from the ceiling?
Currently, what you see is just the one.
Okay.
I'm looking for gaps or holes or anything in the ceiling of this cavern or anywhere to get out.
You see what appear to be the entrances to homes that are built into the sides of the homes, buildings.
Tunnel or anything?
Make a perception check.
Passageways out.
That's what I'm looking for.
Anyone who has dark vision can make a perception check.
I have keen sight. Does that count?
27.
You have advantage on your perception check.
Yeah.
Nice.
Shitty and shittier. That's great.
27.
18.
18.
I didn't
There you
even
go.
look.
All right.
28.
All right.
I'm weeping over Simon too.
No. Your keen eagle vision.
What was the name?
Wait, so you rolled shitty and shittier and still got 20.
Yeah, I still have a
That's
plus
super too.
13.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no.
Plus advantage.
Right, that's awesome. All right, cool. So, glancing through your eagle vision, you can see the top of the chamber almost seems to come into a conical shape. And as you look up to the top of it, it emerges into a completely vertical chamber that rises up and out of the central opening of the city of Thamara.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Continue.
All right.
I take the lead, I guess.
We follow her.
Okay.
Max is trying to appreciate his last ride.
Oh, Jesus.
No way, I'm not gonna stop, fuck y'all. Every game until the end, motherfuckers.
I was gonna say, as the group of you make your way up into this vertical, this vertical cavern, we're gonna go ahead and take a break.
Oh.
'Cause we haven't done it a little bit. I need to take a break myself.
Remember, we have the
Strap in, bitches.
There's an announcement.
And then there will be.
That's right. Stick around. We have Shadow of War video coming up at this break to give you a glance at this game coming up that we're all part of. If you haven't seen it, or if you have seen it, check it out anyway, because it's pretty awesome. And also for this week's giveaway, Wormwood, we've got a little video for you here to show you what's up and what you can do to try and win it at the break. So pay attention, stick around, and we'll see you guys here in a few minutes.
This is what's up.
Yeah.
The shadow of war spreads across Mordor. Fortresses will fall. Powers will rise. Not only upon the clashing of blades, but upon the choices you'll make.
Save me, master. Let me talk.
Because nothing will be forgotten.
I've seen things. Brutal things. Powerful things. Heads removed. Drakes slain. Dirt turned to mud in a rain of blood. I should be dead. But he chose me. To live. To fight for the bright Lord. So there I was, his ring of power burning on my face, thinking, you know, he ain't so bad. It ain't like the Dark Lord was so good to me. Marching, running, no room for promotion. Nah, Sauron's days are numbered. But the bright Lord's going places, and he's taking me with him. You tend to see things a bit differently when you lose an eye. A change of heart, some say. Not me, though. I always hated the Gravewalker. But now, it's personal. Shoveling Caragor droppings ain't the most beauteous work, but someone's got to do it. Then this ranger comes out of nowhere and lops me arm clean off. And in the darkness, I heard the most glorious voice, like birdsong. Kill the ranger.
Get the ultimate experience on Xbox One.
Hey gang, thanks as always for watching Critical Role. It's time for the weekly Wormwood giveaway. This week we are giving away this awesome cherry deck box from Wormwood. All you have to do to win this is be active in the Twitch chat on the Geek and Sundry channel. Use the code word UNDEAD, but only type it in once or you will be disqualified if you spam the chat. Undead is the code word to win this beautiful cherry deck box from our friends at Wormwood Gaming. Thanks for watching. Congrats to the winner.
Hello, Taldorians, and we have an exciting new product we want to share with you today on Gilmore's Glorious QVC. What you see here is a beautiful Major Arcana Tarot deck, featuring some of the most prominent figures of who's who in picturesque Tal'Dorei. Painted by the brilliant Lady Ioana Murison. Printed on the finest cardstock parchment with glittering gold foil imported from the mines of Craghammer, this is truly a showstopper for any high society soiree. You're not just telling their fortunes, you're bedazzling their future. Now today we are offering this beautiful purple and gold deluxe edition, as well as that's it actually. I wouldn't offer anything other than the finest edition in my store. The going market retail price of these cards is 4 platinum, or 40 gold pieces, or 400 silver pieces, or 4,000 copper pieces, but today we are giving you the special Gilmore's Glorious QVC value of... Sherry, no, we're still filming those, please! You're getting them all smudgy! The special Gilmore's Glorious QVC value of 24 gold pieces and 99 copper. That's right, just 2.5 platinum pieces. But that offer only lasts until the disclosed amount of seconds runs out on the timer in the corner. Scry now, or come down and visit me, Gilmore, at Gilmore's Glorious Goods, in the Abdar Promenade district of Iman.
Get set for adventure, friends, as we look back on what you missed this week on Nerdist, Geek and Sundry, and Alpha. Let's fix that FOMO. Over on Game the Game this week, Becca and Ivan were joined by Dodger and Mylin Sarley for the game of Photosynthesis. It's a board game where you watch trees grow. Look, I swear it's more exciting than it sounds. If you haven't subscribed to the GNS Twitch channel yet, now is your chance to get 50% off the first month. The deal lasts until October 4th, so get to it. Your comic experts on Alpha Comic Book Club were joined this week by Paul Dini, who is known for his work writing many fantastic DC books and is the inventor of the one and only Harley Quinn. Join the gang as they celebrate the character's 25th anniversary with the creator himself. If you are a little behind on your DC knowledge before you head into the Justice League movie, be sure to check out this week's Dan Cave. Resident nerd encyclopedia Dan Casey will give you all the info you need on the film's villain, Steppenwolf, so check it out. We're 7 episodes into Geek and Sundry's Painters Guild, so how are your skills coming along? Guys, how are they coming along? Anyway, this week Will Friedle is joined once again by Nathan Villarreal to focus on the most important step in the mini process, painting. Sweet. Futurama fans, Nerdist has a surprise for you. On a very special episode of the Nerdist podcast, you can listen to a brand new all-audio episode of Futurama written by Matt Groening, David X. Cohen, and the rest of the Futurama team. Looking ahead, be sure to watch the next episode of Talkin' Tunes on Alpha with special guest D. Bradley Baker, who has voiced characters on American Dad, Gravity Falls, Star Wars The Clone Wars, and many more.
Ha, I'm in the show.
And because we know you love that free stuff, be sure to enter the Alpha giveaway contest for this set of Walking Dead goodies by answering the question, which Alpha host would you pick to be in your zombie apocalypse squad? In the forums. Good luck! Well, I sure hope that was enough amazing stuff for you, but if not, there's always more for you at Nerdist, Geek and Sundry, and Alpha. Thanks for watching!
You, stay there, take a picture.
I mean, really, the question is, like, how many cups of coffee is too many cups of coffee?
I don't understand the question.
Oh.
What's that?
What do you...
I mean, I don't know. This book, it's, I mean, like, beyond the fantasy narrative derivative thing, I mean, I'm so bored by the, like, steampunk bullshit of putting guns in a fantasy setting. It's just so trite.
Is that your Critical Role comic book? Yeah, that's your show. That's your comic.
No.
You were just bashing your characters.
You came back weird from the burn, man. Fucking Matt Colville. They let him write shit? I don't even...
Can we have your copy?
Yeah, can we?
Oh.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. All right, so last we left off, you guys were all traveling upward through various means of flight.
Shit, that's right.
Through a peak in the central cavern chamber, the center of Thamara, the long dead dwarven city. As you begin to climb upward through this 15-foot wide or so upward hallway, this cylindrical cavern, you continue upward for about 50 or so feet since passing through the ceiling of this chamber, and then it opens up into a domed room. Immediately as you fly up, you see a ceiling come up, and you have to kind of coast off to the side, and you catch yourself hovering there as the rest of you guys make your way in there. In this domed, almost like mushroom-shaped chamber with a very, very thin circular floor on the outside with the hole where you entered in the bottom. It's whoever would stand on the edge there would have the opportunity to either leap into or toss something down into this hole that would then drop them right into the center of the city.
Weird question. Was the blue gem, if I were holding the blue gem and had dropped it down this hole, what would the likelihood it would have landed vaguely where it ended up?
Not at all. Okay. It was a ways off. This was
okay, just checking.
But
are there any undead around us right now?
Currently, glancing around, you do not see any undead.
So you said things or people. Is this like a body-sized hole?
No, it's about 15 feet wide. And the full chamber is about maybe 50 or so feet across, and there's about a 20-foot walkway, circular, around the chamber before the hole in the center.
Did you say if the hole is like a natural just gap in the cave, or does it look made? Yeah.
If you glance down and look about the interior of this chamber, it is not natural. It is all carved.
Can we look at the gem for a second, since there's no undead around?
If you want to, Grog has it.
You want me to pull it out?
Yeah, can you do an Arcana check or something on it?
Sure.
Yeah.
I can look at it.
Are we also hovering in a...
How big is it? Is it like a baseball size?
Oh, that's right.
It's not that big.
Yeah. No undead, right? No creatures. Nobody that's going to go whoop to
Doesn't
this
appear to
shining
be
blue light.
We can't see anything around us?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay.
I remove the handkerchief. I look at it. I inspect it like a jeweler inspecting a jewel.
Okay.
18 Arcana check.
Okay. It's definitely magical. And you can watch the blue light from it. It kind of like, it grows stronger, then weaker. And stronger, then weaker. It kind of has this kind of rhythmic kind of
Like a
flash to it.
How
a
is
heart
it-
or something that kind of has like a pulse to it.
Is it pulsing kind of... How is it lining up towards the steps of the giant?
Not at all.
Okay.
It's much quicker.
Much quicker.
It's cold to the touch.
Okay.
Does it do anything to the Titan stone knuckles?
I'm holding it in there.
Is it faster than my heartbeat?
It's slower.
Slower.
Whoa. That's
Oh,
slow.
but it's undead.
So
If
it's
it's,
very slow,
is
but not as slow as the word he's walking.
Correct.
But definitely slow.
Is it a cut? Is it a cut jewel
Okay.
or is it rough?
It's kind of rough. It doesn't look like it's no jeweler's hand has really touched it. There are some edges that have flat surfaces to it, but it looks like there are maybe things that have chipped off the stone.
The vibe of something petrified.
No, it has almost a quartz-like look to it. Elements of it appear to be cloudier or imperfect, and some areas appear to be clearer, and the light shines through a little brighter.
So it's like a hunk at the Natural History Museum in the mineral section.
Kind of, yeah.
If
But
we
there's an
gaze
enchantment
into
in
it,
it.
can we see anything?
What about Pikey Pants? Can she detect if it's evil or good or something? Does she
You can-
do that?
Can you do that? You should do that.
I'm gonna do that.
Okay. You don't get a
Thank
sense
you.
of any sort of
Where's the
evil
edamame?
coming from the stone.
Oh, so where is it?
No evil?
You said no sense of evil, right?
No evil
Yeah,
coming.
no evil coming from the stone.
Okay, I'm gonna gaze into it.
Okay.
Super hard.
You look really hard into the stone as you hold it to your face, and your eyes almost cross as you glance into the very core source of this pulsating arcane energy. And it's bright.
So bright, y'all.
So bright, it hurts a little bit. You kind of have to wince after a while.
Magical, not
I saw
evil.
so many things. I saw so many things.
And it's bright.
The eclipse too.
I did.
We don't have an identifier or anything like that, do we?
No. You know who had that?
No, who?
Our good friend Terry. He was wonderful.
Who was that?
Terry.
Oh,
Terry and
the fancy fellow?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's great.
He's probably dead somewhere.
I think we should try and smash it.
Don't you think that about everyone and everything?
Hear me out.
I'm not against this idea.
What else are we going to do to it before we face Elvecna?
My only other thought of how it could be useful at this point with what we know about it
Is Elvecna Spanish Vecna?
Yes. Is that it seemed like the undead were crowding towards it, which means that if we do get attacked by a group of undead, we might be able to shiny object them. Unless, of course, it's dangerous in their hands.
Or
And then
we
we just
spike
hand
it
them.
down the hole and it causes a hydrogen bomb. And we shatter this titan in half.
That literally made the dungeon master laugh, so I don't know if that's necessarily...
It's blue, right?
It's blue.
That is the color of hydrogen.
What?
That's the color of Dr. Manhattan. I don't necessarily know if it's the same thing.
It is known.
Why don't we just hang on to it for now?
Fair enough.
In a moment of peril, we can throw it.
We can try to
Not
crack
crazy trying to crack it.
What
Yeah,
if
I'm
it
okay
stops
with that.
this thing where it stands? Because we're all thinking this could possibly.
You're edamame at me.
I know.
Edamame.
We're all thinking that this thing could be its heart somehow.
Its heart?
Yeah.
It could.
It's very small for a
palm-sized,
heart.
right?
It could be
For
a
a
chunk of
titan.
heart.
It's
I mean,
palm-sized.
is it the same color as his knuckles?
No, these are like stonish gray.
Yeah.
And this
It's
is
totally
blue
different material.
crystal.
Totally different material.
Cobalt.
Sure.
There's nothing about it that gives you this sense, based on what you've seen both outside and within the Titan, that it is
It could be a
of
soul.
similar essence to the Titan, from what you understand.
It could be like a soul or something.
Soul glow?
Does Pike have anything that detects like a soul, or if it's anything like
It's
that?
not evil. It's not good. It could be the thing that's keeping these undead moving.
Okay. Well, I don't know what else to do. If I think we just keep moving
All right.
Yeah.
until
I like the spiking idea.
I'm okay squishing it with a hammer.
I'm okay squishing with the hammer.
I think that you should let me
I'm
squish
also
it
okay.
because
I
if
think
it
it's funny
blows
that-
up.
Though that we spent so much time getting it and then we're just going to destroy
We
it.
spent like 10 minutes getting this thing.
yeah, we'll think about smashing it when we take our rest. Maybe
Yeah.
a cause will reveal.
Right
itself.
Yeah.
Okay, alright.
Hold on to it for now. It could come in handy.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
still
that,
think the hydrogen bomb will
That
happen.
dress you bought 4 years ago.
You called
Silver
it.
one.
Exactly.
No, it might find a purpose.
We'll pop that tag off eventually.
All right, focus.
Yes.
Let's get out of this
Very
dome.
Is there any
straight up.
writing or engraving or runes on the edge of the circle that's been engineered?
On the edge of the circle, no. It's smooth stone, intently designed to be a drop or an opening of some kind.
Are there
And there's
exits?
Yeah,
Make an investigation check.
I'm looking for that.
You don't see any current doorways or passageways.
Wait, there's not a hole that we can go up?
There's a hole that you came through to come into this chamber. Imagine like a dome.
Oh, and now we're in the chamber.
You're in the chamber.
I literally just rolled a 1. I'm aware that there's a hole,
16.
and I have forgotten
You get
what I was
vertigo.
thinking. Yeah, I
as you
feel a little
stand in the
nauseous.
chamber.
Is this investigation or perception?
Investigation.
If you look about and you don't see any sort of exit, investigation to see if there's any hidden or not immediately noticeable exits or entryways.
23. For
23.
investigation.
As you kind of do a pass around, looking closely along the wall, you see what appear to be 2 small domed doors that have metal rods kind of jammed through, almost like a small barricade that's been placed down on one side of a doorway. However, they are closed from this side,
Okay, so we could
from the interior. You could.
Are they trapped?
Doors
I'm gonna look to see
Again
if they're
with the doors.
Make an investigation check.
Also fair to assume that whatever's in the set that door.
27.
27?
I rolled it.
Doesn't want us going through.
18.
Okay, you're both looking at the same one?
Yeah, I'm with that. Yeah.
Okay, neither of you notice any traps.
This one's
All
fine.
right, then I'm gonna try to jimmy open that.
Oh, whoa.
I already said it.
Is it locked?
Make
though?
a strength check.
Not locked.
Oh wait,
2?
Yeah, that's just like a strength, straight up strength, not
Yeah.
a saving throw.
Nope.
2? 2.
I'm really fucking weak. You'd think I'd be stronger pulling the bowstring, but no.
Use your legs. Use your legs. Really. Like,
Okay,
use your
I
legs.
put my legs up on the wall and. Trying to fall.
It is not budging.
Good deal.
Can I use my finger skills to see if it's locked? Just my finger skills.
I mean,
I made a perception check to see if it was trapped. Wouldn't I know if it's locked?
I mean, the lock is the barricading mechanism on it. There is no handle. There's no.
Is there?
I'm going to try
keyhole?
to
Grog.
sidestep this lock with my lockpicking skills.
It's a barricade.
It's a barricade.
It's
There's
a
nothing
rod.
to do, but there's nothing.
There's nothing.
It's like steel rebar in front of the door.
Seems impossible that a rogue would be able
Is there any
Step both sides.
is there any decorating or writing or scratching around the door frame or wall around the door? Anything other than just a portal to go through?
Not from what you can see. No, there's no runic symbol. The room is pretty simple. Like the construction of it.
And there's 2 doors.
May be older than most of the things that you've seen within the city below in previous chambers. It's simple. It seems to be built almost for function rather than ceremony or.
It's a trash chute. That's what I was gonna say. Is
Could
it
be.
like a
I'm gonna
water
get-
chute, a drainage? Does
I'm
this
gonna
look
get
a
out of the way in
drain
case
pipe?
something comes out of
This
here,
could fill
and
the
so it
city
does
with
not
water.
me into that
But
goddamn
it could
hole.
fill the city with water.
How far apart
It
of
could
the
drown all the zombies.
Well, one thing you do notice, which is interesting as you're kind of glancing around the side, looking on the ground at the bottom of it, there's a very, very faint groove in the ground that leads towards the central hole.
Yeah.
At the base of each of these doorways.
Does there appear to be any other type of chutes coming into this room?
No, just the
And
2
how far
doorways on the
apart?
opposite sides.
How far apart are the doors? Are they on opposite sides?
Opposite sides of the chamber. Yeah.
So is it? There's a bar. The door is barred then.
Correct.
So just
break it.
Let's get out of the way and just pop the bar. So you can just pop the bar right off the door.
Do we want to have Keyleth there in case 900 undead zombies start pouring through and she can wall of stone the door?
Ocean of water.
Yeah.
I'll be with you.
We-
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, yeah.
Are you ready to
I'm right
tell
behind you, man.
We're all out of the way.
Yeah.
I will try and remove one of the doors. I don't know how to delineate between.
I'm gonna
The left one.
be ready.
It's a,
for
yeah,
things.
it's a circle.
Sure, get help.
That one.
Flip a coin.
25.
25. It immediately like comes off to the side, and you can see there's this. When you lift it, you realize at this point that there's a. It's actually bolted to the wall to the side, and it curves upward and holds in place. This is meant to stay in place as you
Wow,
lift it.
really? It was meant to move, and I think I loosened it for you, Grog.
I didn't get that sense at all.
But as you lift it up, the door is now unbarred.
Shall I?
Yeah, open the door.
Let's see what's
Are
behind
the
door number 1.
hinges on this side, so it looks like it opens towards me?
It looks like it opens towards you. Yeah.
Okay, I'll pull open the door.
I'm at the ready for whatever.
Okay. And this was.
Yeah, it's hard to.
Go on the left.
In a circle.
We'll say as you entered and landed, the door on the left. Okay. So, as you pull that one open, immediately preparing yourself, a couple of rocks kind of tumble out, and then it reveals what appears to be just a packed, tight mass of earth and stone.
Shit, let's try the other one.
Cholesterol.
Definitely.
The silent
Should
killer.
I punch the rubble?
No, let's try the other door first.
Okay, I'll make my way around.
Okay, another
We
strength
set
check.
ourselves up.
Kidding me?
Yes. 20 on the dot.
20. It lifts over without an issue.
Pull.
Pull the door open. You lift it open, and a few rocks do tumble past, but what looks to be a slick, almost rock slide like incline continues upward, dry, no water, nothing.
A rock slide continues onward, slick, dry.
How big is the tunnel?
It's about maybe 4 feet wide or so.
So we could fit in.
Yeah, you could fit in.
We have some removable
Like
rods.
in like a
I have one.
And when I say slide, I mean
I have
like
one as well.
like smooth stone, like an actual slide.
Oh.
You get the sense that there was some sort of a an aqueduct type scenario.
So we
here.
brace ourselves on the wall to
This
make
is
sure
the
we don't
toilet
slide
done.
down and start.
Yeah.
Whoever's in the back should have the immovable rod, so
Oh,
if
God,
there's a
I'll be in
sudden
the
rush
back.
of water, we can create a grate for ourselves.
Yeah, good call.
You envision at one point long, long ago, this would have been a beautiful central waterfall in the center of Thomara's chamber that is now dried.
Dope. That's awesome. I mean, creepy as fuck now, but I've got the immovable rod. I'll be the caboose.
Okay. I've got the other one.
You'll be the second.
So I'll be second.
All right, so Grog's the caboose.
Keyleth in front of Grog.
Oh, Keyleth in front of Grog. All right. Who's in front of them?
Me.
Scanlan,
Pike.
then Pike. Alrighty.
Myself and the twins, I suppose.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
I want to be in the
And I'll
front.
go ahead
Tip
and
of the
take the
spear.
immovable rod out and have it in my hand.
Alrighty.
He's in the necklace.
Not a worry. So you got both of those. Oh, before I forget, I totally forgot there was a winner for this. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
Hey.
Oh, hey.
I should do that, huh? Ryan. Ryan Boo, you're the winner. I'm going to contact you and get you your cherry deck box soon.
Boo.
But I forgot.
Yeah, boo.
Anyway, so now that's taken care of. You make your way up the slide, and it's relatively gradual. It's not too heavy of a scenario. So you make your way upward, and about 30 or so feet up, the walls of it separate out and appear to break into what looks like two smaller chambers. Like this was a breaking point, or a person could enter from either side to check on the flow, or do maintenance on whatever the ducting was. The slide continues upward, or looking to the right and left as Vax and Vex, you get to that portion and kind of lift yourself up, looking right to left. It ends on one side, and it looks like there's some dry rotted wooden crates. And to the left looks to be a staircase.
So it's like a landing?
It's a brief landing for somebody who needed to come in and either do repairs, maintenance, or some sort of checking on the flow of water being.
Going up the slide?
Take a
Or
quick glance.
take the stairs?
Quick glance in the crate.
No, if you're gonna take a quick glance, then we have to bust them open like a proper RPG.
Smash them. Smash them.
Yeah, they're dry rot. They'll break easy.
They will. What do you do?
Check them out. Open them up.
They're all mimics.
I eat some edamame.
All right, so you lift the crates.
Yeah.
There's only two of them, and they're relatively small, maybe like 2 feet by 2 feet. The first one, you open up and look inside, and there are rusted tools, like long iron bars, some like forked. There are a couple that look to be almost wrench-like. It looks like whatever mechanism was used as the early aqueduct system for this, this box contained materials that you're uncertain as to what their application was to this system.
I'll take a glance at these things just to sort of memorize their general shape.
Okay.
After you're done with them, I'll actually take them.
All right, fine. Then.
Okay, you go and grab a few. There's 5 rods, varying widths. Some of them appear to be almost like ratchet elements, where they fit around different like metal caps. There's one that looks to be almost just like a wide crowbar, something that's used to hold or wedge elements separately. Very basic, nothing too intricate, nothing that catches your attention.
This is some basic shit that you're picking.
That was the first. That was the first crate. What's the next crate? Is it whoopee cushions or?
No, the next crate you open up and it looks mostly empty, but it looks like there are what looks to be a couple of rows of small glass vials, half of which appear to have been broken or some sort of impact causing them to shatter. But there are 3 remaining with a very, very faint kind of bluish liquid on the inside.
Does that sound familiar to you, Estral?
Yeah,
Same
healing.
color as the crystal.
Healing potions are blue.
No, healing potions are red.
These don't resemble healing potions, actually.
Do these resemble underwater breathing?
They do.
You've seen these before.
Hey. Ding ding.
Pussy.
For toilet diving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Emergency. Let's take those.
Okay, I got them.
I give one. I
Good.
give one of them to Percy for being so sharp.
Thank you.
I give one to my sister. You don't need it. I keep one. No, I don't. I'm barely alive. I give one to Scanlan.
I give it to Grog.
Because there were 3.
I got one.
Give it to Pike.
I've got 2 actually.
3, right?
There are 3. 3
Alright,
that
I'll
are
keep
broken.
it.
Yeah. Keep it, Scanlan.
Just in case.
I've got 2 vials of underwater.
Wow.
Alrighty.
Rubber stamp.
So,
Why is there no water running?
Any other boxes to smash?
No.
I imagine it's because he is vertical now instead of horizontal.
And undead.
All of the water
Let's
is
keep
coming
going. Up the
out
stairs.
of his ass.
We're gonna keep going, but
Up the stairs.
This is worth thinking about. All right.
All right. Heading up the stairs, same order?
30 to 40 feet in advance.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So 30 to 40 feet in advance?
Yeah.
Okay. You make your way up
Stealth
the
or
staircase. Roll stealth.
The movable rods out.
Great.
28.
Okay.
For stealth.
All right. You stealthing as well? Or are you going along with him, or are you letting him go ahead?
I am
He's coming.
natural
20.
All right. So the two of you very quietly make your way ahead. The rest of you keeping up within, I assume, the range of the ring.
Yep.
Yes, very much.
The staircase doesn't go too far. It goes up maybe 30 or so feet, and then it opens up into a hallway. You're basically stepping up through the floor, and there's about 10 feet on each side behind and the sides of you. There's a slight element of a cave-in to the immediate left of you, where part of the stone seems to have collapsed, and a bit of the earth is kind of filtered in. And it's a smooth stone floor that's tiled in places. The walls continue on, same kind of somewhat trapezoid-like angle. And there are other portions of the wall that have kind of caved in on certain elements, and there's a pillar, 2 large pillars that mark the center of this hallway. Just either use of support beams or decorative, but they go from ceiling to floor. You glance over the side, and you see looks to be a distant staircase in the far end of this hallway, maybe 80, 90 feet from where you are, if not further, with larger stairs. You've seen some of the more dwarven-based ones. These ones seem to be a little wider, a little more grandiose as they lift up higher and higher. But part of that hallway is completely collapsed. It is just a wall of fallen earth, but there is a hole carved out of it. Like there's just like a tunnel that has been pushed through. And you hear this very, very faint kind of buzzing sound. Very, very faint. This kind of like
Yes,
just
exactly what I was thinking.
Undead Umber Hulk, maybe not.
Umber Hulks or
like a very faint, like very faint vibration. You also see what appears to be a figure stepping from a side wall, like a crevasse, like an opening, similar shape to that kind of that circular opening in the wall.
I'm gonna hide.
Well, yeah, we're stealth.
You guys are stealth.
Yeah.
So we're good. You re-hide while stealth.
Great.
That's what I do. You hear some muttering across the way in the shadow. There's a very faint source of light. It looks like a glowing kind of orb that is just kind of floating in the air above, giving this faint kind of greenish white light, like just a bauble that's giving some sort of a light source to whatever this cloaked figure is. You hear the muttering, and 2 more walk down the staircase to join them. You recognize from the faint bit of light a glimmer of metal around the neck of one of them. That is the symbol, this hole with the metallic fork. You see remnants of Vecna.
Wait, just remnants.
Remnants of just
You don't see any faces. You just see like a quick glimmer of like the shine of the metal and the light it casts from the bauble.
What? They're just.
This can't be happening right now.
now. We don't recognize faces. We don't see faces.
You just see hooded figures that are walking there. There's 3 of them.
Let's go. They're just soldiers.
Let's go.
Oh, they're like cult members.
Oh God.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So which ones are you aiming at? There's 3 of them.
I'm aiming at the first one I saw.
Okay. The first one you saw, you stepped out of the center of the hall there, and then on the 2 other that walked down the hallway. So you're aiming at the one that came out of the side of the wall?
Has he seen the 2 coming down the stairway yet?
There's been discussion like over the shoulder. They seem to be aware of each other's presence, but they haven't come together to engage as 3 in the same area yet.
I will follow my sister's lead, and if she attacks 1, I send 1 to another one and 2 to the third.
Okay.
So if she does,
I'll attack the first so he can take the second.
then 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
And 2 arrows for your guy.
Yeah, these are auto crits though because
they don't.
We're surprising them.
This is true.
It's true.
All right. So go ahead
Can
and roll.
I hunter's mark him?
Hunter's mark the okay.
One you're about to kill.
Yes. Okay.
In one
You can hunter's mark him.
Okay. And there you go. Okay.
All right.
Oh, so we don't have to roll for attack. It's just an auto crit.
Well, no, you
Gotta
still have
roll
to
an
roll to
advantage.
see if you aim. You have advantage on the attack.
First guy.
27.
27 on my first.
Wow.
Okay. Both hit.
Second attack. Oh my god. 20.
Kill it. Kill him.
20 on the second attack.
That hits.
Okay. I got a 1 on both. Thank God they were both at advantage. I know.
27, 19, 25.
Okay. All three hit.
And they're all critical?
They're all critical,
No, the
but
first
the
one's
first
crit.
is. Oh, really? Okay. So the first is sneak attack.
They're not all crit. Once you hit the person, they're no longer surprised.
Okay, so the first one is a crit.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
Solid. That's okay.
Oh yeah, I feel so bad for you.
Yeah. You are the most powerful person at this table.
Oh, yeah.
14 plus 6 lightning damage. Oh, wait. You know what? I'm just going to say, should I single out the lightning damage or just say what all the damage is?
Well, it's an auto crit. So lightning damage is doubled as well.
So it's 12 lightning damage.
Right. Plus whatever your sneak
Plus
attack
whatever
damage
my-
is
okay.
doubled.
Okay.
Yeah, that's happening.
You already did 40 points of damage. You rolled up on it, sorry.
Same number.
Don't do that.
Travis, shut up.
Jesus.
These two are gigantic damage
They're
rolls.
huge. Just
They're huge, giant dice.
mammoth.
Huge, just bulbous.
Turgid.
Yeah.
Oh, I had already rolled that, but it was a
Damage
16.
roll. Just
So 40
shiny.
plus 12 lightning damage
Okay.
on the first.
52 points. Alrighty.
Plunging.
And then
I got.
No,
Go
go.
finish. I got 48 on my first.
Gleaming. Yeah.
But that's it. 48 done. The next one I got 12.
I didn't do
plus-
Hunter's Mark damage on that first guy.
This is on the other guy, the second guy.
Dropping rules.
Add 10 because of Hunter's Mark on that first one.
Oh.
A little bit of that reach around.
Smell. Dice just smell a little bit.
48, 2010.
Right, so 48 on your critical.
That's the critical.
Yeah, okay.
That's the dice damage. I rolled really low.
20. 10. Okay then.
Oh.
Alrighty.
Circumcised.
And are you shooting the same guy, Laura?
Yes.
You were
the
all
same-
on one, yeah.
I was all on one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so unless he went down, would I notice or would I
No,
just
he did not go down.
Okay. Then the second one, yeah.
He's very impregnable.
10, 15,
I love that we're laughing. It's probably like the death.
21 on the
Knight.
second one.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Delilah.
That does it.
Oh. How much damage? Total?
I don't know.
Total on that round from you would have been, it was 110 with the first hit between the two of you. On the first guy and the second one hit. So
That's not a joke.
So the one that was off to the side, who was kind of leaning forward, hunched over, and looking over his shoulder, the first arrow goes into the throat, and he kind of reaches forward, and as it does, the dagger into the face, into the socket where there's no eye, which then looks up at the glow. And the finger goes out as soon as the second arrow takes the other eye out, and they
God.
fall back
Finger
onto the
goes
ground.
out?
Finger
Oh God.
Just pointing in your direction, like.
Finger of death.
Okay. As soon as the two other daggers into the other two, you watch. They both see the one crumble on the ground. The two left there. The guy who's standing at the stairs.
May I also dump some poison?
Sure. Into which one?
Into the first one. I did one into my first target, and then two into the second. The poison would have gone into the second person. It's a DC of 15.
Alrighty. That is a DC 15. Yeah, that does. It's the 16.
16. So nothing, right?
Nothing. Yeah.
Okay. Balls.
That's okay. All right. So.
Yeah.
As soon as the one crumples to the ground and the two other daggers into the other two that are there, they kind of. You see the one fall. The one in the center of the chamber glances over the shoulder and says, "It seems I'm the lucky one. Odell, run back and tell that Viskorod found sneaky prey. and the one immediately to the left begins to running
Can
up,
I shoot
up
him
the
again
stairs.
before he runs away?
Nope, because you dured your turn. This is their reaction. I'm gonna bring out.
Oh shit!
Oh no!
Initiative!
We're about to
You know
roll
what?
initiative,
We did it.
motherfuckers.
Sorry guys, we did it.
Initiative. Thank you very much. Push it.
Viscon? Is that what
Hot.
We've heard the name Viscon before.
We've also heard the name Odell.
Odell.
Yeah, Odell.
Odell, comma, tell Viscon we have like visitors.
with knives made of glass.
Wait, when did we hear Odell before?
Could have been. I just know we've heard it.
Should we have
Viscon.
buddies?
There's been 3 Jamesons in our campaign too.
Not every name you hear.
He's in an infinite
necessarily.
font of names.
Everything is
Everyone else
important,
is still
Matt.
down the stairs right there.
I wonder if we should have let them talk for a second.
Well,
oh well.
That's not our way.
Apparently not.
They did for
That's
one
recent episodes have shown. All right.
Wow, that was some shade.
So now, I need everyone to roll initiative.
Yes.
Yay.
Yes. Yes, queen.
Don't fuck me, girl.
No.
Okay. Not good.
Excellent.
Doable for me.
Don't let
No,
them
it's okay. I got advantage.
You roll for Pike?
Don't
No.
let
You do
them
Pike.
leave.
Nope.
I agree with that.
You can leave one alive, but don't let them leave.
Not good for Pike.
Nope, not good.
Mine is terrible.
Alrighty.
Did everyone roll shittily?
Nope. So,
Fuck.
25 to 20.
23.
21.
You're
Okay.
fine.
Alrighty.
Got that long range. Get that runner.
20 to 15.
Nope.
18.
15.
Alrighty.
Sup, Rogue? Sup?
I'm not fast.
Sup?
Girl.
Lies.
Alright. Girl.
Lies.
13.
All right.
Motherfucker.
That's weird for you.
Almost as low as I can go.
13 for Pike? Oh no, it's Vax. And what's Pike?
Pike clocked in at
God
4.
only knows what that looks
Pike
like on
is
camera.
clocking in his Pike.
Yeah.
All right, and then
I like it. Yeah, where's the remix of this song?
I know.
It's right
Like-
now.
alrighty. So,
Yeah, that purple rock.
beginning of the round. Vex, you're up first.
Get it.
Okay.
Get it.
I'm gonna
Runner.
cast Grasping Vine.
Like around here, so we can lash up and try to catch that wizard that's running away, that cloaked guy that's running away.
Okay, what's he have to roll for that?
He has to roll a dexterity save above 15.
15.
Get it. Get it, son. Get it.
Is this guy leaving?
That is an 8. That is a
Yeah.
no.
Leave, by the way, is that
He's running up the stairs.
So it snatches his ankle
And then drags him.
backwards.
Yeah. Yes.
And then I'm gonna shoot him
Fetch grog.
All right, go for it.
twice.
Maybe not the one in the big
Not
red
that
coat.
one.
No.
Not the
That one looks like he knows too much.
Yeah, that's a, what is that?
High.
32.
Yeah.
32. That hits. Oof, pardon. Good roll damage.
Good roll.
Thank you. 14. 14 plus 4 lightning damage. I don't get sneak attack on this guy though.
Nope.
No, you're not hiding.
So 14 plus 4 lightning damage.
Okay, so 18.
And then I'm gonna hit him again.
Alrighty.
And that is also a 32. No, that's a, well, it's very high. 27, 28,
very
28.
28. All right, that hits. Roll damage. Grog, you're up next.
Yep.
You're in the back of the marching order.
No, we're not up at the top. Are we?
No. So you got at least
20 feet.
about 25, 30 feet before you can get to the top there.
12 plus 6 lightning damage.
Doesn't say that. Oh, nice. All right. 36 points of damage in one round for him. The arrows, as he's like pulled to the rock and rubble by the grasping vine that's currently wrapped around him.
I'm gonna use my movement to
Stand behind this little pillar right here.
Okay, go for it. All right, Grog, you're up.
As I hear the sweet melodic Miami Vice tunes of warfare being played, can I double dash up past me mates and into the fray?
Sure. So 30 feet will get you right at the edge of the stairs.
Can I use my action to...
30 feet. You still have 20 more feet you can go.
Yeah, straight towards him.
All right, so that's there.
And then can I use dash to go the rest of the way?
Close the gap there?
Yep.
Sure. Cool. Yes.
But I only have my bonus action left, so can I go into a rage?
You may, yeah. Alrighty. So at that point, you go into a rage.
And that's my turn.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Yeah, this is very doable because now he's.
Alrighty. So now it is.
You can hold him there.
It is his turn.
Well, if he tries to run, you can at the very least.
Well, you have that guy, but this guy was the runner. I thought.
Yeah, we got him. He's vinded.
He's okay.
He's grasped.
He's currently grasped.
Okay. As soon as you rush up into his face, you hear the individual, the hood kind of pulled back at this point. You see shaved entirely bald, older, kind of late 50s, early 60s, missing one eye, but in that socket you can see like a faint spark of arcane energy, shouting out amongst the space, "Glory and reward is mine! Wraiths, go forth and devour while I bring oblivion to them." So as you rush up, is going to go ahead and cast Wall of Force.
Yikes.
Right in the space between there.
Between him and
Grog.
Grog.
The space between your wicked lies.
So it pushes you back 5 feet.
Okay.
And now there is a wall of force that is blocking that side of the hallway from where he is.
Okay.
Him and the other guy, or just between him? How big is it?
Sorry, the entirety. I'll this here for you. The entirety of this chamber now is a wall of force.
Fucking fuck face.
So, cast
What's Wall
that.
of Force do? Trying to walk through that shit.
Probably.
Yeah, it just
It
hurts.
hurts.
Like, force
Will it?
You'll be fine.
Will
Okay. As soon as the wall appears there, you see a slight shimmer barrier that forces you back about 5 feet. You catch your back foot, and you can. And now, as the barrier finishes shimmering, it's invisible. It looks like there's nothing there.
It disappeared.
He's just grinning from there. He glances over to the right into the hole in the wall where his friend was earlier.
Which was that way, right?
Mm-hmm. And he glances over. He goes, "Odell, bring me the sphere." And you hear the humming noise. The faint humming vibrational noise is now louder.
Please not a sphere of annihilation.
So that ends his turn. Actually, he's going to take a step back up into the
little
stairs
marble
there.
The little you can move those.
That's and his turn. Scanlan, you're up.
I'm up?
Yep.
What can I do?
You're 20 feet down from the staircase.
Oh, well, then my speed is 25.
So that'll get you right up to about there with 5 foot step.
Don't let them leave.
Oh, God. This looks like a crazy thing.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60 is how far it is.
Wow.
Where did you hurt Odell?
Wow.
Better if I just stand, I think, actually.
There's a wall of force. Do I see a wall of force?
You don't. You actually rush up and it looks like it's an open hallway right now.
Okay. I see Grog in attack mode, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I see these two bad guys. I will send a lightning bolt at somebody.
Which one?
Well, it looks like I can't see this guy because there's a pillar in between. So
that's true. Yeah, it has to be that guy. All right. So you'd have to move out to the side, or else you're going to hit Grog with the lightning bolt. It's going to be hard. Well, he has a few steps though. You could probably just aim it above and hit him without Grog. I'll let you do that. All right. So as you get to the top, you release your bolt of lightning. It arcs forward, and as it gets right above Grog, it hits something solid and splinters to no effect.
So this wall of force visually is like floor to ceiling?
Visually,
We don't see it.
You don't know. You don't see it.
Don't see it.
He saw a faint shimmer because
All right,
something
got it.
pushed him out of the space, but right now you have no visual perspective. That's going to end Scanlan's turn, I believe.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
The other guy to the side, who's currently held by the vine that kind of, falls limp off of his body.
It falls limp off of his body.
Well, it grabs. It doesn't wrap around or keep him held. Every turn, it just can pull something towards it. Is what it does. He's going to go ahead and glance over towards the side, listening to what the other Rashad had said. He's going to. Okay. At which point, that humming gets louder and louder.
Oh no. What if we just killed all of us?
All right.
He had the map.
The scar.
There's a way. If he built the map, there's a way out.
You watch as a 2-foot wide black sphere of void-like nothingness comes carving through the stone wall immediately to the left of you, Grog, leaving a completely disintegrated form roughly around the shape of its sphere.
Oh, shit.
Starts coasting in towards and into your space.
What?
That's a sphere of annihilation.
Yes,
kids.
it is.
Oh shit, son.
Oh God.
Put that there. That's fine.
Is someone controlling it?
So Grog,
One of
No,
those two.
no,
I
no.
need you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my God, roll so well.
Yeah, I got advantage.
Do you get
on
advantage?
those. I do. I have danger sense.
Yeah, it's like
Is it an
fucks
attack?
you up.
Is he being
Yeah, it hurt real bad. It hurts real bad.
No, I rolled a 20.
I see this happening, right?
16.
16, okay. You manage to just duck out of the way as it enters the space, and it's you can feel like this kind of this weird energy. Your beard is almost being pulled toward it, and the loud vibrating hum before you. It's like staring into an absolute nothingness.
Take my life, but not my beard.
Who looks like he's controlling it?
Throw the cards out.
The guy who was being pulled by her is like concentrating and moving it over at that
Oh,
point.
the guy in red?
Yeah.
The guy in red is controlling it.
All right, that's gonna end his turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Ah!
Yes.
Rest for a second. Controlling enemies.
Sweetheart.
That's okay.
We could get like dudes behind you to hold you up.
Yeah. Oh, we'll see how I can do it. Keyleth, your turn.
I like
Oh my God. So much just changed from what I thought I was going to do.
You were about 25 feet down the staircase, so.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So I come up from the staircase.
Okay, that gets you just up to the edge there, where the staircase stops.
Okay.
Does the sphere of annihilation get an attack of opportunity if I run away?
Probably not.
You can tell me.
Is it a thing or is it a weapon?
It's
Like,
just
is it a being?
it's a black
Ball.
sphere of void that just seems to be one of the guys looking focused, concentrating on it, and
I
it
don't see that
moved
guy.
under his willpower in the direction of Grog.
It's real bad.
Oh my God.
It's real
What? Okay.
Oh shit.
Okay. I'm gonna come up. I'm trying to think of what I have in range, and I'm terrified. And I'm gonna just stick with my original instinct and do Wall of Stone and try and wall these guys in, so they can't run.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I think they can still carve through it with their big black death orb
They can,
now.
but at least they'll be here.
They'll have to make the orb do that.
To do that.
To do it, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I can do 10 foot by 10 foot
Yeah, because
panels.
at least it'll take the orb away from us.
So I want to be like
Sphere. Sorry.
boof, 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 and like semicircle block off, boof, bring up a whole wall of stone behind them. Cool.
Okay. Hold on a second.
Who can get to the other side? You have Dimension Door.
Ooh.
But that's it, right? That's the only person that has that kind of a thing. Like a.
He's the only one who could probably get to the other side.
As you attempt to concentrate and create a wall of stone, you are unable to pick a point or an area beyond the barrier.
The wall of force?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Shit.
Wait, what? Say it again. I'm sorry.
And you need to focus, or is it just a random?
No.
It does.
just doesn't penetrate through.
It doesn't fizzle the spell.
I just can't.
You have
do
no
it.
area to release it on. Like that, the barrier, while invisible, is preventing targeting a specific
Okay.
area to create.
We need to dispel this shit.
So,
dig under.
I do have
Dispel magic or dig under?
I mean, you've used your action to attempt it. Like you didn't
I
lose the
can't do
spell
anything
slot, but you
else.
spent your action attempting it.
Okay.
Hey man, that was fucking.
We learned a lot.
Try. Yeah.
Can't cast through it.
Nope.
Good to know.
At all.
Did the
I
but
thought-
the orb went through it?
No, the
And
orb is on the other side of the.
Even though it's like a nature thing, kind of going up underneath there. I can't get around it. No.
You're targeting on the other side of the wall.
Okay.
Because that's to be in visual range for you to create it to happen.
I see you on the other side of the wall.
All right, it's Keyleth's turn. Percy. Oh no, sorry. At the end of Keyleth's turn, you hear this
Fucking A-rates.
sound as these two shadowy figures emerge from the nearby walls.
Ghosts! Shadows!
No, what? Ghosts or wraiths?
Wraiths.
There's like 10 different kinds of things like that.
Really?
Hey, was wraiths what like fucked me and you
Those
up
two ghosts.
when we were like evil
those were
Vex and
ghosts.
or evil
those were
Vex and
wraiths.
Keyleth? And they,
Oh
like,
shit! And look what they're doing.
Here we go.
This one hovers over and lands behind Keyleth, and is going to attempt.
No.
As it seems to like shift through the pillar.
I just look over my shoulder and go,
actually,
oh no.
This one
no,
here
no,
actually
no.
stays within the pillar, like reaches out as it's incorporeal and strikes at you.
Fabulous.
Fabulous.
So that is 24 against you, Vex.
That hits.
All right. You suffer. Motherfucker. Ah, this is a lot. 21 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And I need you to succeed on a Constitution saving throw.
Fuck. Come on.
Oh my fucking god. It's a 20?
Wait,
All right. All right. Well, you suffer the 21 points of necrotic damage, and your maximum hit points are reduced by 21.
Forever.
Until you finish a long rest.
Okay.
Oh shit, son.
The other one striking at you, Keyleth.
Yeah.
That is a 16.
Misses.
That's right, because your AC is 17 with the ring.
That's all right.
Which I miscalculated on
I
the...
leveled up, motherfuckers.
That's right. All right, cool. So, technically the level didn't affect your AC. However, calculating the magical item
But
did.
I'm feeded and
we got it right.
I'm good.
I know. All right, so as it swings towards you, its clock shrieks out and has no effect. And then they both vanish. If you want to take an attack of opportunity, you can if you'd like to.
Warcaster.
Warcaster, you can tend to cast a spell on it as a reaction if you'd like. And this one's going to go ahead and back away into the wall as well. Vex, you also get an attack of opportunity if you'd like.
With
a melee weapon.
Does it have to be a bonus action?
No. It can be an action.
It can be just an action?
Yeah, that's part of the Warcaster feat.
I mean, I have like a dagger, but
Up to you.
I don't even have it drawn. I have
Then
my bow
yeah,
out.
you're fine. You can't. You
And
can't,
they're
don't really
both
get
out of visual range, right?
They both are now backing up.
One's in a pillar and one went through a wall.
They both
correct?
went through a wall.
Yep. They both suffer.
Are they like moaning and shit in the walls?
You can't hear them.
Okay,
Once they
can't
get-
hear them. Can't see them, can't hear them. All right. Thanks.
No worries. Keyleth, what
I
are you
have
doing?
resistance to necrotic damage, by the way.
You do. All right then. You do. Then you take 10 points necrotic damage, and your hit points are only reduced by 10.
Okay. Aren't they cute?
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what would be a good idea right now.
I have no ideas for anything.
I've never done this before, but I haven't learned. I will ice knife it in its phase. Ice knife. Ice knife.
Okay.
Level 1, you create a shard of ice, fling it at. Oh, it's a flingy thingy, but it's 1d10 piercing damage, and then it explodes.
Okay. It's right next to you.
Melee.
Yeah. No, it's a melee. Well, no. She has a feat where she can cast a spell as a reaction when something comes
I'm
out of her.
Warcaster, so I can be like.
Just know that whatever you're hitting is right next to you. So if it explodes and does any radial damage, it might come back and hit you.
No, hit or miss. The shard then explodes. The target and each creature within 5 feet of the point where
Which
the
would
ice
be you.
explodes. Oh.
But you're
pretty
a bunch
right.
of other folks.
I'm fine. I'm doing it anyway. King.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to hit.
And Scanlan and...
No.
5
It's
feet?
behind her.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What's wrong with us? What's wrong with
Did you roll a
us?
one?
Wasted all of our 20s on goods.
Tonight is
On, like,
ridiculous.
early-
This
It's
is
a one.
dumb.
We're It's a some one.
polar extremes.
All right. So as you release the ice knife, it slams into the wall. No effect. However, it does still explode, right?
Yeah.
So it does what damage?
2d6.
2d6 damage. So go ahead and roll 2d6.
Cold damage.
To both you and the creature.
Ice
Yeah, all creatures within range.
Let me just reroll.
Not druids.
So technically, yeah.
This actually
Reroll
technically
that, yeah.
reroll ones. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
right.
Yeah, each creature. Yeah.
Okay.
Hit or miss, the shard then explodes.
All right, so you take 7 points of ice damage.
Yeah, that's fine.
And it hits the wraith. However, the cold damage doesn't seem to have as much of an effect as you would expect.
Wraith.
All right.
Well, stupid.
That ends their turn. Percival, you're up.
I hear a whole bunch of commotion, so I'm gonna pop my head up out of the hole and see what the fuck is going on.
All right. You glance up and get just beyond where Keyleth is, kind of pushing past. You can get
so smart.
Yeah,
that we're all
5 more feet you can move if you want to.
Oh no, well, like I'm just coming up the hole. I take a look. Go, oh sweet God! I'm going to take a shot at the guy I see up on the table there.
Okay, go for it.
Let's like actually roll something. That's better.
Which guy? The guy over here.
Yeah, the gray, and that's a 28.
Okay. You fire a shot and watch as it just detonates against some sort of invisible wall that you didn't see was there before, just scattering helplessly against the space in the air.
I hate this force field shit.
It explodes near my head, and I'm like, stop shooting into this thing.
I'm going to drop back down the hole.
All right, you get right back down into the. So it's right there. That ends your turn, Percy.
Yeah.
Vax, you're up.
Am I able
There's two people left that heard me yell at.
I'm going to dance through to here, where I can see Grog and these guys, and I can see all my friends here, and I'm going to hold my action to attack anyone who comes right up to one of my friends within striking range.
Okay, good to know.
Holding.
Perfect. Ending Vax's turn, Pike's up.
Pike comes running up the steps.
Cling, clang, cling, clang, cling, clang.
Right.
Lots going on
there, and that's as much as she can move.
Okay.
She can turn.
She can still cast the spell if she wants to.
Oh my
going
gosh, my
to-
legs are so short.
She's going to cast Beacon of Hope for all of the allies within range, which is 30 feet.
All right, so that is everybody but Grog.
Sorry, Grog.
And that gives us good stuff.
That gives everybody advantage on Wisdom saving throws and Death saving throws. And anytime you're healed, you regain the maximum number of hit points.
Even if we move out of the radius?
Yes.
Yeah.
It just affects everybody at that moment, and then you carry it with you.
Wisdom and Death
You
saving
just got
throws.
glitter bombed with holy goodness.
Wisdom and death plus what?
And full hit points when you get healed.
Yeah, you don't roll, you get the max.
Beautiful.
Okay.
I don't think I have it anymore.
So, ending Pike's turn brings us to the top. Vex, your turn.
Oh, great. Well, I've seen all the things explode. Fucking hell. I'm gonna pull out my Vecna symbol, that necklace that we still had, and put it around my neck, because that fucking sphere is out, and I don't know if it matters.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
you
do
quickly
it.
throw it on your neck.
Good call, good call.
Do I still have control of the vine?
Currently, yeah.
Okay, and it's on the other side of the force.
This is true.
So I'm gonna use it, and I'm gonna try to grab a hold of the guy in.
Fuck the force.
The guy in gray is holding the force wall, right? But I mean, it probably is just a concentration thing. The guy in red is holding the sphere.
Correct.
The guy in red is holding the sphere. I'm gonna try to knock him down and see if I can break his hold on the sphere. Maybe is that stupid?
Okay.
So.
He does not make a save.
Okay.
He hasn't moved. It wraps around and pulls him tight against the area where it is again, but it's barely shifted him. So he just kind of gets moved a few inches, but doesn't seem to
That's
affect
just
him at all.
bonus action. I still get an action.
Yep. In movement.
And a movement. I guess I'll. Oh
Spread
God!
out.
I'm gonna spread out so that I don't get. I'm gonna come over. Bleep, bloop, bleep, bleep, bleep. Here. Maybe
Okay.
here. Oh Jesus! I don't know. I can't hit anybody. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna hold my action until I see something getting through that fucking force wall,
Until there's something to hit.
Alrighty.
so that I can attack them.
Sounds good. All right, Vex, it's your turn. Grog, you're up.
I am going to try and run through the wall of force. It's only 5 feet of my movement, and we'll see what happens.
All right, you slam face first into it like a stone wall. You immediately, like, the anger fills through you, just like the familiar smell and taste of iron-like blood as you seem to have busted some element of your nose in the impact.
Probably some eyelids.
Yeah.
Yep. Do I go anywhere?
No.
Not even a no.
Damn it.
What if I channel all the rage from my life and I just like draw on the undead? Okay, cool. I am going to turn around and run the other way.
You didn't get through?
No. No, I didn't even give apparently. So.
Fucking fuck.
Stay away from that
10,
orb.
15, 20, 25, 30, 45, 50. I'll be right there.
Okay. Then it's your turn, Grog.
And.
I don't know, but like, there's nothing we can do about the orb.
Yeah. That ends my turn.
Alrighty.
He's controlling
This guy
the other side.
turns around and begins to make his way up the stairs into a double dash. Disappears up the stairs.
Sorry.
No, man. I mean, we can't do anything. Nobody knows like disintegrate or anything.
Whose turn is it?
That finishes that guy's turn. Is now Scanlan's turn.
I'm gonna take a few steps forward. I will inspire Grog, I guess.
Or yourself?
Nah, I'm okay.
Really? Okay.
And I'll sing to him, don't mess with that big black ball. It can, it can really fuck you up. I really hate that big black ball. Only better do is miss you. Make it miss you.
Oh my god. That was not my intent in creating this encounter. Take your D12 inspiration die.
And then I guess I'll dimension door, try to go through the wall of force. We've tried this before, Matt.
I know.
Who knows how this shit works?
And the previous ruling was that it worked.
Yeah, but that could have been a gentle.
Well, no, the wording is important on this.
Yeah. I think the cultist shits his pants and his brain explodes. I think that's in the book.
I think you get to like.
Because it's a. And I've had to look this up very carefully.
Yeah.
With elements like this wall, it's a targeting thing. You cannot target something that is in full cover, total cover, which the thing behind a wall is. Teleportation, however, you're the target, and Dimension Door and Teleport is unaffected by that. So.
He hates that.
Yeah.
Matt fucking hates this. Oh no, man!
Get that runner. Get the runner.
Right.
Get the runner.
Get the runner. I don't know where the runner went.
He went up the wall.
Yeah, but I don't see him. Right? You
saw
that.
You saw him run away. You just don't know where he is at the moment. But if we,
can I gauge roughly how far he went down that hall? See, like I don't even. Do I see down the hall?
I'm not from where you were over there. No.
So then I'm going next to the red guy.
Also, if you get out of range of Vex, Vecna knows all.
Oh, yeah. Stay within 60 feet.
All right, so you Dimension Door there.
That's my everything.
Yeah.
Like take out these guys' eyeballs.
I already used it.
We gotta stop the death ball.
Oh, all right.
Bowler.
That's the end of your turn.
Solid. At least we're over there.
At which point, Odell, who's standing there currently, is like physically like sweating, concentrating on this sphere right now, and it's like looks over and sees you appear and goes,
"Hi."
Viscosan! The little one made it through!
Who are you calling little?
At which point, you glance over your shoulder and you can see that the darting cloaked one stops and spins and goes, and facing towards you.
That's not good for me, guys.
It's not good for you, but it's good for us.
Destroy them, Scanlan.
Yeah. Fuck them up.
Turn into a T-Rex.
Oh god.
That's as far as he can get. However, completely disintegrates that central pillar. It is obliterated as like at least like a top part and a bottom part, but wherever the sphere passes through, like about a good like 6 inches around it is just turned to dust and is gone.
Oh my god, we found these rolls and we found these rolls!
Gonna have to get the.
He's then going to back around.
No,
Scanlan.
he's grappled.
It doesn't grapple. It just
He's
moves
not
things
grappled.
towards.
You're confusing entanglement with grasping vine. Two totally different things.
Different things.
Thank you.
So he's backing up and he's like looking over at the sphere and just concentrating on it and like, you know, you can see like the beads of sweat pouring down his face. And he's glancing over nervously at you, but kind of smiling at the idea that his friend is returning. That's going to go ahead and end his turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna seeing Grog slam into that. Go fuck, and I'm gonna do
at. This is a pretty beefy spell. Yeah? Force wall?
Yeah.
I assume you can't. Yeah.
I at.
Wait, the red guy's controlling.
Should I do 5th or 6th level
Other
dispel
guy's
this?
controlling
The wall.
He just put it up.
And if
but-
he gets
he just
100
puts it up.
something feet away.
Okay.
That's concentration.
5th or 6th level. 5th or 6th level.
Just go for it.
6th level. I'm going to dispel magic this wall.
Okay. As you focus and concentrate, you release the essence of the dispel magic. The burst of arcane energy casts forth and falls harmlessly against the exterior of the wall force.
Yeah, it's a higher level.
Higher level. He beefed it up.
Higher than 6th level?
You could have beefed it up.
Dispel?
It didn't seem to have an effect on the wall.
Or maybe it needed to be something else.
No, I bet it just wasn't high enough.
He just did what Scanlan does with Counterspell. He beefed it up.
Okay.
So I. Okay.
Okay.
Just eat, You just eat crow, girl. Oh shit.
It's higher than 7th level? Because
Wow.
isn't it like you have to roll
Had
if
no
it's.
effect on it.
Yeah, I think it.
Okay. It's gonna be okay. Everything's okay.
So about that long rest.
Yeah, well.
I don't know.
We might not have time for that.
I don't know
because
now, you
everybody
guys.
knows we're fucked.
No.
I move forward. I guess. I don't move that far forward because there's a. I don't move that far forward.
All right, there you go.
I don't want to die.
From that wall.
All right, that finishes your turn, Keyleth.
I want you to be alive. I want you to be alive.
That's the end of your
Oh
turn?
no, here they come.
Here they come. They did take some
Sorry.
minor damage being in the physical wall, but that's fine with them. They
Boom! I attack.
emerge.
Sneak attack on the one near Keyleth.
All right, so the one near Keyleth, go for it.
Yeah. Okay.
What was I holding for? I was holding until I could attack something, or just until I could get through the wall. I think it was just through the
Through
wall.
the wall was what
All
you were
right,
holding on.
27 on that guy.
That hits.
Okay, so that is 3, 6, 10, 14, 19, 22, 23.
We can hit them. They're probably squishy.
Sure.
You took out one of 3 between just 2 of your surprise
That
attacks.
is 34 for the first hit.
34, nice.
And I have the second paladin attack, so I will, if it's not dead, I will attack again.
Go for it.
That is 8 for the second.
Alrighty. So as it emerges from the wall, its blackened shadow form giving off kind of small tendrils of dark black ether and abyssal energy. It reaches out to strike at Keyleth, and you immediately release 2 daggers in its direction. Both hit its form, and it kind of gives this pain-sucking sound as you watch. It's like beady, burning red eyes seem like for a very brief moment seem to blink in the pain, and it angrily lashes out at Keyleth. Its form somewhat more disparate and unable to maintain a corporeal form.
To turn? No, okay.
No, she's cast Beacon of Hope.
Oh, that's right.
So attacking against Pike, that is 21. What's her AC?
23.
23. Eat it. Tries to strike at her, and she manages to take the shield and bash it away. The light from her her mace arcing around causes it to flinch, and it actually strikes a little too wide. The one that's arcing towards you, Keyleth, that is a fucking 16 again.
Yeah! Nice.
F you.
Yeah, because it's +6 to hit. Okay. Just when you dodge out of the way a second time, it's then going to move back into the wall over here. So move back into the wall as well. Both of you get reactions if you want to.
I definitely takes it
You smite.
with her Maze of Disruption, and she
You
gets
hit
an
it with
extra
magic,
2d6 radiant damage.
All right, so go ahead and roll for an attack on that one.
I can. I have Warcaster. That's the only thing that allows you to hit with magic.
You got like something simple.
That's a 21 to hit.
Not just.
Not anything simple that's right.
That hits. Good roll damage.
I am wickedly out of my element.
2d8 plus 4.
I'm running from an 8-ball.
Yeah, you should. I mean, like.
Ooh,
We gotta get
13 plus
everyone
4
away from
is
that damn thing.
17.
I think it's friendly. You know what? Take your
27
crystal thing that we just
for
heard.
Pike.
27 points of damage.
And it has to do a. Is it a fiend or an undead?
Yes.
It
It
is.
is.
So it has to have a wisdom save of 15.
If it has 25 hit points or fewer after taking the damage, which it
I
is
understand.
because that one has not taken a full amount of damage.
Okay, never mind.
However, it did take a relatively decent hit, and you watch as she swings the mace out as it pulls back. Where the mace impacts, it seems to almost completely evaporate part of its shadowed form, and it shrieks as it disappears into the wall.
And just for clarification, that's the one that I hit as well, right?
No, the one that you hit is when
she Pike hit the other one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. It takes 2 damage by going the wall. And Keyleth, are you doing anything as a reaction?
Yeah, I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull out my staff and do a burning hands on him.
Okay.
On my staff.
Alrighty.
So dexterity saving throw.
Alrighty.
Gonna-
Natural 20. So it takes half damage.
Half damage.
Ooh, that's good.
That was. Wait.
You did the 6 and the 4.
Yeah, and then there was a third
And
one.
then there's a third one that is
Yeah.
a 6.
Yeah.
Was that right?
Yeah. That's right.
Okay.
Because the only 2 other
So
things were there.
6.
Yeah.
So
it
8.
did land it. So 6,
16.
12. So 16. Yeah.
16 points of fire damage reduced to half, which is 8. And even that impact seems to be lessened by the wraith-like being seemingly absorbing some of the heat from the impact.
So radiant damage is the bomb.
Radio damage is what we need in here.
Alrighty. So that ends their turn. Percy, you're up.
I'm going to stay in my little cubby hole and hold my... I've got some good visual on a couple of these guys down here. I am going to yell at everybody to get the fuck away from the ball. I'm going to hold my attack until something happens that's going to give me something to shoot at.
Okay, so you're aiming as soon as an enemy reveals itself that you can shoot.
As soon as an
you're
enemy
fine.
reveals itself that I can shoot, I'm going to.
Gotcha. And it's Percy's
empty
turn.
it.
Vax, you're up.
Fucking hell, I'm gonna do the same thing, except I'm gonna move to here and wait for something to attack one of my friends.
That's awfully close to the ball.
I know it is. I know it is. That's what I do. I'm waiting till one of them attacks one of my friends.
Yeah, I'm doing
One of the undead.
Okay, that ends your
I can't do
turn.
anything about that. That's what I'm doing.
All right, Pike's turn.
Okay. I think I'm going to do...
Stupid or not, that's what
I think I'm going to do this as a bonus action.
Yeah.
So that she can have that up, right?
Yep.
Okay, she's going to cast Spiritual Weapon. Should she just do it at a 2nd level?
Yes.
Okay, she's going to cast Spiritual Weapon up near the wall.
Okay. So pull that out here.
As a giant sword that looks like it's on fire.
All right, whereabouts? Up on the wall
Near
here?
near the wall, yeah,
Here.
up close to the wall of force,
Okay.
so that she can attack as soon as that thing is down.
Alrighty.
And then she's gonna hold her physical action until there's something that she can attack.
Okay, is she physically holding her physical attack? you
She's
mean?
holding her, yeah, her.
Okay, gotcha. That ends Pike's turn. Vex, you're up.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, that's still you, actually.
Okay.
You're Vex.
I'm Vex. I'm gonna dart away from this ball as fast as I can.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go whoosh, 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 and come up here.
Okay.
Hey, you broke through.
I broke through the wall. I can't reach. I'm too.
Here,
no,
just-
it's fine. I got
you're
it.
good, you're good.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Make Matt stand up.
Yeah.
please do. I appreciate it.
And I'm gonna I'm gonna hold my fucking attack until something comes out that I can attack.
Okay. Alrighty.
I can't believe I couldn't fucking dispel that wall. I'm so like.
All right, Grog, you're up.
Shocked from that.
Yeah, I am, aren't I? Okay. Cool. Fuck.
That was cool. It's not helpful now.
Oh wait, I have bonus action still.
You do.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna use that grasping vine that I still have up.
All right.
And he's gonna re-grab onto that stupid guy's fucking neck and yank him towards the wall where he's right in front of
That
me.
is a
Yeah.
Slam up.
15. What's your DC on that?
15.
Okay, so he succeeds, unfortunately. It slaps out towards him, and this time, you know, what was it? I forget the adage. Never mind. He dodges it.
It took 425 hours, but we did it. We broke his brain.
Well, blame it on the painkillers.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, the vine went whoosh outward and tries to wrap around, and he just dodges out of the way, and it slaps harmlessly against the stone and withdraws back into the small crack of stone where it's spaced. That ends your turn. All right, Grog.
Oh, thanks.
I'm going to put my faith in Scanlan making some sort of impossible miracle happen. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 30. Just right up against the wall. Can I look to the left down that hallway? Can I see down there at all? And is it blocking the hallway off from vision, or is that a movable space?
Looking off, it looks like the orb was being used to just carve a path.
Yeah, it hadn't finished doing it?
No, it was maybe about 25 or so feet down and was just hitting solid rock.
My spell DC may be higher. I don't know if I have increased that in
It
a
is.
while.
It's 8 plus proficiency bonus plus her spell
plus your wisdom
bonus.
Okay, so my spell DC is 17 now.
You need to keep up on that.
I'm sorry.
Then yeah, so then it
That was
definitely.
how I lost to Grog in our battle.
Oh yay! And
In
pulls
a
him back
battle
up
royale,
onto
yeah.
that edge.
I'd be forgetting.
I forgot shit.
I
Yeah, we
wanted
both
it
forgot
around
shit.
his neck, so it
All
like
right, so it's
slammed
like
him against his
holding
thing.
there,
Yeah,
hits
just
him
to
in the
make
wall.
him annoyed.
He's still kind of glancing over his shoulder.
He's lost
over
visual range of the ball.
No, he still look over the rubble there.
Boo.
Not enough to make a concentration check.
If that's what it does. Alrighty, that ends.
So I'm there.
You're holding your
Can
action for.
I can't get into that hole anymore, can I? Probably not, right?
Not with the way the wall force is placed. No.
Fair enough.
It's kinda
Yes, I
guarding
will
that
hold
space.
my action until someone comes within melee distance.
Okay, ending Grog's turn.
Yes.
All right, at the top of the staircase.
Oh god damn it!
No.
He's
he's coming back to Scanlan.
right?
This guy over here, we'll say, got about that far from the stairs. Since it continues it that way.
Looks like
Sanctuary! He's parting the Red Sea.
Yes.
Let me see here. He's going to.
Oh my god, we're going against Gandalf right now, you guys.
That's not Gandalf. That's a cosplayer.
How many hobbits I have under my cloak?
It's just 5 hobbits in a cloak. That's all it is. It's not a wizard.
5 hobbits.
He glances down at the staircase where you are. And as he begins to smile, the flash in the eye begins to glow briefly, like a pale comparison to Vecna, but there is an essence of energy and lent to him from his worship of the newly risen deity. Begins to speak in a language you don't understand. And as he speaks one alien word, how many hit points do you have?
A lot. 167.
Fuck. Okay, I miscalculated. Okay, no effect.
Power word.
Power stun.
Probably 100 or less of that.
He assumed the smaller stature of the gnome was not as hardy to resist his.
Wow,
You feel vaguely
He's really
nauseous.
upset that he miscalculated
Yeah,
that.
man.
The DM wants blood.
That's what he gets for profiling.
That's right.
Then he is going to.
It's a stout little gnome.
Yeah.
He's going to continue.
Most of it's in the cube.
Moving upward 30 feet back up in the staircase as he keeps focusing on you as he's backing up the steps. That's going to end his turn. You're up, Scanlan.
Yes.
Yeah. Kill him.
Hold on. Hold on. Where? Shit. I need to look up a range of a fucking spell.
Here comes the general.
How far is he from me?
It's hard to tell at this point. You'd say somewhere between 50, 60, 70 feet.
And
You're not
move
sure?
Forward.
I bet
You
your
can
spell is
move.
120 feet, Sam.
I'm looking. That one's not.
Is it thaumaturgy? Because that's right where your eyes are.
You said how far? Oh shit.
Between 50 and 70 feet from you.
But you can move. You can move.
Yeah. I'm gonna move 25 feet towards him.
Okay. So we'll say puts you up here.
And with my dark vision, do I get a sense for how far he is from me now?
If you move 25 feet up, you'd say he's about 40 feet from you.
Done.
Fuck. No, it's
No.
not.
You need
Shit.
30?
I need 30.
What else you got?
You can move
got
5
some
more
long-range
feet.
shit.
You got more movement. You only move 25 feet.
That's my
That's his
movement. I
movement.
have
Yeah,
tiny
he's a
little
little guy.
nubs.
Oh, bud.
Tiny little nose.
Yeah.
What about long range shit, man?
It's okay. Yeah, I've got longer range shit,
Throw
but
some
it's
shit up his
it's
ass.
not as bad news.
Keep him from running away.
Damn it, Matt. Why'd you have to back up?
Because that
Can you dimension door him to you? Big B's hand him? Grab him?
I'm thinking.
I'm not.
I'm
Stream of
thinking.
consciousness.
I I'm just trying to decide between two things.
Yeah. Take your time, baby. Take your time. Towson, give him a back rub. Come on, let's fucking focus up here. Here we go. Come on.
You're good.
Support. Feel the love.
Yeah. The back scratch.
This is all on you, man. This is all on you.
I know.
Come on.
But it's all on you.
Hey, no, do your thing. Listen, Shadow of War comes out October 10th.
Check
a lot
it
of us
out.
are in it.
He's gonna have a lot of wisdom. He's gonna have a lot of wisdom. All right. I will Big B's hand because I assume he has got a lot of wisdom. So I will Big B's hand him.
I assume
at level 7. And I will
like a great man.
I will just punch the shit out of him.
Yes.
Punch him back towards us. Bigby's hand on the opposite side of him and punch him back towards us.
Oh, that's a good call. That's a
All right,
great
so
call.
that is 8d8 force damage if you hit him. So go ahead and roll a melee spell attack.
Like that. Come on, Sammy.
Inspire yourself. Inspire yourself.
I didn't. I forgot.
So what'd you roll?
You can't inspire himself. It's all not for attack.
Oh, and
rolls.
that's
It's
also
on-
for an attack.
Okay.
So I rolled an 18.
18 hits. He's a caster. He doesn't have a lot of armor.
Yeah, he's
All right, so roll 8d8 force damage.
8d8.
I got 3.
Oh my god.
And I got 1.
That's 4.
So
That's just some dude from Sea Org in a bathrobe. Punch him.
Okay.
MVP. Come on, man.
Wow, that was a deep cut.
Wait. Shit. At 8, 16. Fuck, what did I just roll? It was 16 plus 4, that's 20. And then this is another. Shit. 40.
40 points of force damage.
40 points of force damage.
All right, that's a 20 DC concentration check.
Yeah.
Come on.
16, no.
Oh, yes.
Wall down.
Wall down.
Wall down.
Did we notice? Did we notice that the wall went down?
I'm
No.
saying
You can't see it?
You don't see it.
No, I don't know. All right?
But Grog would feel it. What you
Grog is
do?
up against it. Yeah.
What you do? Grog's just sitting there waiting for something. As
Oh,
the Big
how
B's
about
hand
this?
just full on fucking sucker punches him in the body.
How about this?
He slams against the steps. And like has to shake his head as he glances at the giant fist and down at you.
And as a bonus action, can I do anything?
I mean, if you want to do bonus action, you can't do a Big B's hand again.
No. But can I just throw something? See if it goes through the wall?
Sure, I'll let you do that. Roll an attack roll, just an aim at.
17 plus, I don't know.
What are you throwing?
Scanlan found these 2 really crappy daggers in the desk in the casino.
So he just pulls one of his like jeweled daggers that he wore and throws it behind, and Grog, you watch as the dagger just passes through.
I see that, and I
his
take
face
3
and-
shots at this fucker up here immediately.
Okay.
How far away is he?
Which guy? The guy who Big B's hand just punched?
Big B's hand.
Okay, he is from you. About 120 feet.
I'm going to use bad news then.
Okay.
Because that's within range from my fucking sniper rifle.
Alrighty.
He's going to take
I'm
a...
just gonna shoot at the dude in the red in front of me.
Okay.
I can't use a bonus action, so I have to reload one, so I can only take 2 shots with my action. I can't take.
Correct.
Can't take 3. So 2 shots with bad news. Here we go. That's that's 25 and 27 to hit.
Both hit.
And that's let's just collect that. That's gonna be first shot is 22 points of damage. Second shot is not as good. It's an 8. 14 points of damage.
Alrighty. So as you fire those 2 shots, the echoing noise of Bad News's explosion from the those echoes through the hallway and the stairway above. Vex.
I'm gonna sharpshooter him in front of me.
There's a lot of noise.
The guy right in front of you?
This
Yeah.
place.
All right,
I think
go
I'm
for
gonna
it.
be okay.
It's fine.
There's, like,
there are tunnels
things are
collapsing
falling all
and
the
shit.
time.
Yeah, it's fine.
27
I'm not
minus
concerned
5
about
is
noise.
22 to hit.
22 does hit, yeah.
bad news is empty.
21 damage on the first.
Alrighty, nice.
Okay, over death, dude. Nice.
Yeah. And then 24 minus 5, 19 on the second.
Alrighty, 19 damage.
That's also sharpshooter.
Nice.
Oh no, that's 19 to hit.
Oh,
on the
gotcha.
second one.
All right, so yeah, that hits.
15, 17, 27 on the second.
Yeah. Oof, nice. All right. The guy who's controlling the sphere, after the first arrow like strikes him right in the chest, he kind of looks and starts to run up the stairway. And as it does, you take your second aim with the arrow and release it, and it hits the base of the skull, and you just watch him slip down one of the stairs.
Fuck yeah! Oh shit!
Oh, thank God.
Fuck yeah.
That's good.
So
he doesn't have
sphere
his
still there?
The sphere's still there.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just not moving.
But he doesn't have control over it anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's just
At least guy in red is down, so all that's left is guide and the rakes.
We'll double check to make sure was there a third guy?
It's like an alien craft.
They killed
We killed him. That was the
They
first
killed
guy
him
we killed.
immediately. Yeah.
All right, so that finished Scanlan's turn, right?
Oh, what?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
your turn.
Oh, yeah, I'm done.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, what's this? Dead. Keyleth's turn.
Okay. I run up as far as I can.
Okay.
I got
30 feet. 30. Do I see this motherfucker?
Yeah, you'd see him. Well, you have a 60-foot range of dark vision.
15, 20, 25.
Oh, I see the glimmering of Bigby's hand.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, I'd say you probably can see him okay.
Yeah.
A little bit. It's very dark, but barely.
Fireball.
Okay. All right. So
that's an answer.
as you rush up, you release from the edge of the staff
That's all I
a
got.
bead of red light just engulfs the hallway above in flames. You see a split second of him and Bigby's hands outlines before fire just engulfs the space. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
Smoke this.
That's a natural 20 on his save, so he gets half damage.
What the fuck balls?
I didn't even roll with advantage on that one.
This is probably gonna be. He's
You said fireball?
Yep.
On this guy?
86.
Yep.
Okay.
One.
Bigby's hand takes damage.
Does he?
Yeah.
Magical? Did 1, 2.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna
he
roll
has
this
hit
twice.
points.
He has hit points. That's
No,
He can roll a save though.
He could.
that's
Right?
cocked.
Let's check.
That's not great. 2, 4, 6, 10.
Yep, it has no bonus, so you just roll a d20 and see what you get.
For a save.
2, 4, 6, 10, 16,
11.
19, 24, 29.
Oh, shit.
29 fire damage.
Yeah, reduce the.
It's fine.
Bigby?
So.
Bigby's hand has 167.
Yeah, it has your hit points.
Wow.
Just like
That's amazing.
He has me.
All right, so that ends Keyleth's turn.
Still alive?
He's still alive.
looking rough.
So are the shadows. This one's gonna move through the hallway here.
Are we still after my ass?
This one's gonna. It's still going after Pike.
Pike gets him
Then I
gets to
attack
attack.
Keyleth. I've been holding.
Pike has been
Okay.
holding her action to attack
Yep.
as soon as she could too.
So Pike gets her attack, and so does. Yep.
So 20 to hit on Pike.
20 to hit, that hits.
Where is my other 8? Here it is.
12, 16.
Does when you hold, does bonus action carry over?
Nope,
What, that's
just the
gone.
action.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Says 22.
22. All right. And what's the saving throw?
Saving throw is 15.
15. 4. No. As it comes out of the wall, reaching for Pike, she swings wide with the mace, and as it slams into it, there's a flash of divine energy. Her eyes seem to pulse with a matching burst of radiant power, and as it hits, the creature squeals and squeaks as the light from the mace actually dashes it from this existence or any other. That is scattered into nothing from the shadows.
I rolled an 18 and a 1.
18 hits, 1 misses.
Okay, so sneak attack. 1.
1 misses?
Yes, it does.
I know, right?
9.
I don't know, we might need to look back.
9, 14. Plus.
We gotta keep that guy
16,
alive.
20, 26, 29, 34, 39 for the second attack.
39 for the second attack.
Yeah.
We do.
Alrighty. And with that, as this one reaches out towards Keyleth, your dagger strikes the back of its body, and as it impacts, you watch as its shattered form just turns into nothing but a splash of dark, half-existing ether, which then fades as your dagger clatters to the ground motionless.
Back the belt.
Oh my god.
All right.
Thanks, Vic.
My bell.
Percival, you're up.
Reload. Gonna take another shot.
Already.
Take a shot. Gonna take a shot. Yeah, let's just take another shot. Let's probably got a low AC. Let's make this a sharpshooter just for fun.
Okay.
So soon we'll hate each other in the story.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's it's a sharpshooter shot, so that's 24 to hit.
24 hits.
All right, so let's do 7, 8, 9, 10, 26 points of damage.
Ooh, 26 points of damage. The echo of the impact as you watch part of the lower jaw and throat of the cultist in the robe gets blown apart. He stumbles back onto the steps that he had barely started to get up off to, and you watch and you hear the horrible, like, coughing sound as its last moments of life are robbed of it, as it tries to get back up and then stumbles right back and bleeds out against the steps.
We can still
motionless.
interrogate him. He doesn't have to be alive for that.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Oh, my lord.
Any other problems?
How's the bowl?
It's just hovering there in the center of the hall. Just
there.
We can't do anything about that bowling ball.
Well, why don't we let's
Cover it with a handkerchief.
I almost was you beat me to it, man.
let's rifle through these guys' stuff. Which one do we want to interrogate?
Let's pick the. Keyleth goes up to the
Red robe.
red robe.
Let's throw Grey Robe into the annihilation ball. Let's
Vax.
get rid of him.
Red robe.
Why don't you go down the hallway and see if anyone else is coming?
But-
Keep watch.
Stay close.
Stay within 60 feet. Everybody gather up around me again.
Yeah. Sis,
Let's make sure
come-
we're within.
Sis, come up to where Scanlan is so I can go a little further ahead.
Vax.
I'm actually
Everyone
going
is
to go back.
just barely still within 60 feet.
Everyone gather up. We're gonna get our stuff. We're gonna
Avoidable.
Can I?
grab some robes.
Can I borrow a dagger?
Yeah. I give a whisper.
No.
I take it and I just stab it in his other eye.
Oh.
Red robe guy.
Okay.
Jesus.
Other eye is destroyed.
I'm going to use Bigby's hand to grab the sphere.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay. Bigby's hand reaches over and grabs towards the sphere, and as Bigby's form attempts to grasp the chaotic point of destructive energy, Bigby's hand suffers 26 points of force damage and is forced to pull back.
It's not so bad.
Okay, that's good.
But
to
cannot
know.
grasp it, cannot move it. It just kind of.
Okay.
I'm gonna rifle through the robes of red robe.
Red
Okay.
I'm gonna get Adele.
That's what she's rifling through.
Oh, okay. There was a third guy, right, that they killed early on.
Oh, the first guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First guy.
Okay, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Assume we're going through everybody and taking a
Yeah,
shot.
I'm standing as far from Vex as I can, but I can't go much farther because
we're trying to keep
obviously,
close.
Okay. Interestingly enough, based on the current scenario and what the preparation has been, no money on them. They have no like worldly possessions that are what you consider of use. They each carry what looks to be like a gnarled wooden wand that they've been using as a focus for their spell casting. And the beyond that, they have nothing on them except for the one that you shot the head of. You notice the left hand is kind of like withered and gray. The skin is kind of pulled taut against the bone. But beyond that, there's no other possessions on them beyond the symbol of Vecna they wear around their throat.
I was gonna say, how many of those symbols do we still have, and how many robes do we still have?
Well, we can grab their robes. I don't know how many of those we have, but I think we also have a necklace.
Also, we can have Pickle talk to one of these assholes.
I think it's a good idea.
The guy that I'm standing over, red robe, I'm gonna rip his necklace off.
Okay, tear it off. Okay.
I'm just gonna take his robes.
Oh yeah, we're taking all that
Take
shit.
the robes.
All right, so you take the 3 sets of robes. And these robes are different from the robes that you had seen in Thar Amphala before. These
They
appear
are.
to be a little more ornate. They seem to have a little higher station, which is why it's interesting that they're not like beyond the robes and some basic undergarments and the wand. They have nothing on them. Like this is they're a sheer conduit of their own power.
I want to take a. I'm going to just take a little bit of an inspection. Were they drilling with this thing? Is that why they had it?
Looking around the pathway, you can see that a lot of the staircase probably was more caved in, but it's been cleared out by the movement of this orb. It's being used as a form of kind of excavation tool as they push deeper into the catacombs here.
Crazy.
So they were holding on to that orb the whole time.
It
Yeah, the
seemed to
guy
be.
in the red was controlling it.
Well, yeah. He didn't cast it though. We didn't see him cast that.
It came out of the wall.
It came out of that little gap on the side there.
I'm gonna go over to the sphere and say to it, I command thee to respect my authority and obey me as your new master.
You're trying to exert your will on the
I'm
sphere.
intimidating the sphere.
Make an intelligence arcana check.
Doesn't have any
Intelligence arcana check?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It doesn't have
Oh, just a
It's
check.
just an arcana check.
Oh, 19.
19? And you're standing like right next to the sphere to push your will into it?
Yeah, I came closer to it.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh god, it's gonna kill
Stand
me.
there. You focus on the orb, and you can feel your will kind of push past the event horizon of the sphere. However, the force is too strong inside, and as you kind of pull out of it instinctually, it moves towards you.
Oh no!
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Why do
Really?
you
What?
have to tamper with the fundamental forces of nature?
10 feet, which is right where you are. So I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Those aren't good.
Does it hit anybody else on the way?
you?
That's not good. 11.
11.
You.
Bigby, save
The
me!
orb pulls back and slams into his the edge of his gnomish face and chest, and you watch as his flesh is pulled towards and disintegrated at the exterior of the sphere.
Can we reach out and grab him away from it?
Yeah, grasping vine.
Yeah.
You take 30 points of force damage.
Sure. That's fair.
And it's currently now in this right in your square,
I pull him
right
away.
up against you.
I reach out and use my grasping vine and I yank him away from it.
Okay.
Move away.
So you all push him out of the way, and the vine pulls him and tugs him back.
Two-Face.
And yeah,
Oh no, Scammon,
You look a little
you're
rough.
hideous now.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I'm fine.
Everybody have a mask.
Some other voice starts coming out of him.
I think I can take this thing.
So, did you want me to talk to one of these guys, or?
yeah. Well,
I feel like we're running out
you
of
got the
time.
sense that there is a way to exert your will over it the way these guys did, but in that moment your will faltered and you didn't quite understand the nature of the
You
sphere.
have to be smarter.
I just need to try again, harder.
You gotta roll higher than a 19.
You got another half.
You just gotta roll higher than a 19. Can you give yourself inspiration?
This is an ability check, right?
This is an ability check, yes.
And maybe if you have a
Wait, was that a wisdom
symbol.
saving throw?
No, it was an arcana check.
Arcana check. I mean,
It's an
okay.
arcana
It might
check.
be high, dude. It might be might have to
It
roll
might
for,
be.
like a 30.
Let's leave it. Tend to the sick and leave the well
Could
alone.
just leave it floating
Indiana.
in space.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Indiana.
Oh. Dominate that shit.
I'll try one more time.
Okay. All right, let's all back up.
I get ready with the vine to yank him away in case it starts
Okay,
going
and everyone
towards
else
it.
backs out of the way.
Everybody clears out of the way.
Okay. Everyone
See if you
step
can
to the
shove
back.
Oh my god.
Straight up, maybe? I don't know.
Keyleth kind of stares with a vague
All right.
familiarity.
I'm gonna inspire myself.
Yeah.
Okay, so make your roll first. As you begin to focus
my roll
and exert
first?
your will towards it.
Black
Yeah,
balls
you
on my
add it
face.
onto it.
Come on.
Hey!
Pretty good.
Now inspire.
And inspire?
And inspire.
Yeah,
Well, it's up to you.
Just do it.
Do it all. Do it all.
Up to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Plus my what?
Arcana.
Scan land.
Arcana?
Yes.
Do it.
Ooh, that's
Do
a
it all.
lot.
Do it all.
30.
Okay. As you
24 plus 6, yeah.
This time begin to push your will towards the sphere. You push past the event horizon. Your consciousness connects with
listen to me, damn it. Respect my authority.
some ancient space of the void within this blackened circle.
Oh no!
As it connects.
Yes. Oh God.
What's your intelligence modifier?
How are you holding your face?
Plus 3.
Okay. What are you trying to will it to do?
I'm trying to will it to... Shit, it's just a big black ball. Just slam straight into the ceiling.
It moves up 10 feet and then hits, just devours the stone above it to create this small tunnel right directly above.
Oh my god. Use it. We can use it.
We can get.
I think this is a very round by round kind of thing. It's not
No,
permanent.
let's keep using it.
You guys seen the Explorers?
Oh yeah, I'm in the Explorers, motherfucker.
What if we just go straight up?
I'm in the Explorers. Yeah.
It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah, he's one of those little.
Are you really, you dick? Are you kidding?
What?
Are you really in the
Yes, I'm
Explorers?
in the Explorers.
Stop the game.
Yeah, he's eating porridge.
I'm one of River's little brothers.
Yeah.
Ludwig.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I love that
Yeah,
movie.
he like knew River. He knew River.
That's
I know
not
that.
such a
Okay, back to the
Anyway.
Can we just? What if we just use the orb and just go straight up? We don't even keep tunneling. We just go straight up to the city.
It only listens to me.
Yeah. Do you need us to heal you?
This is a cool thing.
Yeah, but it only makes a hole its size.
Yeah, but you
It's
just go
2
like
feet
this
across.
to make it go like
Right.
this as it goes up.
I think that you're.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he's not ready to pop a wheelie on this thing.
Plus,
yet.
remember the guy was concentrating super hard, so it's the only thing Scanlan would probably be able to do.
But if he like cores out of a tunnel for us, we can carry Scanlan like on a palanquin. You know, we are the champions.
Guys, I think we can make it. No, we can't. We'll never make it. Yes, we can.
All I'm thinking is I could come up and do lay on hands and heals, but I'm like,
Yeah.
you made your bed, lie in it.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with
It's your
this.
goal, man.
I'm
What do you
okay with
think?
what's happening right
You
now.
want to go up?
We're still investigating these guys and stuff.
We got all their
Fuck
stuff.
these guys. We got all their shit. Let's go.
Are we not
You
going
could
to
just
talk
bring
to
it with like a puppy.
I mean, we could try to
Let's
speak
just
to
bring
them,
it
but
with
doesn't mean
us.
they'll necessarily answer.
I'm
the
gonna
call.
call.
This
I'm gonna call
They
this
didn't answer us
ball.
before.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm gonna call this ball Simon
We could
3.
ask how far away from Vasselheim we are.
Do we know
He
how
works
far
with
the
Vec
sphere
nuts,
can
so we
move
could
in a
ask some
single
questions.
movement?
You watched him push it, and it went about 15 feet.
Just because
The sphere can only move 15 feet.
It will slow us down.
It's a very slow moving
I will say-
ball of destruction.
15
Bring-
feet.
bring the sphere
15
back
feet
down.
of movement.
So that we can throw their bodies into
Alright.
the
Okay,
sphere so
okay.
they don't turn into undead fuckwads.
Okay.
Wait a second, though.
Yeah, that's fair.
God, I don't know what this will do. I have a spell called Zone of Truth.
So it forces them to speak the truth?
Yes.
Does it work on
Work on
undead? Or on the dead?
Or yeah.
A creature that enters the spell's area for the first time.
So if you...
If it fails, it has to fail.
So you could cast it, and then Pike could cast Speak with Dead, and it
That's
would just
right.
come up into the Zone of Truth.
That's right.
Let's try it.
No, they have to tell the truth when you do speak undead.
So
No, they don't.
They don't have to.
They
tell the truth.
can
they don't.
lie. Yeah.
Here's a weird question: what saving throw do they have to make to speak the truth?
An affected creature is aware of the spell and can thus avoid answering questions to which it would normally respond with a lie. So it could avoid the questions.
But they have to answer the
Have to
question.
Answer your questions.
But they have to answer the questions because of the other spell.
Right.
Double mumbo jumbo?
They cannot tell a lie, and as you're discussing this, technically a creature would be unable to lie in the area.
Unable to lie with Pike's spell,
They have to answer the question.
they have to answer the question.
They can just
Well,
lie.
They could
we
normally
double check
lie
for
Yeah.
you.
that answer.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the save?
Yeah.
Against that
what's
spell.
Speak with Dead.
Charisma saving throw
Oh,
is
charisma saving
my
throw.
spell saving DC, which is not huge.
I was gonna say, what is it?
16.
But look, they're. I mean, they're
it does have to
clearly-
answer.
Oh,
but it-
trinket.
I like it. I like it.
Are we gonna try this crazy shit?
Let's do it.
Might
Let's do
as
it.
well.
I love
But,
how we're being all
okay, hang on though.
conservative
But
and
what are
just
we
like-
gonna get from this guy?
Find out how close we are to Vasselheim.
What's the plan?
Yeah.
What are
Find
they
out-
trying to do? Yeah.
What is Vecna got cooking?
What's
I mean,
Vecna planning?
he might
How many
not
of them
know
are there?
everything.
I'm gonna go pee. You guys.
He
do
might
this.
not know everything. How long does it take for Keyleth to pee?
No, but like,
Uh,
how close we are to Vasselheim? What's the plan of
And
attack
how
in
many are there?
Vasselheim? Like,
How many of them
how
are there?
many? How
What's-
big is
what's
this
the
army?
forces?
We get 5 questions, I think. This week with Dead.
5?
How close are we? What's his plan? Where is he?
Where's Vecna within the city? And
Who's with him?
What are they? What are they?
Who's the
excavating
Death
for?
Knight?
You might not know that, but what are they excavating for?
Mm-hmm.
What are they looking for?
Yeah.
I think I know that.
I think I know too, but I want to hear him say it. It'd make
Let's
me
do
feel
it.
better.
Cast your zone, yo.
Okay.
Get in the zone.
Auto zone.
Auto zone of truth.
The auto zone.
Shit. So.
Simulate the T zone.
Can anyone?
What's your T zone?
Can anyone sort of drag him down on his roll to save or boost me?
No,
I
not
don't
me.
think. I don't think
Does
so.
anyone have a cantrip? Sometimes. Oh, okay. All right. Let's do it.
All right.
All right. So which one?
I'm going. Well, first Zone of Truth, then Pike. So.
Okay. So you create the zone of truth. You
yes.
create the spirit, the area, the radial space where the divine energy kicks in, and the compulsion to not lie remains within. All right, and then Pike
Cast Speak with Dead.
on which corpse? There are 3 corpses.
On the one in the
Red Robe seemed more fancy.
In the gray.
Who seemed more senior?
Red Robe did.
2 corpses.
Red Robe did.
There are 3 technically.
Wow. Yeah.
There's the guy they killed,
We killed
right when
we
they
surprised
burst on the scene.
somebody and killed him.
We don't know. I guess we don't know.
Fancy. We'll take the fanciest cloak.
Okay, I mean it's it's relative, but the guy who was controlling the sphere seemed to be
The fanciest.
at least it's a
Ish.
different.
Where are the
He had a
most
different
expensive
color.
shoes?
Red Robe.
Yeah,
Where
red
are the
robe,
most
red robe.
expensive shoes?
Red
Okay.
robe. Red robe.
All right. So as Pike takes the time to focus and recite the incantation, she grabs her holy symbol and focuses and speaks aloud the words in Celestial of the blessing of Sarenrae. And as she completes the ritual, she suddenly screams out in pain and grabs at her head and falls to her knees.
No effect.
No effect. And she suffers
Oh shit.
on 6d6. I rolled 4 6s and a 5.
Whoa.
That's 31 points of psychic damage to Pike.
Because she tried to cast Speak with
Dead.
Dead Dumbfuck.
As soon as she's shaking and like grabbing her face and rubbing her eyes, and it takes her a moment to kind of come back to you, and she looks around and you can see just a faint bit of blood kind of slightly dripping out of the corner of her eyes. She's like, all I heard was laughter.
Laughter.
And you said it was minus 36
Pike.
damage?
31.
31 points of damage.
No
in these
interrogation.
motherfuckers' brains.
Everyone looks upset.
Or at least
Why
there's
is
a-
everyone
yeah.
Pike just got psychic
Got
damage trying to
psychic
do.
damage up the wazoo by
Trying to do Speak with Dead.
How
with
much?
Dead.
A lot.
31 points of psychic
Oh, that's
damage.
a lot. Yeah.
Burn the bodies. Fuck it.
Throw him down the well.
Throw them into the sphere.
Throw him in the sphere.
Oh yeah.
Sphere.
Sphere.
Do your worst.
One by one, you grab and take the corpses and thrust them towards the sphere as they immediately crumple, fold, and get pulled in, turn to nothingness, disappearing into the black void. There are elements of this, the way this sphere acts and manipulates things that remind you of the siphons, though differently. It's more violent in some ways, and it is its own contained magical entity. But with each body, it vanishes in the sphere, and you all sit there for a moment, taking a breath and deciding the next order of business in traversing the insides of this Titan. And that's where we're going to end tonight's game. It's 11:30.
Yeah.
Jeez. I feel like I always come back from the bathroom right as we're ending games.
That works, Spencer.
I'll workshop it.
That was,
was-
first of all, it's so great to be back.
It's so
nice
to be back.
Matt, thank God you're totally 100% healed and all better again.
Not nothing to worry about.
No sign of wear.
Great. Sorry. But yeah,
Updated up really
missed you
well.
guys. We'll be back next week. Pick up from here. We'll see as the final charge gets closer and closer. What you guys do next time. In the meantime, rest well. Don't forget, if you can, give to the Red Cross to help support victims of a recent hurricane battering in the U.S. Have a wonderful week.
Shadow of War.
Shadow of War coming up
Out on October
10th.
Our comic on Wednesday.
Yep. Look for that.
All of it.
And we'll see you guys soon. Have a wonderful week. We love you. And is it Thursday yet? Good night.
Good night.